Description of Rama's virtues. Dasharatha contemplates to install Rama as heir apparent, invites kings and elders from towns and villages to seek their opinion. Bharat set out for his maternal uncle's house. He took with him the sinless Satrughna, who is always successful in destroying foes and on whom he had bestowed his love and affection. Treated with warm hospitality and fatherly affection by his maternal uncle Aswapati, Bharat stayed on there along with his brother. Though both the heroic brothers stayed there satisfied on their own, they constantly remembered their aged father. The glorious King Dasharatha also remembered his sons, Bharat and Satrughna, who were like the great Indra and Varuna. Now, away from home, Dasharatha, a bull among men, loved all his 4 sons equally, just as the arms of his own body. Even among them the brilliant Rama was a source of delight to his father, like the self-born Brahma to all living beings. Untreated by the Devatas desirous of slaying arrogant Ravana, the eternal Vishnu was indeed born in the mortal world as Rama. Kausalya looked splendid with her son, Rama of boundless energy, as did Aditi with the chief of the gods Indra, wielder of thunder, endowed with beauty and strength, free from envy, and in virtues equal to Dasharatha. Rama was verily an incomparable son on earth. With an unfailing serenity of mind, Rama never paid back harshness with harshness. Gifted with self-restraint, Rama was pleased even with a single benefit done somehow to him, yet did not remember even 100 offenses committed by others. Even during intervals of his practice of weapons, he never failed to interact with saintly persons and with people advanced in age, virtue and wisdom, wise and soft-spoken. He was the first to speak to others words pleasing to hear. Though mighty, he was never proud of his overwhelming strength. Rama never told lies. He was a learned man. He honored elders by going forward to them. He loved his subjects as much as his subjects loved him. He was kind-hearted and compassionate to the distressed, cool-headed and righteous. A worshipper of Brahmins, he was always self-restrained and pure in spirit. He entertained thoughts befitting his great dynasty and honored the code of conduct of a Kshatriya. He believed one could attain heavenly abode through his great achievements. A learned man, he evinced no interest in pursuits that did not contribute to one's welfare, or had he any liking for speaking against others. But in debates his oratorical flourish was comparable to Brihaspati's. He was young, eloquent, healthy and free from disease. He was conscious of right time and place for his pursuits. He was capable of ascertaining the potentiality of men. He was born a sage in this world, bestowed with such excellent qualities. The prince, Rama, became a favorite of his subjects. He was like their vital life outside their bodies, with the appropriate sacred ablution marking the completion of the vow relating to the respective branches of learning in accordance with tradition. This elder brother of Bharat achieved proficiency in the Vedas and its auxiliary sciences. He surpassed his father in archery. Born in a family of noble descent, he was saintly, a man without meanness. He was truthful and a man of rectitude. The training he received under aged Brahmins conversant with dharma and artha made him well disciplined. He knew the true nature of dharma, artha and kama. With a sharp memory, he was a genius. He was highly skilled in accomplishing tasks related to social practices and customs. He, Rama, was modest and did not reveal his inner feelings. He counseled in secrecy and had good friends. Never was his anger or pleasure in vain. He knew the occasion when to sacrifice and when to exercise restraint. He was firm in his devotion and steady in intellect. He accepted nothing ignoble nor used bad words. He was not swayed by emotions or prone to idleness. He knew his faults as well as of others. He was versed in scriptures. He was grateful to those who did him some good, and skilled in differentiating the comparative merits of men. Fair in his judgment, he dispensed justice in accordance with law by reprimanding the delinquent and favoring the honest. He was skilled in receiving and encouraging the righteous and in punishing the wicked. He knew whom to punish. He knew the right means of raising revenue and also expending money in the prescribed manner. He obtained proficiency in scriptures and interconnected, mutually contradictory branches of learning only after having grasped the philosophy of artha, statecraft, and dharma, righteousness. He sought pleasure. He was never indolent. He had understanding of art and craft useful for entertainment. He knew proper ways of dispensing wealth. He was experienced in riding elephants and horses and in humbling them. He was the best among those skilled in archery in this world. He was reckoned as a great wielder of war chariots and one who strikes at the enemies by advancing towards them. He was an expert in commanding troops. A Tirtha is an excellent warrior who can manage his chariot, horses and the charioteer. He was incapable of being repressed even by the enraged devatas or rakshasas in the battle. He was free from envy and had subdued his anger and pride. He was never malicious and he never slighted any living being, nor did he bow to the pressure of time. Thus endowed with such excellent qualities, the subjects in the three worlds held him in high esteem. In forbearance he was like the earth, in wisdom like Brihaspati, and in prowess like the consort of Sachi. Indra, Rama, whose virtues were cherished by all his subjects, was a source of delight to his father, and he shone like the rays of the resplendent sun. The earth desired him as her lord, for he was bestowed with such avowed virtues and with indomitable prowess equal to all the guardians of the quarters. Observing his son endowed with such innumerable and incomparable virtues, King Dasharatha, subduer of enemies, started thinking. Thereafter flashed in the mind of that aged king who had already lived long this pleasant thought as to how Rama will become king while he was alive. The thought of seeing his dear son coronated repeatedly surfaced his mind, so great was his affection for Rama. He said to himself, his, Rama's, only desire is to promote the prosperity of this world. He is one who shows compassion to all beings and is like the rain god, dearer than me to the people of the world. In prowess he is equal to Yama and Indra, in wisdom to Brihaspati, and in firmness to a mountain, and in virtues greater than me. Seeing my son ruling this entire dominion of the earth, I will experience the bliss of attaining heaven at this age. King Dasharatha, in consultation with his ministers, observed that Rama is endowed with various virtues not found in other kings, immeasurable virtues which are praiseworthy and exemplary. He is distinguished in this world as all qualities seem to have merged in him. The king then made up his mind to make him prince-regent. The sagacious king, too, perceived his body aging and the portentous omens in the heaven, in the sky and on the earth, causing dreadful concern. The king realized afterwards that his grief would be dispelled if noble Rama, whose countenance resembled the full moon and who was a favorite of the people, is crowned. Longing for it, the noble king realized that the time was ripe for the acceleration of the process of safeguarding his own and his subjects' welfare. He summoned individually kings and all important citizens residing in various cities and villages of this earth. The king did not invite both the kings of Kekaya and Janaka in haste with an intention that they would hear the glad news at a later date. The king, who received them in a befitting manner and provided them with residence and ornaments, looked like Lord Brahma adorned by the people. After the king, Dasharatha, who was a tormentor of enemy forces, was seated, the rest of the kings beloved of their subjects entered the assembly hall. Then the kings, who entered the assembly, took the seats assigned to them facing the king, Dasharatha, following the royal tradition, surrounded by those feudatory kings endowed with modesty, and received with due honor and by the respectful residents of cities and villages. The king, Dasharatha, resembled Lord Indra, the thousand-eyed encircled by the gods. Thus ends the first sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha commends to the assembly of elders and councillors for installation of Rama as prince. Regent assembly approves the proposal of Dasharatha with delight, describing the virtues of Rama in support of their approval. Thereafter, the Lord of the earth, King Dasharatha, addressed the entire assembly of invitees. He spoke these pleasing words aimed at their welfare, which thrilled and delighted the hearts of the assembled kings. Lord of men, King Dasharatha, addressed the feudatory kings with words deep, resonant, loud like the kettle drum or the rumbling cloud, in a delightful, incomparable and attractive voice that carried all the dignity of royalty. It is well known to all of you that people of this greatest kingdom were ruled by my predecessors, who were great kings, who looked after the subjects as though they were their own children. I desire to accomplish the welfare of this entire world, which deserves the happiness brought about by the rule of all the Ikshvaku kings. Following the path of my forefathers, I protected the people to the best of my ability by being ever vigilant. My body has attained old age after ruling the entire world, ensuring the welfare of the people under the shade of royal white parasol. Having lived for thousands of years, this body is now worn out due to old age, and therefore I want rest. I am weary of carrying on the heavy burden of duty and find it difficult to sustain the rule of Dharma. It can be shouldered by those who have royal qualities of might, courage, etc., and not by those who have not controlled their senses. Therefore, after convincing all of you, the best of learned Brahmins present here, I intend to take rest by installing my son to look after the welfare of the people. My eldest son Rama, inheriting every virtue of mine, is a conqueror of enemy cities and is equal to Indra in prowess. I propose to install him, Rama, foremost among upholders of righteousness and the best of men, who resembles the moon in brightness when in conjunction with Pushya star, as heir apparent to the throne. With him, Rama, as ruler, all the three worlds will also have a better protector. That elder brother of Lakshmana with signs of greatness is certainly the most befitting to rule this kingdom. I shall be relieved of my anxiety by entrusting the land, ruled by me, to my son, Rama, without any more delay, and thus ensure the continued welfare of this world. Although this decision, is personally favorable to me and I have decided after seeking good counsel, you should also give me your consent and tell me what I should do. Although this is what I would like to do, please suggest alternative ways of achieving the welfare of this kingdom. Deliberations by the unbiased on this issue may bring good Having thus heard King Dasharatha speak, the kings acclaimed him with delight, like peacocks crying, in joy. To see thick clouds, there emanated cries of love and joy from the multitude of people, conveying their approval, whose reverberation seemed to shake the palace. Brahmins, kings and other prominent men, inhabitants of towns and villages having fully known the views of Dasharatha, who was conversant with Artha and Dharma, joined together and deliberated. They thought out well, and having arrived at unanimity in their thinking, thus addressed the aged King Dasharatha: O mighty king, you have grown many thousands of years old. Therefore, you should coronate Rama as Prince Regent of this kingdom. We cherish to see the mighty armed hero among the Raghus, Rama, riding on a majestic elephant, his countenance shadowed by the royal parasol. Having heard them, King Dasharatha, pretending as though he was not aware of their heart's desire but was now wishing to ascertain it, spoke these words: O kings, soon after listening to my words, all of you wish Rama to be king. But I doubt, in my mind, whether you have said it from your heart. When the earth is being ruled righteously by me, why indeed you intend to see my son as prince regent? Those kings, along with the inhabitants of towns and villages, answered the magnanimous king: O king, your son indeed has many auspicious and admirable virtues. O king, we shall now speak about those great virtues of the sagacious Rama, comparable to those of the gods. They are dear and a source of delight for everyone. Please listen. Lord of the people, Rama with his divine virtues is equal to Indra. He with his proven valor is exceptional among all the descendants of the Ikshvakas. Devoted to truth and righteousness, Rama is the most venerable among men in this world. Even righteousness along with prosperity flows directly from Rama. He is equal to the moon in causing happiness to the people, to the earth in forbearance, to Brihaspati in wisdom, and to Indra in prowess. Rama knows the ways of righteousness. He is true to his word and free from envy. He possesses a sound character with forbearance, gentleness, and a sense of gratitude. With his senses under control, he is a source of consolation in stressful times. This son of the Raghus, Rama, is soft-spoken, steadfast, always serene, truthful, and free from envy. He is pleasing to all beings. He serves those elderly Brahmins versed in many laws. With these virtues, his incomparable glory, fame, and splendor have steadily grown. He is an expert in wielding all kinds of weapons available to Devas, Asura, and men. He has achieved mastery over all sciences and has appropriately acquired knowledge of the Vedas and its ancillary sciences. This elder brother of Bharat is the greatest exponent in music on earth. Pious, sagacious, free from meanness, he is of noble descent. Whenever he, well instructed in all matters by the best of Brahmins, well versed in Dharma and Artha, proceeds along with Lakshmana to wage a war for the sake of a village or a town, he never returns without conquering the enemy. While returning from the battlefield, either on a chariot or an elephant, Rama stops and inquires in detail and in order the welfare of the citizens, as he would do for his kith and kin. He inquires about the welfare of their children, sacred rituals, wives, their servants and disciples, as a father would inquire of his sons. Rama, a tiger among men, always inquires whether our disciples discharge their duties. He grieves profoundly whenever people are afflicted by misfortunes, and rejoices like a father on festive occasions. He is one who speaks the truth. He is a great archer. one who has conquered his senses and serves the aged. He speaks with a smile and protects dharma with all his heart. He helps those who take refuge in him. He is not interested in conversation leading to dissensions. But during debates he is eloquent like Brihaspati, establishing the truth on the basis of reasoning. Rama, who is the source of delight to the world, has charming eyebrows and large copper-colored eyes. He is endowed with heroism, bravery and valor like Vishnu, manifested. He is proficient in the ways and means of ruling the people. His senses are not overpowered by passion. He alone is capable of ruling the three worlds. What to speak the earth? His anger or favor never goes in vain. He kills those who rightly deserve to be killed and flares not at those whose life is to be spared. When pleased, Rama bestows wealth, like the sun shining with his rays. He shines with his qualities of tranquil, charming and loving nature. The earth desired to have Rama, richly endowed with such virtues, possessing proven prowess, comparable to Indra and other regents of the world, as her lord, O son of the Raghus, Dasharatha, because of your good fortune that Rama, endowed with the qualities of an ideal son like Kashyapa to Maricha, was born to you for the welfare of this world. Gandharvas, Uragas, Devas, Asura, the inhabitants of towns and villages, all men living in neighboring or distant regions are wished the illustrious Rama strength, health and long life. Women, young and old alike, devoutly invoke at dusk and at dawn all the gods for the sake of the celebrated Rama. O Lord, let the people's prayer be fulfilled by your blessings. We would like to see your son Rama of the complexion of a blue lotus and destroyer of enemies as Prince Regent. O bestower of boons, it behoves you to install with delight and without delay your son Rama, endowed with all virtues equal to God of the gods and committed to our well-being and to the welfare of this world, as your heir apparent. Thus ends the second sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha requests Vashishta and Vamadeva to make preparations for installation of Rama, orders for procurement of necessary materials. Sumantra brings Rama to the assembly. Dasharatha counsels Rama. The citizens held out their palms folded like lotuses in reverence and urged King Dasharatha in all possible ways to coronate Rama. He reciprocated their respect with words pleasing and beneficial to them. I am immensely happy that you have added to my incomparable resilience with your desire to see my beloved eldest son installed heir apparent. Having honored them, the invitees, in return for their response, King Dasharatha addressed Vashishtha, Vamadeva and other Brahmins. This auspicious month of Chaitra is sacred with its blossoming groves. Let all the arrangements be made for the installation of Rama as heir apparent. On hearing this, all the members of the assembly applauded the king tumultuously. With the tumult gradually calmed down, the lord of the people, the king, Dasharatha, spoke thus to Vashishtha, a tiger among ascetics. O revered one, you should issue appropriate orders to keep ready the necessary articles required for the performance of installation ceremony of Rama. Hearing the words of the king, Vashishtha, best of the Brahmins, thus ordered the counselors who stood in front of the king with folded palms. By tomorrow early morning arrange in the place set aside for sacred fire in the king's palace gold and other metals, gems, articles of worship, also herbs, garlands of white flowers, roasted corn, honey and clarified butter in separate containers, fresh clothes, chariot, weapons of every kind, army of 4 divisions, an elephant possessing auspicious marks, white fans made of yak's hair, a standard, white parasol, 100 golden vessels shining like fire, a bull with gold-plated horns and a tiger skin. Even the smallest items required be arranged. Let the gates of the inner apartment and of the entire city be decorated with sandal paste and garlands. Let fragrant incense be burnt for worship. Arrange fine rice cooked with milk and curd sufficient for 100,000 Brahmins to eat to their heart's content. At dawn tomorrow the best of Brahmins be honored with cooked rice, clarified butter, curd, roasted corn and gifts in abundance. As soon as the sun rises tomorrow, arrangements be made for Swastavachana, a benedictory utterance. Brahmins be invited and seats provided to them. Banners be fastened and royal highways be sprinkled with water. All actors and beautifully adorned courtesans should reach the second inner apartment of the king's residence and remain seated there. Persons to cater food and other eatables and to hold garlands and gifts be stationed at all temples and other places of worship. Let all the warriors in fresh clothes, armed with long swords and fully alert, enter the courtyard of the glorious king. The 2 highly self-disciplined ascetics, Vasishtha and Vamadeva, having ordered the tasks to be performed and whatever remained to be done, reported to the king. Satisfied with the arrangements, the 2 illustrious Brahmins, Vasishtha and Vamadeva, approached the Lord of the earth, Dasharatha, with delight and said, "All things have been arranged in accordance with your word of command." Thereafter the glorious king said to Sumantra, "Bring immediately the self-possessed Rama." In response to the king's command, Sumantra, the best of charioteers, said, "So be it," and fetched Rama in a chariot. After Sumantra had gone, the kings from eastern, northern, western, southern non-Aryan and Aryan countries, rulers from forests and mountains, paid homage to King Dasharatha, as Devatas do to Indra. The Rajarshi, Dasharatha, seated among the kings like Indra amidst Maruts, beheld his son Rama sitting in a chariot and approaching him. Rama appeared as the very image of king of the Gandharvas, known for his courage in this world. With his long arms, he was extremely handsome, with a countenance of the color of moonstone, possessed of immense strength. He walked with the gait of an intoxicated elephant. He captivated the eyes and hearts of men with his beauty and generosity. He looked like Parjanya, rain god, gladdening men scorched by heat. Even after intensely gazing at Rama approaching, the king, Dasharatha, was not satiated. Sumantra assisted Rama while alighting from that splendid chariot and followed him with folded palms as Rama was proceeding towards his father. Best among men, Rama, accompanied by charioteer Sumantra, ascended that palace that was lofty as the peak of Kailasa mountain in order to see the king. Rama approached his father with folded palms and bowed low near him, pronounced his own name and touched his father's feet with reverence. Seeing his beloved son Rama, who was standing by his side with folded hands in supplication, King Dasharatha held his folded hands and drew him near and embraced him. The king, Dasharatha, offered Rama a seat on the lofty, glorious throne splendidly decorated with gold and gems. The lofty seat Rama occupied was illuminated by him resplendent like Mount Meru in the translucent rays of the morning sun. That assembly was illumined by the presence of Rama like the moon dazzling the clear autumnal sky bespangled with sparkling planets and stars. The king was delighted to see his beloved son as though he saw his own reflection adorning a mirror. The best among fathers, he, Dasharatha, said these words to his son with a smile. Like Kashyapa addressing Devendra, a worthy son of my worthy eldest wife. O Rama, your great virtues have endeared you to me. As you have endeared yourself to these subjects with your virtues, you shall assume the office of heir apparent when Pushya star is in conjunction with the moon. Admittedly gentle by nature, you are gifted with virtues. O son, even though virtuous, I shall offer you counsel for your good out of affection for you. With humility, always keep your senses under control. Keep off all violations arising out of lust and anger. With your behavior keep the ministers and the people satisfied by means direct or indirect. You shall rule the earth by filling granaries of food grains and arsenals and keeping the subjects loyal and contented. The friends of such a person will remain pleased like devatas with nectar. Hence conduct yourself with your mind under control. Having heard this, Rama's friends quickly reported the matter to Kausalya so that she might be happy. The foremost of women, Kausalya ordered gifts of gold, cows and various kinds of gems to be given to the messengers who brought this good tidings. Having paid his obeisance to the king, Rama ascended the chariot amidst the acclaim of multitudes of men and left for his splendid abode. On hearing such pronouncement by the king, the citizens also felt they have got something beneficial for themselves. They took leave of the king, Dasharatha, and hastening home, full of joy, began worshipping their gods. Thus ends the third sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha sends Sumantra to bring Rama, again briefs him on certain matters and sends him. Rama visits Kausalya and informs her about the coronation and seeks her blessings. After the citizens departed, the king, an expert in decision-making, again consulted his counselors and said, Tomorrow Pushya star is in the ascendance and my son, Rama, handsome, with copper-colored eyes which resemble red lotus petals, will be installed heir apparent. After the citizens departed, the king, an expert in decision-making, again consulted his counselors and said, Tomorrow Pushya star is in the ascendance and my son, Rama, handsome, with copper-colored eyes which resemble red lotus petals, will be installed heir apparent. Thereafter King Dasharatha, on retiring to his private apartment, ordered Sumantra to bring Rama once again. In obedience to the command of the king, charioteer Sumantra set out speedily to the palace of Rama to fetch him back once again. The doorkeepers informed Rama of Sumantra's arrival. As soon as he learned that Sumantra was back again, Rama was filled with apprehensions. Rama got Sumantra admitted and said to him, What is the purpose of your coming back so quickly? Tell me whatever is there without holding back. Then Sumantra replied, The king desires to see you. To go or not to go, the decision is yours. On hearing the words of the charioteer, Rama immediately set out for the royal palace to see the king again. Having heard of Rama's arrival, King Dasharatha got him admitted into his apartment to tell him something very pleasant. On entering his father's palace, glorious Rama folded his hands and bent low in reverence from a distance and beheld his father. As he, Rama, was bending with reverence, Dasharatha lifted him up and embraced him. Thereafter, he offered him a splendid seat and said again, O Rama, after a long life I have grown old. I have enjoyed all the pleasures I desired. I have also performed hundreds of rituals which enjoined distribution of abundant food and gifts. O best of men, I have obtained now a progeny of my liking in you, and you have no equal on earth. I have given gifts, performed rituals, and also studied the Vedas. O mighty son, I have experienced all the pleasures I longed for. I redeemed my debt to the gods, the sages, my ancestors, Brahmins, and to myself. There is nothing left to be done by me except your consecration, hence you should perform what I tell you. Today all the subjects expressed their desire to see you as their king. Therefore, my dear son, I wish to coronate you heir apparent. Moreover, Rama, these days I see frightening and ominous events in dreams during daytime. I see meteors accompanied by thunders falling, generating great sounds. O Rama, astrologers also tell me that formidable planets Sun, Mars and Rahu have afflicted my birth star. When such ominous signs appear, usually the king either meets with death or faces a grave calamity. Therefore, before my mind is deluded, I wish to see you installed as heir apparent, for a man's mind is unstable. Indeed, O Rama, today the moon is in conjunction with the Punarvasu constellation. Tomorrow the moon's conjunction with the Pushya constellation is certain, and the astrologers say this auspicious time is highly suitable for the purpose of coronation. My mind is hastening me, saying, coronate Rama in the Pushya constellation itself. O slayer of enemies, I shall install you heir apparent tomorrow. Therefore, you and my daughter-in-law, Sita, should fast tonight and sleep on a bed of darbha or kusha grass with self-restraint. Many impediments befall acts of this sort indeed. Alert your friends to protect you from all sides today onwards. While Bharat is away from the city, the time is favorable for your installation. This is my opinion. It is true. Your brother Bharat has adhered to the path of the virtuous and has followed his elder brother. No doubt, he is righteous, compassionate, and self-controlled. Yet I think even the propitious minds of those who are virtuous and whose thoughts are fixed in righteousness can also become fickle. Having spoken to Rama about the installation ceremony fixed for the next day, he, Dasharatha, permitted him to leave, saying, "You may go." Rama paid obeisance to his father and returned to his abode. With the installation fixed by the king, Rama went into his residence but left immediately to see his mother in her inner apartment. There he beheld his mother in silk apparel engrossed in silent prayer to the gods, for his royal fortune in the room meant for the worship of the gods. Hearing the welcome tidings of the installation of her beloved Rama, Sita too had been brought in. Sumitra and Lakshmana had already arrived there. At that moment Kausalya was meditating with her eyes half closed. Sumitra, Lakshmana and Sita were attending on her. Having heard that installation of her son as heir apparent was planned in Pushya constellation, Kausalya was meditating upon the Supreme Person, Lord Vishnu, by controlling her breath, pranayama. While she, Kausalya, was in that state of meditation, Rama approached her, offered reverential salutation, and said these words of praise enhancing her joy. O mother, father has assigned me the duties of governing the subjects. My installation takes place tomorrow on my father's command. Tonight, Sita, the officiating priests and preceptors, will take to fasting along with me. This is what father told me. The installation takes place tomorrow. Perform today whatever auspicious rituals are appropriate to the occasion for me and Vaidehi. Sita, hearing this long-cherished tiding relating to installation, Kausalya spoke to Rama in sweet but indistinct words due to tears of joy. O my dear child, O Rama, may you live long, let your enemies be destroyed. Endowed with prosperity, bring delight to my relatives and those of Sumitra. O Rama, my little child, you were born to me under a lucky star. On this account you have delighted your father Dasharatha with your virtues. What a joy, O my son, my devotion to the lotus-seed Vishnu, enduring the pain of observance of vows and fasting, have not gone in vain. The royal fortune of the Ikshvakas will pass on to you. What a joy! Thus spoken to by his mother, Rama looked at his brother Lakshmana sitting humbly with folded palms and with a smile said to him, O Lakshmana, rule this earth together with me. This royal fortune also accrues to you, for you are my second innermost self. O son of Sumitra, enjoy all pleasures you wish and the fruits of royalty. I desire this life and kingdom for your sake only. After speaking to Lakshmana, Rama made reverential salutation to the two mothers and on obtaining their consent to leave with Sita, returned to his abode. Thus ends the fourth sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vashishta advises Rama and Sita to undertake fast preparatory to coronation. The king, having instructed Rama, summoned Vashishta, the priest, and spoke to him about the coronation that was to take place on the following day. Could you, O sage, whose wealth is asceticism, go to Rama, engage in strict observance of vows and advise him along with Sita, my daughter-in-law, to undertake fast for securing prosperity, fame and kingdom. Venerable Vashishta, the best amongst the knowers of the Vedas, skilled in mantras and firm in his vows, said to the king, Be it so. Thereafter, mounted on the best of the chariots befitting a Brahman, with horses harnessed, he proceeded personally to the abode of Rama to ask him to undertake a fast in accompaniment with mantras preceding the installation ceremony. Having crossed the 3 courtyards in the chariot, that foremost of ascetics, Vashishta, entered Ram's abode, shining like a mass of white clouds. Seeing the venerable sage, Vasitha, arrive, Rama quickly came out of his abode in great excitement to receive him with honor. Hastening with rapid strides, Rama approached the chariot of the sagacious Vashishta and personally helped him alight from the chariot. The family priest Vashishta also, having gratified him by inquiring about his welfare, said thus to Rama, who was humble and lovable, O Rama, well disposed towards you, your father will declare you heir apparent. Do undertake fast today, along with Sita. Your father, King Dasharatha, will be pleased to coronate you as heir apparent early tomorrow morning, as Nahusa did to his son, Yayati. The ascetic, Vashishta, having thus spoken to Rama, made him undertake fast along with Sita in accompaniment with sacred hymns. Thereafter, Vashishta, preceptor of the king, duly honored by the descendant of Kakutstha, Rama, left his abode. Rama also sat for a while in the company of his sweet-tongued friends, and duly honored by them in every way took leave of them and entered his apartment, the residence of Rama, full of cheerful men and women, looked splendid like a lake with full-blown lotuses flocked by multitudes of intoxicated birds. Vashishta thereafter emerged from the abode of Rama resembling a royal palace and beheld the highways filled with people. The royal highways in the city of Ayodhya were jammed on all sides with groups of curious people. The highways resembled the sea and the exultation of the multitudes, the roar that emanated from the clashing of waves. On that day, The thoroughfares of the city of Ayodhya, surrounded with pleasure gardens, were sprinkled with water and swept. The flags on the top of the houses were raised high. Then all the people living in Ayodhya, including women, children and aged alike wishing to see the coronation of Rama, eagerly waited for the sunrise. People were anxious to witness that great festival of Ayodhya, which was to them precious, like an ornament and a source of immense joy. The priest, Vasishtha, beholding the overcrowded highway, forced his passage through the crowds of men, dividing them into two tracts, and slowly entered the royal palace. Having ascended the royal palace, resembling the peak of a mountain covered with white clouds, Vasishtha approached the king like Brihaspati meeting Indra. On seeing Vasishtha, the king descended from the throne and inquired whether he had performed the mission, to which the ascetic replied affirmatively. All those present in the assembly with him, the king, also got up from their seats as he, Dasharatha, did, and paid their obeisance to Vasishtha. The king then, dully permitted by the preceptor, disposed the assembly of men and stepped into his inner apartment, like a lion entering the cave of a mountain. The king entered the inner apartment thronged with excellently attired women, which looked like the palace of Mahendra. He resembled the beautiful moon that illuminates the sky crowded with stars. Thus ends the fifth sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama and Sita observed the prescribed rites. Rejoiced citizens of Ayodhya express their gratitude to the king. People from villages arrive in multitudes. With the family priest, Vasishtha gone, Rama had his bath, and with his mind under control came to Lord Narayana along with his large-eyed consort, Sita, with an intention to worship him. Then, holding the vessel containing havas on his head, he offered the oblations of clarified butter into the sacred fire for Vishnu in accordance with ritual practices. The son of the king, Rama, partook the remainder of the havas, seeking his own welfare. With a restrained mind and a vow of silence, he meditated upon Lord Narayana and slept along with Vaidehi on a well-spread bed of kusha grass in the auspicious temple of Lord Vishnu. He got up, Rama, with one yama, 3 hours of the night still left, and had his entire residence decorated. Then, in the last watch of the night, hearing the pleasant words of bards and panegyrists, he attended to early morning rites and intoned Gayatri with a concentrated mind. Clad in spotless silk garments, he extolled Lord Madhusudana, Vishnu, with his head bowed low. He listened to the purificatory mantras recited by Brahmins, and then the deep and sweet proclamations of "This is an auspicious day," mingled with the sounds of trumpets reverberated. The city of Ayodhya. The residents of Ayodhya were happy to hear that the scion of the Raghus, Rama, along with Princess of Videha, Sita, had undertaken the fast. Having heard about the coronation of Rama, all the citizens began to decorate the city soon after daybreak. Banners of varying colors and flags were raised on the temples, looking resplendent like peaks, wreathed by a mass of white clouds. At the crossroads, on the thoroughfares, on the trees standing on avenues, on the towers and stalls of the merchants abounding in various kinds of merchandise, on prosperous and graceful houses of householders, in all public halls and on trees looking tall from a distance, troops of actors and dancers entertained the people with songs pleasing to the mind and ears, and their utterances were heard here and there. As the time for Rama's coronation was approaching, Men in public squares and in private houses talked with one another about the consecration of Rama. Similarly, children playing in groups in front of the houses also related to each other stories regarding the coronation of Rama. On the occasion of Rama's coronation, the highway, strewn with flowers and rendered fragrant with the burning of incense by the citizens, looked glorious. In the same way, lest night should fall, by the time the installation ceremony was completed, the streets were provided with lamps in the shape of trees to light them up. Thus the residents of Ayodhya decorated the city and eagerly waited for Rama's coronation as heir apparent. Gathered in groups at public squares and in the assembly halls, they conversed among themselves about the event, praising Dasharatha, the Lord among men. Oh, having realized that he himself has grown old, the high-souled King Dasharatha, the veritable delight to the Ikshvaku race, is going to coronate Rama in the kingdom. All of us are fortunate indeed that Rama, who knows the world's high and low, shall be our king, protector for a long time. This scion of the Raghus, Rama, is free from arrogance, is learned, righteous and affectionate towards his brothers as much as towards us. May the virtuous and sinless King Dasharatha live long, by whose grace we are going to behold Rama's coronation. Having heard about the coronation of Rama, villagers arrived from all directions and listened to the citizens conversing in this manner. The city was filled with villagers coming from different directions to behold Rama's coronation. The multitudes of men moving to and fro gave rise to a noise like the roar of the ocean, enhanced by the violent speed of the wind. On the full and new moon days, the city of Ayodhya, resembling the abode of Indra, Amravati, crowded with villagers from all over wishing to witness it. The coronation of Rama grew noisy and sparkled like the water of the ocean, teeming with aquatic animals. Thus ends the 6th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Manthara informs Kaikeyi about the installation of Rama. Happy over the news, Kaikeyi gifts away her ornaments. The family maid, Manthara, of Kaikeyi, who had been living with her since her Kaikeyi's birth, casually ascended the palace, gleaming white like the moon. Manthara beheld from that palace the whole of Ayodhya, with its highways sprinkled with water and strewn with a lot of flowers. The city of Ayodhya was decorated with costly banners and pennants. The labyrinthine roads were crowded with people who had finished their headbath and were wandering at will. The temples, with their doors painted white, were reverberating with the chanting from the Vedas by the best of Brahmins, holding garlands and sweetmeats in their hands, and with sounds of all kinds of musical instruments. The city was filled with spirited horses and elephants. The bulls were bellowing and the cows were lowing. The citizens with great joy raised the pennons encircling the city of Ayodhya. All this left Manthara astonished. Seeing a royal maid clad in white silk garment and standing not very far with her eyes expanded in delight, Manthara inquired, "Why is Rama's mother, forever interested in the accumulation of money, gifting away her wealth to men with great joy? Why do the people look exceedingly happy? Tell me what the king with great delight is proposing to do." Bursting with great joy, the royal maid related to the hunchback the great fortune awaiting the son of the Raghus, Rama. Tomorrow, under the spell of the Pushya star, King Dasharatha will consecrate blameless Rama, born in the race of Raghu, as heir apparent. The maid said. Having heard these words of the royal maid, the hunchback became furious and speedily descended from that palace resembling the peak of Mount Kalasa. The malevolent Manthara, on fire with fury, reached Kaikeyi lying upon her couch and said, "O senseless one, why are you lying down? Get up, a great fear is gripping you. Why don't you realize that you are floating in a sea of perils? Though you appear to be your husband's darling, in reality he dislikes you. The good fortune you boast of indeed is unstable like the stream of a river in summer." At these harsh words of the furious, evil-eyed hunchback Kaikeyi fell into great despondency. Kaikeyi said to the hunchback, "O Manthara, isn't all well with you? I can mark it from your dejected face how greatly distressed you feel." Indeed, hearing the words of Kaikeyi uttered in a gentle voice, wrathful Manthara, skilled in speech, said, that hunchback feeling still more depressed in her Kaikeyi's interest and intending to cause in her despondency and distance Rama from her, spoke out, "O Queen, your end is approaching, and it has no end, and it is overwhelming. King Dasharatha is crowning Rama as heir apparent. Plunged in unfathomable fear and stricken with grief and tears, I am here seeking your well-being, and yet consumed as though by fire. This aspect, na sanshay, there is no doubt. O Kaikeyi, your sorrow will augment my sorrow. Your prosperity would mean my prosperity. There is no doubt about this. O Queen, born in the royal family and being a king's consort, why don't you realize the ruthless ways of statecraft? Your husband speaks morals publicly, but in private he is deceitful. He speaks gently but acts cruelly. Because of your innocent nature you are beguiled by him. You do not understand this. When your husband approaches you he swears in meaningless, appeasing words. But today he is going to bestow benefit on Kausalya only. That evil-minded one, having sent Bharat away to your relation's house, is going to install Rama unhindered in the kingdom at dawn tomorrow. O innocent lady, with the intention of doing good like a mother to your husband who is your enemy, you are holding on your lap a venomous serpent. King Dasharatha has done to you and to your son the same thing as a snake or an enemy would do when ignored. O senseless lady, you are always accustomed to comfort with deceitful words of appeasement that vicious one, King Dasharatha, is going to install Rama in the kingdom. You along with your son have been surely ruined. O enchanted jade Kaikeyi, that appropriate time has come. Act quickly for your own well-being. Save yourself, your son and me too." Hearing the words of Manthara, Kaikeyi, of charming countenance, lying in her couch, rose, full of joy, like the autumnal streak of the moon's crescent. Filled with immense joy and wonder at the news, Kaikeyi gifted a beautiful ornament to that hunchback. Kaikeyi, the best among the beauties, having given the ornament to Manthara, the hunchback looked at her and said these words again, "O Manthara, the news you have brought me is exceedingly pleasant. What more can I do for you? Here is the gift for one who brings good tidings. I do not see any distinction between Rama and Bharat as such. I am contented with Rama's consecration in the kingdom. O woman worthy of affection, for me there is nothing greater and dearer than this news. I will grant you another reward better than this. Just ask for it." Thus ends the 7th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Manthara incites Kaikeyi. Kaikeyi narrates the virtues of Rama. Manthara insinuates that installation of Rama would harm Bharat, hence Rama should be banished and Bharat coronated. Annoyed with Kaikeyi and filled with rage and sorrow, Manthara discarded the ornament gifted to her, and said these words, "O foolish woman, why do you display this misplaced happiness? little realizing that you are in the midst of an ocean of sorrow? O Queen, at a time when this great misfortune has befallen you, you are rejoicing, instead of feeling miserable. I am indeed laughing at you at heart. I pity your false notion. Will any wise woman rejoice at the prosperity of the son of a co-wife who is like an enemy? This is like courting death. Since Bharat and Rama have equal claim to the kingdom, Bharat is a source of fear for Rama. Having thought over this matter, I am dejected. Danger springs from one who is in fear. Bharat, Lakshmana, who wields a great bow, has taken refuge with all his heart in Rama, a descendant of Kakutstha dynasty. So does Satrughna in Bharat. O beautiful lady in order of birth. 2. Bharata's right to the throne is just next to Rama's. While being younger, the chances of the other two, Lakshmana and Satrughna, are remote. Rama is learned in the duties of a Kshatriya. He is wise enough to do what he should at the appropriate time. While reflecting the fate of your son, I am trembling with fear. Coronated, Kaushalya such Kausalya, Subhaga Khalu is fortunate indeed. Kausalya, whose son is going to be coronated as heir apparent by eminent Brahmans under Pushya star tomorrow, is fortunate. Indeed, with folded palms like an attendant, you will have to serve that renowned Kausalya, who is greatly delighted by getting rid of her enemies. If you thus become her attendant along with us, your son will also develop slavishness towards Rama. All the women of Rama's palace will be delighted indeed. With the decline of Bharat, your daughters-in-law will be deprived of all happiness. Having seen that morose Manthara speaking thus, Kaikeyi commended the virtues of Rama. Rama knows righteousness. He has been taught self-restraint by elders. He is grateful and truthful. He is undefiled. He is the eldest son of the king. Therefore, he deserves to be the heir apparent of the kingdom, blessed with a long life. Rama will protect his brothers and the servants like a father. O hunchback, hearing Rama's coronation, why are you aggrieved? After 100 years of Rama's rule, Bharat, the best of men, will get the kingdom of his ancestors. Manthara, we have enjoyed prosperity in the past. We are enjoying it now and we will enjoy it in future. Then why are you aggrieved? For me, if Bharat is worthy of consideration, Rama is worthier. He serves me even more scrupulously than he does Kausalya. If the kingdom is Rama's, it is also Bharata's, since Rama regards his brothers as his own self. Having heard Kaikeyi's words, Manthara was extremely unhappy. Heaving deep, hot sighs, she said to Kaikeyi, "You are sinking in the sea of sorrow widened with tears and troubles. But you are stupid enough not to perceive your own well-being. Rama, the scion of the Raghus, will become king. After Rama, his son will succeed him. O Kaikeyi, as for Bharat, he will be debarred from royal succession altogether. O lovely lady, not all the sons of the king will inherit the kingdom. If all of them are installed as kings, there will be great disorder. O Kaikeyi of beautiful limbs, for that reason kings bestow the governance of the kingdom either on the eldest or on other virtuous sons. O Kaikeyi, they are cut off from royal succession as well as from its comforts. Your son will become totally forlorn and broken-hearted. I am here to serve your interest, nevertheless you do not understand me and you wish to confer gifts on me on the occasion of the prosperity of your co-wife. Rama, having secured the thornless kingdom, will banish Bharat from the country or else send him to the other world. This is certain. Bharat has been sent by you right from his childhood to his maternal uncle's house. Proximity creates friendship even amongst the inanimate objects. Satrughna, who is obedient to Bharat, has followed him. Like Lakshmana, who has taken refuge in Rama, he has also resorted to Bharat. It is said that a tree intended to be cut down by those living on the forest is let off due to entanglement of a kind of grass known as ishaka, thorny bushes, growing in its vicinity. If Bharat had been at Ayodhya now, Dasharatha himself would have helped him. Just as Lakshmana protects Rama, Rama protects Lakshmana. Their brotherhood is renowned in the world like that of the Ashwins. Rama will do no harm to Lakshmana. As for Bharat, Rama will doubtless do him harm. Therefore let your son go to the forest straight from his uncle's palace only. That alone will please me. For you also this is highly beneficial. If Bharat secures the ancestral kingdom righteously, it will bring welfare to you and to your relations also. Your son, that young Bharat, is accustomed to comforts. He is a born enemy of Rama. How will he, deprived of all wealth, live under the control of Rama? Like the leader of an elephant herd attacked by a lion in the forest, Bharat is going to be oppressed by Rama. You should save him. Being fortunate, being the favorite wife of your husband, you slighted your co-wife earlier with pride. How will she, Rama's mother, Kausalya, remain without retaliating? O lovely lady, when Rama becomes the lord of this earth with its oceans, mountains and cities, then along with Bharat you will become miserable and fall into disgrace. When Rama obtains this earth, Bharat will be certainly ruined. Therefore, right now think of the kingdom for your son and the means of banishment for your enemy. Rama. Thus ends the 8th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Instigated by Manthara, Kaikeyi enters the chamber of wrath. Thus spoken to, Kaikeyi, her face burning with anger, breathed a deep, hot sigh and said these words to Manthara. Today I shall at once banish Rama from here into the forest and get Bharat coronated as heir apparent without delay. O Manthara, now see, for sure, Bharat and not Rama will get the kingdom by any means. Thus addressed by Queen Kaikeyi, that evil-minded Manthara said this to Kaikeyi in order to spoil the interest of Rama. O Kaikeyi, what a joy! I shall now tell you how your son Bharat alone will secure the kingdom. Listen to me, O Kaikeyi. Don't you remember in your own interest what I am going to tell you, or are you hiding it? Wishing to hear from me? O lovely Kaikeyi, if it pleases you to hear from me, I shall tell you. Listen and think over it. 2. After hearing Manthara's words, Kaikeyi got up a little from her well-spread bed and said this. O Manthara, tell me the means by which Bharat and not Rama will secure the kingdom in any circumstances. Thus addressed by the queen, Kaikeyi, the evil-eyed hunchback, Manthara, said with the intention to damage Rama's interest. O queen, during the war between gods and Asura, your husband went with royal saints intending to render assistance to Indra, king of the gods. Taking you along with him, he set off in the southern direction of Dandaka forest to a renowned city called Vajayanta, where Asura Timadwaja lived. That mighty Asura, well known as Sambara, capable of 100 deceitful forms, challenged Indra to a battle which could not be conquered by hosts of gods. In that great battle, the Rakshasas used to kill by force the warriors wounded by the weapons and those fast asleep. During the night, there in that great battle the mighty armed King Dasharatha lay wounded with weapons used by the Asura. O queen, you had protected your husband by carrying him away from the battlefield. When he lost his consciousness, he was saved by you. Once again you saved him when he lay wounded with weapons hurled by the Asura. O auspicious-looking one, out of gratitude he had granted 2 boons to you for saving him on 2 occasions. O queen, then you told your husband that whenever you desire, you will ask for those boons. The magnanimous king said, "So be it." O queen, I did not know this indeed. Only you had related it to me earlier. Because of my affection towards you, I have retained it in my memory. Now, prevent preparations for Rama's consecration by force. Ask your husband for those 2 boons, namely consecration of Bharat and banishment of Rama for 14 years. If Rama is banished into the forest for 14 years, your son will be firmly established in the kingdom by affectionately winning the hearts of the people. O Kaikeyi, daughter of Ashwapati, enter now the chamber of wrath like one in angry mood, wearing soiled garments, and lie down on the bare ground, immersed in grief and in tears. Neither look at him, Dasharatha, nor even talk to him when you see him. No doubt, you have always been a beloved wife to your husband. For your sake the great king will even enter into the burning fire. The king is afraid of inciting your ire. When you are angry, he dare not look at your indignant countenance. Indeed, he will forsake even his life for your pleasure. The king would not dare transgress your words. O wicked woman, recognize the power of your beauty. King Dasharatha may give you gems, pearls, gold and different kinds of precious stones. Do not pay them any attention. O fortunate Kaikeyi, make him recollect the 2 boons he had granted you in the war between gods and demons. You should not ignore your objective. Seek. When Dasharatha personally lifts you from the floor and asks you what you want, you may make him settle down and ask him for these boons. O best of kings, exile Rama into the forest for 14 years and make Bharat king of the land. After Rama has been exiled into the forest for 14 years, your son, grown strong and deep-rooted, will remain king for the rest of his life. Be fulfilled, protected. O Devi, demand Rama's exile as a boon. O lovely queen, this way all the interests of your son will be fulfilled, protected. Thus, if Rama is exiled, he will no longer be Rama, be able to cause delight to the people. Bharat will become king with his enemies subdued. By the time Rama returns from the forest, your son, now confident, would have become deep-rooted by gaining the company of friends and the acceptability of the people. I think the proper time has come to ask for the boons. Without fear refrained the king forcibly from his intention of installing Rama. Thus, having been made to accept the evil design as a beneficial objective, Kaikeyi understood the entire matter, and in delight spoke to Manthara. That Kaikeyi, even though endowed with sound foresight, expressed her sense of wonder at the words of the hunchback and chose a wrong path like a young, immature girl. She said, "O hunchback, I never knew that you can speak such excellent words or decide things intelligently. You are the best among the hunchbacks of this world. O hunchback, you alone always show interest in my affairs and seek my welfare. I might not have known the intended, deceptive action of the king without you. There are many hunchbacks in this world, terribly ugly with their bodies misshaped and crooked. But you look beautiful like a lotus bent by the breeze. Your breasts are thick and are as high as your shoulders. Beneath them lies your belly with its beautiful navel, waist, looking slender as if out of bashfulness. You have full hips, round and plump breasts, Your countenance equals the bright moon. How passionate you look, Manthara. Your hips glitter with the jingling girdle. Strong are the calves of your legs and long are your feet. O Manthara, when clad in silk garment you walk in front of me with your heavy thighs. You look like a female royal swan. In you reside 1,000 deceitful means, more than all the 1,000 Mayas. Tricks of Sambara, king of the Asura, was capable of. Your clever thoughts, magic powers and also the skills of Kshatriyas are stored in your huge hump, which is as wide as the hub of a chariot wheel. O hunchback, with Rama gone to the forest and Bharat consecrated, I shall drape this hump with a golden garland. O Manthara, when my objective is accomplished and I am fully satisfied, I will smear your hump with the best of refined liquid gold. O Manthara, I shall get a tilaka made of gold for your auspicious, lovely face and shall also order exquisite ornaments for you. You shall move about wearing lovely garments like a goddess, with a peerless countenance, as if challenging the moon and feeling proud. You will attain a state of eminence amidst your enemies. Other hunchbacks adorned with all sorts of ornaments shall also serve you in the same manner as you are serving me. Flattered in this manner, Manthara addressed Kaikeyi, who was lying on a white couch and looking like a flaming fire on the sacrificial altar. O fortunate one, construction of a dike is not undertaken after the water has flowed down. Act before the king to the best of your interest. That beautiful, large-eyed Kaikeyi, puffed with the pride of her intoxicating beauty, encouraged and influenced by the words of that hunchback, entered the chamber of wrath. She cast off her highly precious pearl necklace worth many hundreds of thousands of rupees, and other costly, beautiful ornaments. Thereafter that golden-hued Kaikeyi lay down on the floor and said to Manthara, O hunchback, tell the king, either Bharat shall secure the kingdom on Rama's departure to the forest or else I will die here. I do not aspire for gold, nor gems nor ornaments. If Rama is installed, that will be the end of my life. Addressing Queen Kaikeyi, the mother of Bharat, with extremely powerful words, that hunchback again made these utterances beneficial to Bharat and detrimental to Rama. It is true that if Rama secures this kingdom, you along with your son are bound to suffer. O auspicious one, hence act in a way your son Bharat will be installed. Repeatedly struck down by that hunchback's arrow-sharp words, greatly grieved Queen Kaikeyi was inflamed against the king, laying her hands on the chest again and expressing her amazement. She praised that hunchback. Tell the king that he will see either the fulfillment of Bharata's desire after Rama is banished into the forest for a long period or me gone to Yama's abode. If Rama does not go from here to the forest, I want neither a bed nor garlands nor sandal paste nor incense nor food nor water nor even life. Saying these ruthless words, that lovely Kaikeyi cast off all her ornaments like a fallen Kinnara woman, and lay down on the floor with the carpet removed. Thus Queen Kaikeyi's face enveloped by the darkness of violent anger and her body stripped of all valuable ornaments, she lay restless, looking like the dark sky without stars. Thus ends of the 9th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. King Dasharatha enters the palace of Kaikeyi, who is in the chamber of wrath, tries to pacify her in different ways. Perversely advised by the extremely sinful hunchback, the queen Kaikeyi lay down on the ground like a Kinnari struck as though by a poisonous arrow. The intelligent, Beautiful lady. Kaikeyi, having correctly decided the strategy in her mind, slowly unfolded everything to Manthara. That beautiful wretch. Kaikeyi, impressed by the words of Manthara, heaved deep, hot sighs like a female serpent and thought for a while about the means of bringing happiness to herself. Manthara, Kaikeyi's friend, too, driven by a strong desire to fulfill her resolve, was highly pleased, and on hearing the firm determination of Kaikeyi, felt as if the accomplishment of the objective was at hand. Then Kaikeyi finally took a firm decision. With a soiled body and a frowning face, she lay down on the floor. Thereafter Kaikeyi flung away her multicolored garlands along with her costly ornaments onto the ground. All the garlands and ornaments she scattered adorned the floor like the stars, illumining the sky. Tightly fastening her hair into a single braid and wearing soiled clothes, she lay down in the chamber of wrath in a lifeless state like a Kinnari. The king issued orders for Rama's installation ceremony, and taking leave of his close associates entered the palace. Aware of the fact that Rama's installation ceremony was known to everybody by then, he who had subdued his senses entered the inner apartment to convey it to one worthy of such pleasant news. The illustrious king entered the excellent abode of Kaikeyi like the moon entering the mouth of Rahu in a sky overcast with pale clouds. The Maharaja entered the inner apartment of Kaikeyi's prosperous abode filled with parrots and peacocks, reverberating with cries of conchas and swans and sounds of musical instruments attended with hunchbacks and dwarfs decorated with champak and ashoka trees, bowers surrounded with creepers, picture galleries, altars and sofas embellished with ivory, gold and silver. It was shining with pools and trees bearing flowers and fruits in all seasons. Various kinds of food, drinks and eatables were kept ready. With excellent decorations, that abode of Kaikeyi resembled heaven. But the king did not see his beloved Kaikeyi in her best bed. Charged with passion and seeking carnal pleasure, the king became dejected when he did not see his beloved wife. He inquired about her. Never before had Queen Kaikeyi missed his time of arrival, nor had the king ever entered her empty apartment. Having entered her apartment, the king, unaware of that foolish Kaikeyi's selfish design, inquired her whereabouts as usual. Thereafter, the frightened doorkeeper with folded palms said, "O monarch, the queen in a hot mood has rushed into the chamber of wrath." Hearing the words of the doorkeeper, the melancholic king grieved all the more, with his senses agitated and unstable. The lord of the earth, Dasharatha, saw her, Kaikeyi, lying down on the floor of the chamber of wrath in an unbecoming manner, and felt as if consumed by grief. The guileless old king beheld his youthful wife, who was dearer to him than his own life. Filled with deceitful intentions, she looked like a severed creeper, like a goddess fallen down, like a Kinnari thrown down on earth, like an Apsarasa slipped from heaven, like an illusion torn, like a female deer tied down, like a mighty she-elephant caressing her cow wounded with a poisoned arrow in the forest. He caressed her lovingly, with a mind extremely terrified yet passionate. He caressed his lotus-eyed wife with his hands, and said, "O auspicious queen, I do not know whether your anger is directed at me. I do not know the cause of your anger. By whom have you been offended or disrespected? Why are you lying in the dust? This is causing me great sorrow. While I am here favorably disposed towards you, why are you lying down on the floor like one possessed by an evil spirit? Why are you afflicting my mind? O lovely one, there are, to my best satisfaction, expert physicians in all branches of medical science. They will restore your health. Tell me your ailment. On whom do you wish to bestow favor? Who has caused you displeasure? To whom should I grant favor now? To whom should I cause great displeasure? O Queen, shed no tears. Drain not your health. Ask me, and I shall slay one who should not be slain or release one who should be slain. I shall make a poor man rich and a wealthy man poor. Tell me who are such people. My kins and I are under your control. I will make no effort to go even a little against your wishes. If you want to do anything, even if it means sacrificing my life, I shall do it, since you know my strength. It does not behove you to doubt me. I swear on my merits. I will do whatever pleases you. My authority on the land is extended till such places the wheel of any chariot rotates, such as the regions in the east, Sindhu-Savira areas, Saurashtra, southern regions, Bangar, Angar, Magadha states, Matsya kingdom and Kashikoshala countries, which are prosperous places. Their wealth and food grains, sheep and goats and many things are produced. O Kaikeyi, ask whichever of these you wish. O lady, why do you exert yourself? Arise, arise, O charming Kaikeyi, tell me the cause of your fear. I will dispel it just as the sun dispels morning mists. Thus spoken to, she, Kaikeyi, breathed a sigh of relief, intending to tell him the unpleasant thing which was in her mind. She began tormenting her husband all the more. Thus ends the 10th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Kaikeyi reminds King Dasharatha about the boon, seeks consecration of Bharat as princely regent and exile of Rama to the forest, to the ruler of the earth. The king, struck by the darts of Kamadeva and overtaken by passion, Kaikeyi spoke these dreadful words, O king, I have neither been offended nor disregarded by anyone. But I have a purpose which you should fulfill. If you are inclined to accomplish my desire, then promise me that you will fulfill them. Thereafter I shall reveal it to you. The mighty king, steeped in passion, gently held Kaikeyi's hair in his hands and with a clear, bright smile said, O proud lady, don't you know there exists for me no woman dearer than you and no man other than Rama, who is the best among men. I swear in the name of the scion of the Raghu dynasty, the invincible, broad-minded, Rama, the best among men, worthy of long life. Tell me what you have in mind. O Kaikeyi, in the name of Rama, without seeing whom I, for sure, cannot live a moment, I swear I will fulfill your desire. O Kaikeyi, I wish the best among men Rama well, even at the expense of my life or the lives of the rest of my sons. I swear in his name I shall fulfill your wish. O gentle lady, my heart is sinking. Touch my heart and deliver me from distress. O Kaikeyi, considering all this, tell me what you think is good. You know fully the authority you wield over me. Therefore, it does not behove you to doubt me. I swear on my acquired merits that I shall do whatever pleases you. Bent upon her interests, the queen cheered and expressed in unutterable words her premeditated wish, which had no alternative. Delighted by the words of the king, Kaikeyi disclosed him her highly dreadful wish, which entered her mind like a sudden visitation of death. You are repeatedly swearing to grant me boons. Let the 33 crore gods headed by the fire god listen. Let the moon and the sun, the sky, the planets, night and day, the 10 quarters, the world, Gandharvas, Rakshasas, this earth, the nocturnal spirits, all beings, family deities of every house and all other beings, listen to your words of promise. King Dasharatha, who is true to his vows, heroic and knows the ways of righteousness, is granting me boons with a well-composed mind. Let all the gods stand witness to this, declared Kaikeyi, clasping the great archer, the infatuated king, conferrer of boons, and flattering him to the top of her bent. The queen said, O king, recall the event that happened long ago in the war between gods and Asura, where the enemy destroyed all your forces except your life. O king, I rescued you there. Since I was alert to protect you, you granted me two boons, O protector of the earth. O king, honest in keeping promises, I now seek those two boons which were reserved as deposits. The boons you have vowed to give shall rightfully be given to me. If not, disgraced by you, I shall give up my life right away. The king now came under the control of Kaikeyi by his own words, like a deer that jumps into the trap for its own destruction. Thereafter, she said to the infatuated king who had promised to confer her boons, O Lord of the earth, O king, right now I shall speak to you about the two boons granted by you. Listen to my words. Preparations for Rama's consecration have been made. With these very materials for installation, my son Bharat should be consecrated. Then in the war between gods and Asura, O Lord, pleased with me, you have promised a second boon, and the time has come to grant it. Consigned to the Dandaka forest for 14 years, clad in bark and deer skin and wearing matted hair, Rama shall live like an ascetic. Let Bharat be prince-regent without any rivals. This is my great desire. I am asking for an already granted boon. Let me see Rama's departure to the forest today itself. O King of Kings, by being true to your vow, protect your race, character and lineage. Those sages whose asceticism is their wealth maintain that there is no merit superior to truthfulness, which can confer man a place in the other world. Thus ends the 11th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Lamentations of King Dasharatha. After hearing the dreadful words of Kaikeyi, the Maharaja, Dasharatha, engulfed in grief, was extremely distressed for a moment. Is this a dream, or a hallucination of the mind, or some foreboding evil I am going to experience, or a malady of my mind? Wondered Dasharatha. The king, absorbed in such thoughts, did not get solace. He was startled and distressed like a deer beholding a tigress. He had long lost the senses, struck by the ruthless words of Kaikeyi. He sank down upon the bare floor, heaving deep sighs like a venomous serpent lying confined in a circle. What a pity, said the king with indignation, and with his senses overwhelmed by sorrow fell into a stupor again. Regaining his consciousness after a long time, the king, in deep grief and with eyes as though burning in anger, looked at Kaikeyi and said, O woman of cruel and sinful nature, you are bent on destroying this family. What harm has been done to you by Rama or by me? Then Rama was conducting himself in relation to you as his own mother. For what purpose are you seeking injustice to such a person? In my ignorance I brought home for my self-destruction a king's daughter who was like a venomous female serpent. When all living beings of this world are extolling the virtues of Rama, for what crime should I abandon my beloved son? I shall give up Kausalya or Sumitra or all my wealth or even my own life, but I cannot leave Rama, who is devoted to his father. When I see my firstborn, I experience supreme delight. But if I do not see him, my life loses its meaning. This world can exist without the sun or crops, can be grown without water, but without Rama, life would not exist in my body. O lady of evil intentions, enough of this. Give up your resolve. Here I touch your feet with my head. Be pleased with me. O sinful one, why have you got this most dreadful thought? Do you want to know my likes or dislikes about Bharat? Let them be so. But speaking of Rama earlier, you used to say, Rama is my eldest son. He is noble and foremost in discharging his duties. Such sweet words could not have been said only to please me. Further, you are tormented with sorrow under the influence of others' insinuations. You are causing me great pain by entering the empty chamber of wrath. O Queen, till now you had a moral sense, with your mind debased. Now, a very great immorality has infected the Ikshvaku race. O large-eyed lady, you have never done anything improper or unpalatable towards me in the past, therefore I do not believe your words. O childish one, you used to tell me several times that Rama is as dear to you as the high-souled Bharat. O lady, how do you wish this righteous and illustrious Rama to dwell in the forest for 14 years? Why do you want Rama, who is so tender and a firm follower of Dharma, to dwell in the highly dreadful forest? O woman with attractive eyes, why do you want Rama, who is so charming and serving you, to be exiled to a distant place? Rama is doing greater service to you than Bharat. Therefore, I do not find any reason for you to have a special love for Bharat. There are many thousands of women and attendants in the inner apartment, but who will do greater service and honor you more than Rama, the best among men in the execution of your orders? The best among men, Rama has won the trust of the inhabitants of the country by securing their affection with a pure heart and by doing acts dear to them. Therefore, neither a word of blame nor reproach applies to this scion of the Raghu dynasty. Rama is a hero who wins over the people by his truthfulness, the poor by charity, the preceptors by his service, and the enemies in the battle by the power of his bow. Truth, munificence, asceticism, renunciation, purity, uprightness, learning and service to his superiors, all those virtues are firmly planted in this descendant of the Raghus. How do you, O Devi, wish to harm Rama, who is endowed with uprightness, who resembles the gods and in luster to great ascetics? How can I, for your sake, speak harsh to my beloved Rama, who uses pleasing words to the people of the world, and never an unpleasant word which I can recall? Where is the refuge for me without him, in whom dwell forgiveness, forbearance, renunciation, truthfulness, righteousness, gratefulness, and also non-violence towards all living beings? O Kaikeyi, you should show mercy to this wretched old man on the verge of death, wailing pitifully. I shall give you all that can be secured on this earth bounded by the ocean. Show no anger. O Kaikeyi, I bow to you with folded palms, I touch your feet. 2. Be the savior of Rama. Let no sin taint me here, in this life. Then the fierce Kaikeyi used fiercer words in reply to the king, who was tormented with grief and filled with tears, senses switched off, head reeling, overwhelmed with pain, beseeching again and again to ferry him across the ocean of sorrow as quickly as possible. Speak, O valiant king, if you repent like this after having given 2 boons, how will you talk about your righteousness on this earth? O knower of righteousness, when innumerable Rajarshis assemble and ask you on this, what answer will you give? Will you say, to such a Kaikeyi by whose mercy I am alive and by whom I was protected, I have broken the promise given. O king, right now having given 2 boons, you are speaking otherwise. You are bringing blemish to kings of the Ikshwaku race. King Saber gave his own flesh to the hawk in the conflict between the hawk and the pigeon. King Alaka gave his eyes to a blind man and attained the highest state. Having made the vow to the gods, the ocean does not advance beyond the shore. Recollect the history of the earlier kings and do not make the vow false. O wicked-minded one, deserting righteousness and installing Rama in the kingdom. You want to enjoy life with Kausalya ever after? Whether righteous or unrighteous, true or false, there is no deviation from what you have promised to me. If Rama is coronated, I will die while as you are watching right in your presence today itself by drinking excessive poison. If I were to see Rama's mother receiving homage from everybody even for a day, I shall prefer my death. O king, I swear on Bharat and on my own life that nothing less than Rama's banishment will satisfy me. Kaikeyi, having spoken to this extent, remained silent. She heeded not the lament of the king. Having heard of the highly unfair demands by Kaikeyi for Rama's exile to the forest and Bharata's prosperity, enthronement, the king was dumbstruck for a while with his senses agitated. He did not speak to Kaikeyi. The unhappy king intently fixed his gaze at his beloved queen, speaking unpleasant words charged with grief and anguish, unpleasant to the heart like the dreadful thunderbolt. Reflecting on the determination of the queen and her dreadful vow, the king sighed and cried, O Rama, and then fell down like a tree severed. The lord of the earth, Dasharatha, became like a man with the mind deranged, like a sick man behaving to the contrary, like a serpent with its energy drained. Through mantra, the king addressed Kaikeyi in humble words, saying, Why did you exhibit this unfortunate act apparently beneficial to you? You are not ashamed of saying this like one whose faculties are possessed by an evil spirit. I never knew earlier when you were young that you possessed such perverse behavior. But now I perceive the reverse of what I knew. You are asking for a boon that Bharat should be enthroned in the kingdom while Rama should live in the forest. From where did you get this apprehension? If you wish to do good to your husband, to the world and also to Bharat, refrain from this illusory thought. O cruel one! O woman of sinful resolve! O vile creature! O woman of evil deeds! What wrong or sin do you really see in Rama or in me? Depriving Rama, Bharat in no way will occupy the kingdom, because in the matter of righteousness I think he is superior even to Rama. While instructing Rama to go to the forest, how can I look at his face, pale like the eclipsed moon? I have taken this decision in consultation with friends to install Rama. How can I see such a decision being reversed like a retreating army defeated by enemies? Kings from different quarters have already arrived, and they will say, How did this ignorant descendant of the Ikshikas, Dasharatha, rule this kingdom for such a long time? When several virtuous and learned elders ask me about Rama, what shall I tell them? If I tell the truth, tortured by Kaikeyi, I have sent Rama to the forest, none will believe it and they will consider it untruth. If Rama takes refuge in the forest, what will Kausalya say to me? Having committed such an unpleasant act, what reply can I give her? Sweet-spoken Kausalya, who always cherishes my welfare, who has given me my beloved son, who has served me like an attendant, a friend, a wife, a sister and a mother, deserved courteous treatment from me. But because of you, she never received due attention from me. I have done many favors to you, like a sick person afflicted by eating rice mixed with unwholesome curry. Those acts of kindness are burning me now. In seeing the insult meted out to Rama and his journey to the forest, how will frightened Sumitra have confidence in me? Alas, Sita will listen in a pitiable state the two unpleasant events, namely my death and Rama's exile to the forest. What a pity, Vaidehi, lamenting like a Kinnari forsaken by a Kinnara on the Himalayan slopes, will cause death to me. With Rama living in the wilderness and Sita crying, I do not hope to survive for long. Indeed, O Devi, you will certainly rule the kingdom as a widow along with your son. But I do not wish to live after Rama is exiled. Like people regarding wine mixed with poison as fine before drinking it. I had a firm belief that you were a chaste woman. But while you who look extremely beautiful, you are actually not so. You used to console me with so many words pleasing but untrue, and you killed me like a hunter, getting the deer trapped and slaughtered through the melody of music. Respectable people on the highway will certainly say, he sold away his son, and censure me as a mean person like a Brahman consuming liquor. What suffering, what a calamity that I am made to put up with your words. I am subject to this suffering, maybe as expiation for the sin formerly committed. O wretch, I protected you in my folly for a long time through ignorance, like a rope preserved which turned out to be a noose to hang me with. While sporting with you, I did not realize you were death incarnate. Like a child handling a black cobra, I caressed you. Wicked I am. I have made that magnanimous Rama fatherless. This world of living beings is certainly entitled to condemn me. They will say, alas, how utterly foolish and lustful is King Dasharatha, who is sending his beloved son to the forest for the sake of a woman. Uddharan, Rama, already emaciated by observing vows related to ritual and celibacy in compliance with the orders of the preceptors, has to undergo hardships again at a time when he should enjoy pleasures of life. Uddharan. My son Rama will not say a second word to me. If I tell him, go to the forest, he will say, certainly so. If this scion of the Raghu race, Rama, urged to go to the forest, acts against my order, it will be welcome, but my son will not do it. The descendant of the Raghus, Rama, who is pure in thought, will not come to know my intention. Therefore, if I tell him, go to the forest, he will say, certainly so. If Rama goes to the forest, the god of death will conduct me to his abode. For condemned by the entire world, I shall not be forgiven, even by Yama, with me dead and Rama, the best among men, banished. What harmful acts are you contemplating against my well-wishers? If Queen Kausalya loses me, Rama, Lakshmana and Satrughna will follow me into death, unable to bear the grief. O Kaikeyi, consign Kausalya, Sumitra, me and my 3 sons into hell and be happy. You will rule undisturbed the Ikshvaku race, honored for its divine virtues. Now abandoned by me and Rama, it will be afflicted with grief. If Rama's exile is approved by Bharat, then let him not perform my funeral rites after my death. O my enemy, O wicked Kaikeyi, after Rama, the foremost of men, has left for the forest, your desires will be fulfilled. And after my death, you as a widow along with your son will rule the kingdom. You lived in my palace under the name of a princess. You have brought me, for show, unparalleled dishonor and disgrace. Everybody will look upon me with contempt, as if I have committed a sinful act. How will my son, Rama, who used to ride on chariots, elephants and horses, roam the wilderness barefoot? How will my son, for whom the cooks with kundalas in their ears used to proudly prepare enough food and beverages, subsist on astringent, pungent, bitter wild fruits and roots? How will he who was habituated to wearing expensive apparels and to royal comforts over a long period of time live, sleep on the ground, putting on saffron robes? Whose are these dreadful words? This inconceivable plan of Rama's exilement and Bharata's enthronement? A woman means one who secretly harms others. This is shameful indeed. They always seek selfish interests. I do not say this of all women, only of Bharata's mother. O malicious one, O covetous one, O cruel one, O woman determined to torment me. What fault have you seen in Rama, who is always devoted to the welfare of others? This entire world will be inflamed to see Rama plunge in adversity. Fathers will abandon their sons. Wives, attached to their husbands, will forsake them. When I see my son, handsome and well adorned like the son of a celestial deity, coming towards me, I rejoice. Even his very sight makes me grow young again. Nature's activity will continue even without the sun, or even if Indra, wielder of the thunderbolt, sends no rain, but none will live to see Rama departing to the forest. This is my conviction. Alas, I carried all along on my lap a highly poisonous female snake. I gave you shelter while you were like death. This delusion is the cause of my ruin. You were my enemy. You wished me harm. You wished my destruction. With Rama and Lakshmana withdrawn from me, my kinsman killed, let Bharat along with you rule the city and the kingdom, causing delight to my enemies. O cruel-hearted woman, you strike one in adversity. Why are your teeth, with which you are now speaking, such harsh words? Do not fall to the ground, broken into 1,000 fragments. How do you find fault with Rama, who does not utter even one harmful or unpalatable word? Who does not know how to use harsh words, and who speaks pleasingly, and who is always honored for his virtues? O obloquy on the house of Kekaya! You may grieve or burn yourself in the fire, or get destroyed. Even if you fall down on earth broken into 1,000 pieces, I will not act on your terrible, harmful words. You are like a knife. You always speak palatable lies. You are malevolent. You are a destroyer of your own race. You displease the mind. You are intent on burning down all the links of my heart. I cannot bear to see you alive in this world. There is no life for me without my son, Rama. What to speak of happiness again? Where is pleasure for a self-respecting man like me? O Queen, it does not behove you to do this harmful act. I will touch your feet. Show pity on me. The king, with his heart in the grip of a woman, wailing like an orphan, tried to reach her feet, exceeding the limit of self-respect, but unable to touch them as she pulled them apart, he collapsed like a sick man. Thus ends the 12th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha tries to appease Queen Kaikeyi. The Maharaja lying on the floor resembled King Yayati, fallen from heaven after his merits, earned earlier, were exhausted. He neither deserved nor was accustomed to such humiliating treatment. Fearless Kaikeyi, the incarnate of misfortune, having accomplished her purpose, displaying faint fear, urged the king again, without inhibition, about the boons. The Maharaja lying on the floor resembled King Yayati, fallen from heaven after his merits, earned earlier, were exhausted. He neither deserved nor was accustomed to such humiliating treatment. Fearless Kaikeyi, the incarnate of misfortune having accomplished her purpose, displaying faint fear, urged the king again, without inhibition, about the boons. O great king, you used to boast that you always speak the truth and are steadfast in your vows. Why are you now seeking to avoid granting me this boon? Thus addressed by Kaikeyi, King Dasharatha flew into a temper for a while, and then, as if in a state of delirium, replied, Alas, O ignoble woman, my enemy, your desire would be fulfilled after Rama, the foremost among men, is exiled and I am dead. You will be happy thereafter. Even in heaven, when the gods inquire about the welfare of Rama, how will I convince them about his banishment, repudiating the fact? What a catastrophe! If I tell the truth, to please Kaikeyi I have sent Rama to the forest. None will believe it and will consider it untruth. When I was issueless, I obtained mighty and valiant Rama with great effort as a son. How can I banish him? How can I exile Rama, whose eyes resemble lotus petals, who is learned, who has subdued his anger and who is always full of forgiveness? Rama, with a charming personality, has a complexion like the blue lotus. He has long arms, with immense strength. How can I banish him to Dandaka forest? Rama deserves happiness, not suffering. How can I bear to see such a sagacious Rama undergoing distress? If death comes to me right now, I shall be very happy because I will not have to inflict suffering on Rama who does not deserve it. O cruel, malevolent Kaikeyi, why do you propose such a harmful act against Rama who has truth as his prowess and who is so dear to me? Certainly, you will get unparalleled infamy and disgrace in this world. While Dasharatha was thus lamenting with a distracted mind, the sun set and night fell. For the king, who was in deep anguish and in tears, the night appeared dark even though it was adorned with the lunar orb. The old king Dasharatha, heaving hot sighs, started lamenting pitiably, fixing his gaze at the sky like the sick. O auspicious-looking night adorned with stars, I do not wish to see the dawn. O gentle night, be kind to me, I pray, with folded hands. Oh, pass off quickly. I do not want to see this merciless, malicious Kaikeyi who is the cause of this great misfortune. Having said this, the king spoke again with folded hands to Kaikeyi in order to appease her. O gentle queen, I am an old man and my life is almost over. I am a wretch devoted to you. I am a man of good conduct. Do me this favor, especially as I am king. O lady with fair hips, I hope whatever I have said has not been a cry in the empty sky. O young lady, show me this favor. Surely you are kind-hearted. O queen with beautiful, dark eyelashes, show pity on me. Let Rama receive this unbounded kingdom through you and you acquire fame. O lady with heavy hips, charming eyes and a beautiful face, do this favor to me, to Rama, to the world, to all the preceptors and to Bharat too. The king with a clean heart, whose eyes had been rendered red with weeping, wailed piteously. Even after hearing it, that malicious woman full of wicked thoughts did not act upon his word. Seeing his dear wife not pleased, despite his pleadings, and urging him, to the contrary, for the banishment of his son, the king, overcome with grief, fell down unconscious on the floor. The night passed off with the high-minded king lamenting this way and heaving deep sighs. When he got up, the eminent king stopped the panegyrists, awakening him. Thus ends the 13th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Kaikeyi insists on the boons. Ayodhya is decorated all over. People wait eagerly for the event. Vasishtha arrives at the inner apartment of the king. Dasharatha sends Sumantra to fetch Rama. The evil woman, Kaikeyi, said to the king of the Ikshvaku race, who lay unconscious on the floor writhing and tormented with grief on account of his son. Kaikeyi said, "What is this? After hearing my response to the promised boon, why are you lying down on the floor dejected as if you had committed a sin? It behoves you to maintain your status. Those conversant with righteousness say that truth is a great virtue. By following the truth, I have enlightened you about your duty. O king, O lord of the earth." King Sabir attained the highest state by offering his own body to a hawk in accordance with his promise. In the same way, the lustrous king Alaka, on being solicited by a Brahmin who was an adept in the Vedas, plucked his own eyes and gave them to him without hesitation. The ocean, lord of rivers, even when tidal time comes, does not cross the shore in obedience to truth. Truth is Brahman in one word. Righteousness is firmly established in truth. Truth is the imperishable Vedas. The supreme state can be attained by means of truth. O excellent one, if your mind is firmly fixed in righteousness, then by following it fulfill the boon granted to me. You are the bestower of boons indeed. You must uphold righteousness. I also urge you to do that. Send your son Rama to the forest. I am repeating this statement thrice. O noble one, if you do not fulfill the agreement, it will mean I have been abandoned by you. Therefore, I will give up my life in your presence. In this way, urged by Kaikeyi without fear or hesitation, he, Dasharatha, like Bali, unable to release himself from the noose cast by Indra through Vamana, could not get out of the noose of promise. Like a bullock, restlessly moving between the wheels and the yoke, Dasharatha's heart started beating wildly and his face turned pale. The king was unable to see, with his eyes overwhelmed with tears. Gaining with great difficulty a firm footing and courage, he addressed Kaikeyi. "O wicked woman, I held your hand amid chantings of mantras with the sacred fire. As witness, I now disown that hand. You and your son begotten by me. O queen, the night has departed and the sun is about to rise. The preceptors now will definitely ask me to hasten for the consecration. With the materials already collected for the consecration of Rama, he will perform my funeral rite of offering water to the dead. O woman of inauspicious practices, since you are obstructing Rama's coronation, you and your son shall not perform my funeral rite of offering water to the dead." Having seen people formerly enjoying happiness, I cannot see them again with their downcast, cheerless faces devoid of all happiness. While the king was thus speaking to her, Kaikeyi, that holy night resplendent with the moon and the stars, the day dawned. Thereafter, Kaikeyi, of sinful conduct and skillful in the use of words, rendered senseless by wrath, again addressing the king in harsh words, said, "O king, why are you speaking these painful, poisonous words? What is this? It behoves you to summon your son Rama, who does not experience this pain. Only after you have installed my son in the kingdom and sent Rama to the forest and made me free from rivals, you shall have your duty fulfilled." The king, who was very much incited by her words, like a horse of the best breed whipped by the lash, replied to Kaikeyi, "I am bound by bond of righteousness. My intellect is destroyed. I wish to see my beloved, virtuous firstborn, Rama." The night dawned. Th's sun rose. The auspicious time with the sacred star in favorable conjunction arrived. The virtuous Vasishtha, surrounded by his disciples, soon entered the best of abodes with the articles collected for the ceremony. The streets in Ayodhya were swept and sprinkled with water, decorated with excellent flags, strewn with flowers of variegated colors and bedecked with various flower garlands. The streets were crowded with curious people rejoicing at the event. The stalls and markets were abundantly filled with merchandise. The city was full of great festivities. The people were curious to see Rama. Sandalwood and incense were burnt and fragrance pervaded in all the directions. The city resembled Amravati, the abode of Indra. Vasishtha entered the city, covered some distance and beheld the best inner apartment. There he saw a host of Brahmins, citizens and villagers. The best of inner apartments was graced with Brahmins who were experts in sacrificial rituals. Priests and eminent Brahmins. Having reached the inner apartment, the eminent ascetic, Vasishtha felt very happy. He passed by the people and entered the inner apartment. Sage Vasishtha saw handsome Sumantra, minister to Dasharatha, a lion among the charioteers coming out of the gate. Effulgent Vasishtha said to the expert charioteer Sumantra to inform the king immediately of his arrival. Here are the pots filled with water from river Ganga and golden vessels with water from the seas, and throne made of Udumbara wood for the installation ceremony. All kinds of seeds, perfumes, different kinds of precious stones, honey, curd, ghee, puffed grains, kusha grass, special grass used in rituals, flowers, milk, 8 beautiful girls, an intoxicated elephant, a dignified chariot drawn by 4 horses, a sword, an elegant bow, a palanquin accompanied by bearers, an umbrella resembling the full moon, 2 white fans made of yak's tails, a golden vessel, a pally-colored humped bull, wearing golden chalon, a lion having 4 strong and large teeth, a mighty horse of the best breed, a throne, tiger skin, fire kindled with faggots, all kinds of musical instruments, courtesans, well-decorated women, preceptors, Brahmins, cows, sacred animals and birds, eminent citizens and villagers, groups of merchants all speaking pleasant words and kings, all are here for Rama's coronation. Hasten the Maharaja as Rama has to be installed in the kingdom as soon as the day breaks under the conjunction of the sacred Pushya star. Having heard the words of the great Vasishtha, charioteer Sumantra entered the inner apartment, singing the praise of this tiger among kings. Dasharatha, the doorkeepers, beloved well-wishers of the king, did not detain aged Sumantra, who was liked by the king and who had arrived early. Sumantra approached the king unaware of the state of his mind and commenced praising him in highly pleasing words. As usual, thereafter the charioteer Sumantra entered the inner apartment of the king, and with folded hands began singing the praise of the Lord of the earth appropriate to the hour. Just as the mighty ocean rejoices at sunrise, the inherently cheerful Sumantra became delighted to see the king. Just as Indra's charioteer at this time, at dawn, extols him, the conqueror of demons, so do I rouse you with a song. Just as the Vedas and Vedangas awaken the self-born Lord Brahma, so do I awaken you. As the sun along with the moon awakens the auspicious earth which supports all beings, in the same way I am awakening you today. O mighty king, get up at once like the sun rising up Mount Meru. Put on your beautiful body auspicious robes befitting the festivity. O descendant of Kakutstha, may moon and sun, Siva and Kubera, Varuna, Agni and Indra bestow victory on you. O best among kings, the holy night has passed. Having been acquainted with the acts accomplished so far, perform whatever is further necessary for the installation ceremony. All preparations for Rama's coronation ceremony have since been complete. Venerable Vashishta along with inhabitants of the city and countryside including merchants and Brahmins with folded hands awaits you. O King, Rama's installation may be promptly ordered. As herds without herdsman, army without commander, night without the moon, and cows without a bull, so is a kingdom without a king. Hearing these meaningful words of Sumantra uttered in an appealing tone, the Lord of the earth relapsed into grief. The virtuous and glorious king, thinking of his son without cheer, looked upward with eyes red with tears and said to the charioteer, "You are causing my heart excruciating pain with your words." Having heard the sorrowful words of the king and having seen his wretched state, Sumantra with palms folded moved away a little from the place. When the king himself in that wretched state was not able to speak to Sumantra, crafty Kaikeyi said to him in reply, "O Sumantra, excited with joy on account of the proposed installation of Rama, the king did not have a wink of sleep all night. He is weary and overpowered with sleep. So, O Sumantra, quickly fetch the gentle, illustrious Prince Rama. Let there be no hesitation in this matter." Thinking that an auspicious event will take place, he rejoiced at heart and in obedience to royal order, left at once. Urged by Kaikeyi, Sumantra thought, "Righteous Rama will definitely come here for the purpose of installation." So thought the charioteer, and filled with great delight left the inner apartment, eager to see the mighty armed Rama. Sumantra departed from the auspicious inner apartment, which looked like the deep waters of the sea, and saw people thronging the gate. Then Sumantra hastened towards the gate, where he saw kings, wealthy people and citizens who had already arrived and waiting there. Thus ends the 14th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha commands Sumantra to bring Rama. The Brahmins, well versed in the Vedas, stayed waiting all night and assembled at the pavilion for the consecration ceremony, along with royal priests, for the consecration of the scion of the Raghu race, Rama. Ministers, army chiefs and chiefs of merchants associations assembled, brimming with joy. The best of Brahmins had decided to perform the consecration ceremony after the bright sun appeared in the sky when the Pushya star approached the Karkataka Lagna, which was the constellation at the time of Rama's birth. Golden jars filled with water, the well-decorated throne and a chariot spread well with bright tiger skin were kept ready. Water had been fetched from the sacred confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, from other holy streams, wells, ponds and lakes, from rivers flowing eastward, westward, and zigzag, from rivers from all directions joined together, and from all the seas. Gold and silver vessels filled with holy water and puffed corn, adorned with lotuses, water lilies and leaves from trees rich in sap shone. Honey, curd, ghee, puffed grain, darbha grass, flowers and milk were arranged. Well-mannered courtesans adorned with all kinds of ornaments stood in position. An excellent fan of yak's tail with a staff of gold studded with gems looking like diffused moonbeams was kept ready. A lustrous pale white umbrella resembling the moon's orb or the pole star was kept in front of the coronation pavilion. A bull and a horse, both pale white, and a majestic elephant in ruth worthy of royal ride stood waiting. 8 auspicious maidens adorned with all types of ornaments, all sorts of musical instruments, panegyrists and others, were in waiting. just as articles necessary for the consecration of the descendants of the Ikshwakas are customarily arranged in the kingdom. In the same way things were arranged for the coronation of the prince belonging to that race. All those who had assembled there in response to the order of the king could not see him, and so they said to themselves, "Who will inform the king of our arrival?" Everything is kept ready for consecration of the sagacious Rama as Prince Regent. The sun has risen, but we do not find the king. While the sovereign monarchs who hailed from different parts of the earth were thus talking, Sumantra the king's confidant said, "In obedience to the king's command I am hurrying for Rama. All of you are honorable to King Dasharatha, especially to Rama. On your behalf I shall inquire from the king who is awake now about his welfare and the reason for calling me here." Having said so, Sumantra, who was versed in history and tradition, approached the inner apartment which always remains closed. Entering the king's inner apartment, he began extolling the virtues of the royal dynasty, and stood there as he approached the king's bedchamber. Having approached the king's bedchamber, Sumatra stood behind the screen, singing his glory and seeking the blessings of God on this son of Raghu's dynasty. O scion of the Kakutasthas, Dasharatha, may moon and sun, Siva and Kubera, Varuna, Agni and Indra grant you victory. The holy night has passed and the auspicious day has arrived. O tiger among kings, awaken and attend to your duties. O scion of the Raghu dynasty, Brahmins, army commanders and merchants have arrived and they beseech your audience. Please awake. Dasharatha, waking up, saw the charioteer and expert counselor Sumantra extolling him, and said, "You have been asked by her, Kaikeyi, to bring Rama here. What is the reason the command is disregarded?" "I did not sleep last night. Bring Rama here at once," said King Dasharatha to the charioteer again. At these words of the king, he offered his salutations by bowing his head and left the king's apartment. Reflecting on the great happy event, the charioteer left cheerfully, happily looking at the highway bedecked with pennants and banners. The charioteer heard the conversation relating to Rama and his consecration among the happy citizens. Thereafter, Sumantra beheld the beautiful palace of Rama, resembling the abode of Indra or the peak of Kailasa in its splendor. The charioteer, Sumantra, beheld Rama's palace closed with two heavy panelled doors, adorned with hundreds of galleries. It had a peak mounted with golden idols. The arches were studded with different gems and corals, bright like dense autumnal cloud. It shone like the cave of Mount Meru. It was ornamented with excellent garlands and precious diamonds. Pearls were strewn around, decorated with sandal and aloe wood. It emitted, like the peak of Mount Dadura, captivating fragrance. Sarasas and peacocks were singing sweetly. The palace was full of skillfully carved images of deer and other embellishments. It attracted the minds and the eyes of all living beings with brilliant splendor. Resplendent like the sun and the moon, it looked like the abode of Kubera and a reflected image of the abode of Mahendra. It was crowded with birds of various kinds. In height it was equal to the peak of Mount Meru. Villagers thronged the palace with gifts, eagerly waiting with folded hands to see the spectacle of Rama's coronation. Lofty, it looked like a vast cloud, well-decked and filled with various gems. It was crowded with hunchbacks and kiratas, hunters, too, mounted on a chariot, attached with a fender and driven by horses. The charioteer advanced towards the royal palace of Rama, delighting the minds of the people of the city. Having reached the palace abounding in deer and peacocks which resembled the magnificent and opulent abode of Indra, the charioteer was thrilled at the all-pervading beauty of the place befitting Rama. Having entered the well-decorated palace which was lofty, like Kailasa, he crossed the courtyards comparable to the abode of the celestials, passed through the many bosom friends of Rama and entered the private apartment. There he heard the happy words spoken by people about the enthronement of Prince Rama and his future well-being. Sumantra beheld Rama's palace which resembled the high summit of Mount Meru shining with splendor, filled with animals and birds. It looked like the abode of Indra. He saw villagers and others in crows and paradhas, leaving their chariots and thronging the gateway, some paying obeisance with folded palms and some carrying gifts in their hands. He beheld a beautiful elephant named Satrunjay with a huge body on which Rama was to mount. It looked like a vast mountain or a huge cloud, with ichor flowing from his temples and without caring for the goad. The elephant was intolerant. Important ministers who were dear to the king and well adorned arrived there on their horses, chariots and elephants. Sumantra, finding his way through the crowd of the people who assembled on all sides, entered the glorious private apartment of Rama. The palace looked like a mountain peak covered by a cloud and a great Vimana surrounded by splendid apartments. The charioteer entered the palace unobstructed like a crocodile entering the ocean bristling with many gems. Thus ends the 15th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra reaches Rama's palace and conveys to him Dasharatha's message. Rama, accompanied by Lakshmana, proceeds to his father's palace, comments of men and women on his way to the king. Sumantra, who was conversant with ancient traditions, passed through the entrance of the inner apartment full of people and reached the sparsely crowded courtyard. Their alert, loyal young men were attentively guarding the front yard, armed with spears and bows and wearing shining earrings. Sumantra, who was conversant with ancient traditions, passed through the entrance of the inner apartment full of people and reached the sparsely crowded courtyard. Their alert, loyal young men were attentively guarding the front yard, armed with spears and bows and wearing shining earrings. He saw aged people appointed as security staff for women's apartments. They were well adorned, dressed in orange robes and with rapt attention stood holding staff in their hands. On seeing Sumantra arriving, all of them, well-wishers to Rama, quickly rose from their seats. Humble and extremely courteous charioteer, to the guards, said, "Inform Rama at once that Sumantra is waiting at the entrance." Always dedicated to the well-being of their master, they approached Rama, who was in the company of Sita, and informed him, coming to know that Sumantra, who is intimate to his father, had arrived. Rama, in order to please him, commanded that he be escorted to that very place. Sumantra beheld Rama, who resembled Kubera. Rama was sitting on a richly covered golden couch, well adorned and anointed with precious, pure, fragrant red sandal paste, the color of which appeared like the blood of a hog. With Sita standing by his side with a fan of yak's tail in her hand, Rama, the tormentor of foes, looked like the moon united with the star, Chitra. Sumantra, who knew the art of modesty, made humble, reverential salutation to Rama, the granter of boons, shining like the sun with his own effulgence. On seeing Rama of charming countenance relaxing on a couch, Sumantra, honorable to the king, Dasharatha, said these words with folded palms. "O Rama, worthy son of Kausalya, Your father along with Queen Kaikeyi desires to see you. You may go there. Please do not delay. Highly lustrous Rama, the lion among men, when thus spoken to, was immensely pleased and extending due honor to him said to Sita, O Sita, I am sure the king and queen are discussing something relating to my consecration. Dark-eyed and highly favored well-wisher of the king, Kaikeyi, is urging him for my sake in view of his intention. My mother, daughter of the king of Kekaya, knows the king's intention and, happy to do me good, seeks my well-being. It is a fortune that the king and his dear queen have sent Sumantra as messenger who is interested in my prosperity and pleasure. They're worthy of the counsel of the king and the queen. A befitting messenger has come. Assuredly the king will consecrate me as heir apparent this very day. I shall go from here immediately and see the king. Remain here happily and rejoice with your maids. Reflecting over the auspicious event, the dark-eyed Sita, who is highly esteemed by her husband, followed him up to the entrance, saying, The king will bestow upon you, like the creator of the world, Brahma, bestowing on Indra, the kingdom served by Brahmins who are fit to perform Rajasuya, sacrifice at the time of consecration. I shall be delighted to see you initiated and engaged in the observance of the vow made pure, wearing excellent deerskin and carrying the horns of an antelope in your hand. May Indra protect you on the east, Yama in the south, Varuna in the west and Kubera in the north. Adorned in auspicious ornaments, Rama took leave of Sita and departed from his palace accompanied by Sumantra. Like a lion living in a mountain cave and coming out of it, Rama, while exiting, saw Lakshmana at the entrance bowing with folded hands. Rama, the best among men, met all his friends in the middle courtyard. Having seen them all eager to see him, he approached and greeted them. Thereafter, he mounted the best silver chariot covered with tiger skin and glowing like fire. The sound emanating from the chariot resembled the thunder. The spacious chariot was decorated with gold and gems which dazzled the eyes as though they shed the luster of the sun. The swift-moving chariot was harnessed by excellent horses as if they were young elephants. Like the thousand-eyed Indra, Rama, ablaze with royal splendor, mounted this chariot and sped away. The magnificent chariot, rumbling like a storm cloud in the sky, emerged from Rama's residence like the moon peeping through a huge cloud. Holding an umbrella and a fan made of yak's tail in his hand, Lakshmana boarded the chariot at the rear, guarding his brother. As the chariot, was passing out, a tumultuous roar emanated from the multitude of people all around. Then the chief commanders, riding the best of the horses and elephants, resembling hills in size, followed Rama in their hundreds and thousands. Soldiers, anointing their bodies with pastes of sandal and aloe wood, equipped with armor and holding swords and bows, went ahead heralding his, Rama's, arrival. At that time, sounds of musical instruments and songs of eulogy by panegyrists, roarings of warriors were heard on the way. Rama, the subduer of enemies, proceeded while the well-attired women standing at the windows of their mansions showered heaps of flowers on him from every side. Women with faultless limbs standing on their housetops as well as on the ground paid their homage with charming words in order to propitiate Rama. O joy of your mother, Rama, on seeing you having successfully accomplished the purpose of your journey, life, by securing your father's kingdom, your mother Kausalya will surely be delighted. Those women considered Sita, who was dear to the heart of Rama, the best among all women. Sita was united with Rama like Rohini with the moon surely because of her great austerities performed in the past. They observed, Rama, the best among men, while riding along the highway overheard the pleasing words uttered by women standing on the elevation of their buildings. Thus hearing his own praise Rama proceeded along the highway. Rama heard these various words of admiration by people who had assembled there, and witnessed the rejoicings of the citizens. This scion of the Raghus, Rama, is going to acquire the earth and the wealth today by the king's grace. He will be our protector and fulfill all our desires. If this Rama obtains the entire kingdom for a long time, it will be in the interest of the people. If he becomes king, none will ever witness anything unpleasant or sad. They observed, with bards, panegyrists and great musical performers invoking blessings and walking ahead, he, Rama, proceeded, like Kubera amid intoxicated elephants and horses. Rama beheld the beautiful highway filled with precious stones and merchandise for sale, thronged with elephants, horses and chariots, the crossroads crowded with multitude of people. Thus ends the 16th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama watches the splendor of the highway, listens to the words of his friends, and enters his father's palace. Surrounded by friends overwhelmed with great joy, that glorious Rama aboard the chariot beheld the city decorated with banners and pennants and made fragrant with expensive incense and agaru and crowded with multitudes of people. That Rama proceeded down the middle of the highway made fragrant with agaru and incense, lined with houses gleaming pale white like clouds. The highway Rama entered was splendid and spacious with heaps of sandal and agaru of the highest quality, excellent fragrant substances and bundles of white silken cloth. It gleamed with and hold pristine pearls, articles made of crystals, flowers of every kind and articles of food of every variety. Rama beheld the highway resembling the pathway of gods in heaven. Here the crossroads were always worshipped with curd, grains of rice, sacrificial libations, laja or puffed rice, fragrant substances like sandalwood, agaru and garlands of every kind. Hearing many words of blessings uttered by his friends and honoring each person according to his rank, he passed on. They said, consecrated today, rule the kingdom by adopting the same path followed by your grandfathers and great-grandfathers. Once Rama assumes kingship, we shall all live in happiness greater than when we were ruled by his father and grandfather. If only we can see Rama enthroned today and going in a procession, there will be no need for food and no greater object of life to be accomplished. For us, there is nothing dearer in the kingdom than the consecration of Rama of undimmed brilliance. Indifferent to such warm words by his friends in his favor, Rama passed along the highway. Even though Rama, the best among men, had driven past them, none was able to withdraw his mind or eyes from him. They continued, whoever does not see Rama or Rama does not see him, will be blamed by all men in the 3 worlds. Even his self will blame him. That righteous Rama shows compassion to all, to the 4 castes, to the young and the old. So they were devoted to him. The son of the king proceeded, leaving on his right squares, intersections of 4 roads, and roads leading to temples, monuments and shrines too. That Prince Rama arrived at the excellent palace of the king, which looked like the abode of Indra on earth, blazing with splendor. The various towers of the palace touching the sky resembled clusters of white clouds, like auspicious peaks of Kailasa, and like white aerial chariots decorated with gems. Rama, the best among men, crossed the first 3 courtyards which were protected by bowmen on horses and crossed the remaining 2 on foot. Crossing the courtyards on his way, Rama sent back his followers and entered the private apartment of the king. When the prince approached his father, all the people were delighted and awaited his return like the ocean waiting for the rise of the moon. Thus ends the 17th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama inquires Kaikeyi the reasons for his father's grief. She informs him about the 2 boons bestowed by the king, urges him to uphold the promise given by his father and live in the forest. For 14 years, Rama beheld his father reclined on an auspicious couch, and by his side was seated Kaikeyi. He looked wretched with a pale face. With all humility and well-composed mind, he made reverential salutation first at his father's feet and thereafter at Kaikeyi's. Dasharatha uttered the word Rama, but thereafter could neither say any more in distress nor look at him because his eyes were brimming with tears. Never before did Rama see such frightful appearance of his father. He was seized with fear as if he trampled a serpent. Maharaja Dasharatha, with his senses dulled, had become emaciated due to sorrow and suffering. With an agitated and troubled mind, he was breathing heavily. Although unshakable, he looked agitated like an ocean with successive rows of waves, like the sun in eclipse, like an ascetic who has uttered falsehood. The more Rama reflected on the incomprehensible sorrow of the king, the more he became perturbed like an ocean on the new moon day. Greeting. Devoted to his father's well-being, Rama reflected, why does not father reciprocate my greeting? Like on other days, on other occasions, even though angry he would feel pleased. But today why does he feel sad even after seeing me? With a sorrowful countenance Rama made salutation to Kaikeyi and said like a wretch tormented with grief, have I committed any offense unknowingly? Please tell me why my father is angry with me. You alone can pacify him. Father has always been affectionate to me, but today why is he in a dejected mood? Why does his countenance look pale and wretched? Why does he not speak to me? Is he suffering from any physical ailment or mental agony? It is affliction of either the body or the mind. For perpetual happiness is indeed rare. Has any misfortune befallen the handsome Bharat or the mighty Satrughna or any of my mothers? If I have ever displeased the Maharaja, my father, or disobeyed his command which has angered him, I do not wish to live for a moment. How can a man who owes his origin, birth, in this world to him, Father, who still exists as a visible God, not conduct himself as per his wish? Have you said anything harsh to my father out of anger or injured self-respect for which his mind has been shaken? O Devi, I am repeatedly asking you the cause of this unprecedented change in the king. Please tell me the truth. When Kaikeyi was thus asked by the magnanimous scion of the Raghus, Rama, she uttered unashamed these impudent words in her own interest. O Rama, the king is neither angry, nor has any misfortune befallen him, but out of fear for you he is not able to speak out what he has in mind. The goddess of speech does not permit him to say an unpleasant thing to you, for you are his beloved son, so you must fulfill the promise he has made to me. In the past the king had honored me with 2 boons. Now, like any other common man, he is repenting. For the same, the king bestowed on me boons, saying, I shall grant you 2 boons. But now he wishes in vain to build a dam when the water has run down. O Rama, this truth is the basis of righteousness. The virtuous also know this. The king being angry, with me, should not abandon the truth for your sake. If you fulfill whatever the king says, pleasant or unpleasant, I shall relate to you everything. If you do not transgress the word given by the king, I shall tell you everything. The king on his own will not tell you. Very much depressed on hearing the words of Kaikeyi, Rama thus said to her in the presence of the king, Alas! What a pity, O queen! It does not behove you to speak to me such words. I can jump into fire. Since he is my father, preceptor and well-wisher, I shall consume deadly poison or even get drowned in the sea if he so commands. Hence tell me, O Devi, whatever be the desire of the king, I promise I shall carry out. Rama does not say two things, does not go back on his word. To Rama, who was devoted to truth and to rectitude of conduct, the ignoble Kaikeyi said, O descendant of Raghu, in the great war between gods and demons in the past, your father had granted me 2 boons for protecting him when he was wounded by a shaft. O scion of the Raghus! Hence I have asked the king for consecration of Bharat and your departure to Dandaka forest today itself. O the best of men, if you want to be true to the word given by you and your father, listen to what I say. Abide by your father's command. As promised by him, go to the forest for 14 years. Bharat shall be consecrated, O descendant of the Raghu dynasty, with all these preparations made by the king to install you. Forsake this consecration, wear matted locks and deerskin, and take refuge in Dandaka forest for 14 years. Let Bharat live in Ayodhya, the capital of Koshala, and rule this kingdom rich in gems of different kinds, in horses, chariots and elephants. This is why the king, with his face tortured by tears and his heart overwhelmed with compassion for you, is unable to look at you. O joy of the Raghus! O son of the Raghu race! Carry out the word of promise given by the king and save him by helping him keep the truth, which is great. Even though she was speaking harsh words, Rama did not come to grief. But the magnanimous king was greatly afflicted to see the calamity on his son. Thus ends the 18th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama hears from Kaikeyi about the boons promised by Dasharatha, consents to leave for the forest, goes to meet Kausalya, the destroyer of enemies. Rama did not feel distressed to hear these words, painful like death. To Kaikeyi he said, Be it so, I shall go from here to the forest and live there with matted hair and deerskin to keep the promise of the king. Nevertheless, I would like to know why King Dasharatha, an unassailable subduer of enemies, does not greet me as usual. O Devi, you should not grieve. I declare in your presence that I shall go to the forest wearing tattered clothes, bark, and matted locks. Rejoice to hear this, ordered by my father, who is my well-wisher, my guru, one with a sense of gratitude, and, above all, a king. Shall I not, without hesitation, do what pleases him? One thing which hurts me is that the king himself did not tell me about Bharat's consecration. That alone is burning my heart. Unurged, I would have gladly given to Bharat the kingdom, wealth, my most coveted life, and even Sita. In order to keep the promise, I shall do everything to fulfill your desire. Needless to say that my father has ordered this. Please console him. Why is it that the king, with his eyes fixed upon the ground, is shedding tears drop by drop? With the king's orders, let messengers go right away on swift horses to fetch Bharat from his maternal uncle's house. As for me, without deliberating on the propriety of my father's orders, I shall go from here at once to Dandaka forest to live there for 14 years. Kaikeyi, happy to hear the words of the son of the Raghus, as she was convinced that his departure to the forest was certain, hastened him to set out. Let it be so. Messengers shall go at once on swift horses to bring Bharat from his maternal uncle's house. Since you are eager to go to the forest, I do not think it is proper to delay. O Rama, therefore it behoves you to proceed immediately from here to the forest. Out of shame the king is unable to speak to you. There is nothing other than this. O Rama, the best of men, dispel this distress of mind. O Rama, as long as you do not hasten to leave this city for the forest, your father will neither bathe nor eat. Fie! What a calamity! Sighing thus, the king, overwhelmed with sorrow, fainted and fell back on the golden couch. Rama lifted up the king and, urged by Kaikeyi, hastened to depart for the forest like a horse flogged by a whip. Rama listened to the dreadful, cruel words of the ignoble woman, but, without feeling any sorrow, said to Kaikeyi these words, O Devi, I have no desire to live in this world for the sake of wealth. Know me as one with the sages who are devoted only to righteousness. If I am able to do anything which pleases my venerable father, it shall be done in every possible manner, maybe even at the cost of my life. There is no greater observance of righteousness than doing service to one's father or carrying out his orders. Though this has not been said by my respectable father himself, I shall live in the Falon forest for 14 years in accordance with your word. Since in my case you have exercised more authority than my father, and pleaded with the king, it follows, you, for sure, do not see any virtue in me, O Kaikeyi, or else, you should not have asked for Bharat's kingship. After taking leave of my mother and consoling Sita, today itself I shall go to that wild Dandaka forest. It is your bounden duty to see that Bharat rules the kingdom and serves father. Father, Dasharatha, too tormented with grief to speak, cried out loudly on hearing the words of Rama. Effulgent Rama bowed at the feet of his father, who had fallen into a swoon. He bowed at the feet of the ignoble Kaikeyi and set out. Hardly had Rama withdrawn from the harem after circumambulating his father and Kaikeyi when he saw his friends, Lakshmana, the enhancer of Sumitra's delight, with his eyes brimming with tears, followed him in a rage. Rama circumambulated the vessels meant for the consecration ceremony and steadily glancing at them, with attention slowly moved away. Rama was the beloved of the people. Loss of kingdom did not diminish his splendor, just like night cannot diminish the splendor of the cool-rayed moon. Rama was determined to renounce the kingdom and go to the forest so none could see any change in his mind, for he was one beyond all worldly affairs. Self-possessed Rama held back his sorrow within his mind, abandoned the auspicious umbrella, well-decorated fans and chariot, sent away kinsmen, city dwellers and others, and entered his mother's residence to break the unpleasant news. All the glorious people around him did not observe any change in the countenance of that dignified and truthful Rama. The mighty armed Rama did not leave his habitual cheerfulness like the autumnal moon, his own brightness. Firm-minded and illustrious Rama treated all people with sweet words and approached his mother. Mighty Lakshmana, as virtuous as his brother, held the sorrow in his mind and followed him. Rama entered the palace, which was full of great rejoicing. He did not disclose the obstruction that had come on the way of achieving his objective for fear of causing distress to his friends. Thus ends the 19th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama enters to the inner apartment of his mother Kausalya, informs her of his exile to the forest. Lamentations of Kausalya. When the tiger among men, Rama, was coming out with folded palms, there arose a huge cry of distress among the ladies of the harem. Rama was the refuge and protector of all the inmates lot of the inner apartment, although it was not his duty nor was he forced by his father to safeguard them. That Rama is now going on exile. Rama conducted himself towards us in the same way as he did towards his mother Kausalya right from the beginning. Rama, who used to avoid deeds that caused anger, pacified those who were angry with him, and never lost his cool even when cursed. That Rama is going on exile today. Alas, our king who has lost his brain, who has ordered the banishment of Rama, the refuge of all living beings, on the other hand, is moving about in the world. Thus all the queens like calfless cows cried loudly, blaming their husband. Tormented with grief on account of his son, the king sank in his seat on hearing the cries of distress from the inner apartment. Deeply pained yet self-possessed Rama, heaving sighs like an elephant, went towards the inner apartment of his mother along with his brother. Rama beheld a highly venerable elderly man seated at the entrance of the residence and many others standing nearby. On seeing Rama, all the eminent among the victors got up immediately and greeted him, saying, "Victory to you!" With the first courtyard crossed, Rama saw in the second aged Brahmins versed in the Vedas, and duly honored by the king. Rama wished the Brahmins and saw old men, women and children vigilantly guarding the door in the third courtyard. Well pleased, the women then greeted him wishing prosperity. They hurried into the abode of Kausalya and gave her the happy news of Rama's arrival. Having spent the night with a composed mind, absorbed in meditation, Kausalya was worshipping Lord Vishnu in the early morning to secure her son's welfare. Always engaged in the observance of vows, Kausalya, then, clad in silk cloth, was performing rituals of auspiciousness, offering oblations to the fire god in accordance with mantras, Vedic hymns. Rama entered the auspicious inner apartment of his mother and saw her exhorting the priests to offer sacrificial oblations to Agni, fire god. There Rama saw curd, grains of rice, clarified butter, sweetmeats, oblations, parched grain, white garlands, porridge of cooked rice mixed with sesame seeds, sacrificial faggots, vessels filled with water, etc., kept ready for religious rites. Kausalya, emaciated due to observance of vows and clad in white silk, looked like a celestial being. She was engaged in offering libations to the deities. Seeing her son, who had come after a long time and who is a source of joy to his mother, Kausalya approached him with great delight like a mare to her young calf. The scion of the Raghu saw his mother coming and bowed her. She held him in both her arms and kissed his forehead, out of love for her son, the invincible scion of the Raghu dynasty. Kausalya spoke with gentle and pleasant words. May you attain long life and fame like those of the aged, virtuous and great Rajarshis who upheld the righteousness in the race. O scion of the Raghu race, see the king, your righteous and truthful father, who will consecrate you as Prince Regent today itself. Invited by Kausalya to partake the food, Rama out of abashment only touched the seat provided to him and having stretched his folded palms, spoke to his mother. Modest by nature, Rama with respectful humility began seeking her permission for his departure to Dandaka forest. O mother, surely you do not know that a great misfortune has befallen, causing distress to you, Sita and Lakshmana. 2. I am setting forth to Dandaka forest. What is this seat for? A time has come for me when I am fit for a seat of kusa grass. Abstaining from eating meat like hermits and living on honey, fruits and roots, I am to live in the solitary forest for 14 years. The great king is conferring the status of heir apparent on Bharat while he is banishing me to Dandaka forest to live like an ascetic, living on things available in the forest, on fruits and roots. I am to dwell in the uninhabited jungle for 14 years. All on a sudden Kausalya fell down on the ground like the branch of a sal tree in the forest, severed by an axe, like a goddess dropped from heaven. Seeing his mother who had done nothing to deserve this suffering and who had fallen down like a plantain tree, deprived of her senses, Rama raised her up from the ground. Rama gently wiped away the dust that had covered her body as Kausalya stood miserable, like a mare who stands up after having rolled on the ground while pulling the load. Kausalya, who deserved happiness yet was struck down by this distress, spoke to Rama, the tiger among men who was sitting nearby, while Lakshmana was listening. O my son, if you were not born to me, I, even as a woman without progeny, would not have experienced grief more intense than this. O my son, a barren woman has only one mental agony, that she has no progeny, except that she does not have any other sorrow. I did not have the fortune, O Rama, to enjoy any auspicious moment or pleasure earlier when my husband was in authority. I exist with the hope that I will have it when my son assumes authority. I, being the eldest of the queens, will have to listen to many heartbreaking and unpleasant words from my fellow wives who are younger. To me, there cannot be greater distress for any woman than such unending grief and lamentation, which I am now experiencing. O child, even when you are nearby I am neglected like this. What to say when you are banished? Death is certain to me, treating me as an equal or inferior to the attendants of Kaikeyi and making me always dependent. My husband has greatly suppressed me. Anyone who serves me or follows me will not talk to me after seeing Bharat installed as heir apparent, fallen into an unfortunate state. How can I look at Kaikeyi's face, who is always harsh and in temper? O Rama, I have spent the last 17 years after your birth with the expectation that my sorrows would come to an end. Therefore, O Rama, I cannot at this old age endure this great, endless sorrow and the insults from co-wives for long, without beholding your face that is as bright as the full moon. How can this wretched woman live this pitiable life? Through meditation, through fasts and with a great deal of efforts you have been brought up by this luckless mother. But alas, this is all in vain. I think my heart must be very firm, hard, like the bark of a great river which, touched by a flood of fresh water in the rainy season, does not disintegrate. There is no room for me in the abode of Yama, the god of death, if he does not carry me off forcibly like a lion carrying away a crying female deer. Certainly there is no death for me. Surely my still, hard heart is made of iron. It neither bursts nor breaks down on the ground, pervaded by grief. There is no untimely death for this my body. 2. My regret is that all my mortifications, gifts of charity and penances are of no avail. Even the asceticism which I practiced for the sake of progeny was fruitless, like a seed sown in a barren land. If any one, tormented with great sorrow, could willingly commit suicide, I would have gone the way to the assembly of Yama, the Lord of Death, right away, as without you I will be now like a cow without a calf. What is the use of this life now? What is life without you whose countenance glows like the full moon? Like a cow emaciated by its search for the calf, I will follow you into the forest. Kausalya, filled with anger due to extreme sorrow, reflected over her misfortune, and burst into harrowing tears, looking at Rama, like a Kinnari looking at her grown-up son taken captive. Thus ends the 20th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Angry Lakshmana urges Rama to assume authority over the kingdom forcibly. Rama convinces Kausalya and Lakshmana to allow him to obey the command of his father. While Rama's mother, Kausalya, was lamenting, miserable Lakshmana said to her these words appropriate to the occasion. O Venerable One, I do not like that Rama should go to the forest yielding to the words of a woman and renouncing the welfare of the kingdom. The king has a perverse nature. He is aged. He is overpowered by passions. He is under the spell of carnal pleasures and is incited by Kaikeyi. Such a man can speak anything. I do not see any fault in Rama nor any offense committed by him for which he is exiled from the kingdom. I do not find anybody in this world, even an adversary or one defeated, who finds fault with him even in his absence. With no cause nor concern for righteousness, will anyone abandon his son who is nearly equal to God? Upright, self-restrained and loved even by his enemies? Will any son with the ideals of a king in mind accept such words of this king who has entered his childhood again? Before this news is known to anyone, bring the kingdom under your control with my assistance. O Rama, who can commit excesses on you? When you stand like Yama, god of death, protected by me with my bow? O best of men, if the whole of Ayodhya stands against you, I shall depopulate it with my sharp arrows. I shall slay all of them who support Bharat and those who seek his prosperity. A gentleman is treated with disgrace indeed. Even if our father, instigated by Kaikeyi, becomes our enemy, he shall be imprisoned or even slain regardless of our relationship with him. Even a preceptor who follows the unrighteous path and is filled with haughtiness and does not know how to discriminate between good and bad, deserves to be disciplined, punished. O best of men, under what authority or reason this king wants to confer on Kaikeyi the kingdom that rightfully belongs to you? What authority, O Rama, chastiser of foes? This king has to bestow the kingdom upon Bharat by entering into undesirable hostility towards you and me. O mother, Lakshmana now tells Kausalya, I am truly loyal to my brother from the bottom of my heart. I swear this by my bow, on my merits earned through charity, by my truthfulness and by the good deeds I have done. O mother, rest assured, should Rama enter a blazing fire or a forest, I must have already entered it. Like the rising sun dispelling darkness, I shall eliminate your sorrow. O mother, let Rama see my valor. You, too, having heard the words of the magnanimous Lakshmana, Kausalya, depressed and weeping, said to Rama, O my son, you have heard what your brother Lakshmana said, and if it pleases you, do later what is to be done. By heeding the unrighteous words of my co-wife, Kaikeyi, it does not behove you to leave me grief-stricken and go away from here. You are righteous. You know your duty. If you wish to follow the path of righteousness, stay here, serve me and follow the best of dharma. O son Kashyapa, who led a life of self-discipline and served his mother at home, attained heaven credited with the merit of the highest penance. Just as the king is worthy of your respectful homage, so am I. I will not permit you to go from here to the forest. Separated from you, I have no use of this life or happiness. I prefer to live with you even if it means eating grass. If you depart for the forest leaving me grief-stricken, I cannot live. Here I shall seek death by fasting. O son, you will then fall into hell, as well known in the world. The ocean, the lord of rivers, incurred the guilt of slaying a Brahman through unrighteous conduct. Thereafter, virtuous Rama addressed these words consistent with righteousness to his miserable mother Kausalya, who was thus lamenting, I do not have the power to transgress the orders of my father. Bowing my head, I beseech you, allow me to go to the forest. Learned sage Kandu, who knew what is righteousness and a strict observant of vows, slew a cow for carrying out the command of his father. Earlier the sons of Sagara, born in our family, while excavating the earth by the order of their father, met a terrible death. Parasurama, son of Jamadagni himself, in obedience to the words of his father, decapitated his mother Renuka in the forest with an axe. All of them, including many other godlike persons, O mother, fulfilled the words of their father. I shall also make my father's wish come true. I am not, O Devi, the only one obeying my father's command. All I have mentioned to you did. I am not advancing anything new, contrary to the existing practice. I am only following the trodden path of our ancestors. I will not do as duty anything contrary to what is done by others in this world. No one who obeys the commands of his father falls off the path of righteousness. One who is the best among the knowers of speech and best of all archers. Rama spoke to his mother in this manner and then said to Lakshmana, I know, O Lakshmana, your profound affection for me. I also know your valor, strength and unassailable energy, O Lakshmana, of auspicious qualities. Since my mother is not aware of the significance of truth and self-restraint, she is overcome with grief. Great and incomparable, righteousness alone is supreme in this world, and truth is established in righteousness. This excellent command of our father is supported by righteousness. Anyone, O hero, who has taken recourse to righteousness should not allow the promise made to his father, mother or a Brahman to go in vain. O hero, I cannot transgress the command of my father, since at his instance only Kaikeyi urged me to go to the forest. Therefore, leave this ignoble thought, resort to the duty of a Kshatriya, take the righteous path, do not adopt violence, follow my decision. Speaking affectionately to his brother Lakshmana, Rama with folded hands and head bowed again addressed Kausalya. I have decided, O mother, to go to the forest from here. Grant me the permission to do so. I swear on my life. Perform all the ceremonies for securing prosperity for me. Like Rajarshi Yayati of yore, who lost heaven and rejoined it, I shall return from the forest to the city of Ayodhya after the vow is fulfilled. Do not grieve, O mother, be prudent enough to subdue your sorrow in your heart. Having fulfilled father's words, I shall come back from my sojourn in the forest. You, Sita, Lakshmana, Sumitra and I, all of us shall abide by the words of my father. This indeed is eternal law. O mother, in withdrawing the articles for consecration, and also in subduing the sorrow in your heart, approve of my plan to dwell in the forest. Having heard these words so unruffled and tranquil, which conform to righteousness, Mother Kausalya, like a dead person regaining consciousness, spoke to Rama again. By virtue of my own duty and affection towards you, O my son, I am as much your preceptor as your father is. I will not grant you permission. You should not go, leaving me deeply distressed. What is the purpose of my life in this world without you? What purpose do I have with the other world, or with the oblations offered to Manes, or with nectar available to the gods? I would prefer one moment in your company to the whole world of living beings. Without you. Act A. Inconsolable lamentations of his mother. Rama was in flames within, like a mighty elephant prevented from entering the highway by men with fireworks. Said Rama, centered on righteousness, again addressed his mother who had almost fainted and Lakshmana who was deeply distressed. As his words were consistent with righteousness, he alone was competent to speak that way. I know your devotion to me and your valor, O Lakshmana, but now, without understanding my intention, you are causing me and mother severe pain and torment. Dharma, Artha and Kama, O my dear, are adjudged in this world according to the fruits of righteous action. All these three are doubtless there in my decision to go to the forest, like obedience in a wife and love for the mother in good sons. If actions which combine these three, Dharma, Artha and Kama, cannot be performed, which is likely, resort to righteousness, for one who seeks wealth is abhorred and one who seeks fulfillment of desires does not attract admiration in this world. Whatever a preceptor, an old man, a king and a father commands, whether it is out of anger or pleasure or passion, must be carried out. As Dharma, who will not do it unless he is heartless? It is impossible for me not to execute the promise completely. O my dear, he, Dasharatha, is our preceptor and, therefore, fit to command us. Even for Mother Kausalya, he is her husband, her refuge and her dharma, while the righteous king is living. More importantly, treading the righteous path. How can Mother Kausalya, like an ordinary widow, accompany me leaving this city? Grant me permission, O Mother, to depart for the forest. Bless me and perform ceremonies for my well-being so that I shall return to the city after completion of my exile, like Yayati, who came back to heaven with the strength of truth. I will not forsake this great glory of fulfilling my father's promise for the sake of the kingdom. In this transient existence, O Mother, I do not wish to acquire this insignificant earth unrighteously. Rama, the best among men, thus pacified his mother, insisting on his desire to depart for Dandaka forest with courage, and elaborately instructed his brother about his good intentions, after which he circumambulated his mother with all his heart. Thus ends the 21st Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama convinces Lakshmana that destiny is all-powerful, cancels all arrangements for his consecration ceremony. The self-possessed Rama held his composure and approached his beloved, intimate brother Lakshmana, who was looking miserable with his mental agony. To him, who was hissing like a king cobra, he said, the self-possessed Rama held his composure and approached his beloved, intimate brother Lakshmana, who was looking miserable with his mental agony. To him, who was hissing like a king cobra, he said, restrain your anger and sorrow. Dismiss this humiliation from the mind. Achieve great happiness through fortitude. Remove whatever preparations have been made for the purpose of my consecration today, and act quickly so that there is no obstacle. O Lakshmana, the same enthusiasm with which preparations for my consecration were made be shown for the cessation of those arrangements. Act in such a way that our mother, Kaikeyi, whose heart ached due to my consecration, should not entertain any doubt. Even for a moment, O Lakshmana, I am not inclined to ignore her sorrow caused by the apprehension in her mind about the possibility of Rama's coronation. I do not remember to have done anything any time with a motive or without understanding which might have caused even a little displeasure to father or mothers. Let my father, who is always truthful, who is really valiant, who is always striving for truth and who is afraid of the next world, be fearless. If the preparations for the consecration are not withdrawn, my father will suffer mental agony for the fear that his word has not come true, and his agony will torment me. Therefore, O Lakshmana, I want the arrangement for coronation withdrawn before I proceed to the forest from here itself. Immediately after my departure to the forest, the king's, Kekaya's, daughter, having accomplished her objective, will enthrone Bharat without any distraction. Kaikeyi will attain peace of mind only after my departure to the forest in tattered clothes, an antelope skin and a crown of matted locks. With well-composed mind this decision has been taken. I do not like to inflict pain on Dasharatha or Kaikeyi. I shall, therefore, depart to the forest without delay. If the award of the kingdom to me is revoked, O Lakshmana, and if I am banished in this manner, see, it is destiny. If this thought and my misfortune were not caused in Kaikeyi by destiny, how could she muster such determination to inflict pain on me? You know, O gentle Lakshmana, that never in the past had I any feeling of distinction amongst my mothers, and Kaikeyi never differentiated between me and her son. I do not find any reason other than destiny for the cruel and brutal words spoken by Kaikeyi with the objective of preventing my coronation and exiling me. If destiny is not the cause behind this, how could Kaikeyi, who is gifted with virtues and a noble nature, speak such painful words to me before her husband, like an ordinary woman? Inconceivable is the power of destiny. Its impact on all beings cannot be averted. That an adversity has befallen me and Kaikeyi is, therefore, evident. O Lakshmana, which mortal has the power to fight with destiny, the grip of which can be comprehended by following its course only through its effect and nowhere else? Happiness or misery, fear or anger, gain or loss, birth or death, and all such things are surely the acts of destiny. Even rishis with severe austerities are tormented by destiny and are swerved from their observances because of anger and passion. Any unanticipated and sudden hindrance to the action undertaken shall be deemed to be the act of destiny. Even though my consecration was thwarted, there is no feeling of sadness in me. In fact, I controlled my mind by my intellect. Therefore, be free from grief like me and revoke all the arrangements made for the consecration ceremony immediately. With these very pots of holy water, brought for the purpose of consecration, O Lakshmana, I shall take bath at the time of taking vow for practicing penance. Or else, for me, what is the use of these pots of holy water which are the king's property? The water drawn with my own hands will be made use of for my religious bath. Do not grieve, O Lakshmana, over the loss of the kingdom. Living in exile is more glorious than running the kingdom. O Lakshmana, our younger mother, Kaikeyi, cannot be blamed for her obstruction to my coronation. Overpowered by destiny, she is speaking such unpleasant words. This, you know, is the impact of destiny. Thus ends the 22nd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Lakshmana speaks of his valor, condemns destiny as feeble and powerless, urges Rama to get consecrated. Rama resolves to obey his father's command. While Rama was speaking thus, Lakshmana listened to him with his head down, experiencing both grief and joy. Lakshmana, frowning between his eyebrows, hissed like a great serpent seized with anger in its hole. With his frown, his face looked frightening like the face of a lion provoked. shaking his forearm like an elephant raising its trunk, moving his neck horizontally and vertically and casting a pointed and oblique look at his brother. Lakshmana said, O Rama, the greatest among the brave Kshatriyas, you say this because of your fear that, by disobeying father's command, harm will be done to righteousness. This great haste is unwarranted, for there is the least apprehension about people's verdict in favor of exile. How do you, of all persons, speak about destiny as all-powerful in these circumstances when it is powerless? Why do you extol this pitiable and powerless destiny? Why don't you doubt those two vicious persons, Dasharatha and Kaikeyi? Why don't you realize, O virtuous one, that there are soft means of creating hindrances in their plan without transgressing Dharma? You know Dharma. Why don't you understand that their acts of deception wear the guise of Dharma? If both of them had not decided before, O Rama, the boon granted to Kaikeyi naturally would have been fulfilled long ago. The consecration of any one other than you, O valiant one, is universally detested. I do not want to tolerate this act. You should pardon me in this matter. O noble-minded one, I hate this righteousness which has deluded your intellect and created this dilemma about this issue. When you are able to counter this move, why do you want to execute the unjustifiable and contemptible words of the king who is under the spell of Kaikeyi? I am grieved that even though this plot has been hatched by a treacherous mind, you are not taking it in the right perspective. Censurable is adherence to virtue, as both of them are steeped in passion. They never thought of your well-being. How will you fulfill the wishes of these enemies miscalled parents? It might be your opinion that their dictate is the decree of destiny. Even then, it does not satisfy me. Destiny, should be ignored. Those who are timid and cowardly alone depend on destiny. The valiant with of self-respect will not accept it. In the case of one capable of striking destiny with human efforts, it cannot defeat his objective and bring him despondency. Today all will witness the power of destiny and the power of man. The difference between man and destiny will be manifested today. Today people will see destiny defeated by my valor, just as they saw your consecration defeated, obstructed by destiny. I will make destiny, the elephant, running wild on the strength of the root, unmanageable, even by the goad, turn back with my valor. All the guardians of the quarters and all the three worlds united cannot prevent the consecration of Rama today. What to speak of our father, King Dasharatha? O king, those who, with mutual support, banished you to the forest, will themselves dwell in the forest for 14 years. Therefore, I shall frustrate the desire of father and of Kaikeyi, who plans the kingdom for her son, by obstructing your consecration. Anyone who opposes my terrible valor will come to grief. The power of destiny will not cause that much sorrow as my valor will. When after ruling the subjects for 1,000 years you withdraw into the forest for Yativrat, your sons will rule them, leaving their sons to look after the subjects as their own children. The Rajarshis in ancient times used to retire into the forest as per practice. O righteous one, if you apprehend chaos in the kingdom for want of wholehearted support from the feudatory kings, then, O my valiant brother, I swear to you, I will protect your kingdom like the shore protecting the ocean. Or else, I shall never attain the afterworld of heroes. The consecration may be performed with these auspicious materials. I am alone capable of facing these kings with my valor. These my arms are not intended to enhance the beauty of my body. This bow is not for decoration. The sword is not for the sake of strapping my waist. The arrows are not meant to be fixed to my quiver. All these four are meant for taming my enemies. Anyone who turns my enemy will not be allowed to remain alive. Holding my sharp-edged sword, lustrous as a flash of lightning, I shall exterminate my enemy even if it were Indra, the bearer of thunder. This entire earth will become impenetrable and impassable, scattered with the trunks, thighs and heads of elephants, horses and warriors hacked off with my sword. The elephants, struck by the blows of my sword, will fall on earth like mountains engulfed in flames and like clouds with lightning. Like a thimble used by archers to protect the thumb or finger from being injured by bowstring. Pragrihit Shrasne while holding the bow. Sthite while I stand. Purushanam among men. Purushmani one who considers himself manly. Katham how, Syat will it be, when I stand before men, enemies, wearing godha and finger protector, holding the bow ready, who amongst men will boast of his manliness? Striking each of my foes with many arrows and many with one arrow. I shall aim them at the vitals of men, horses and elephants. O Lord, today you shall see the power of my glorious weapons in depriving the king Dasharatha of his authority and establishing your supremacy over the kingdom. These arms, O Rama, which are fit for sandalwood cream, for wearing armlets, for distributing wealth and for protecting friends, will perform the worthy act of subduing those who are creating obstruction to your consecration. Tell me your enemy who should be deprived of his life, fame and friends. Command me as to how this earth shall come under your control. Now itself I shall do that. I am your servant. Wiping the tears again and again and having consoled Lakshmana for more than once. Rama, the enhancer of the glory of the Raghu dynasty, said, O handsome one, know, for sure, that I am firm in abiding by the words of our father. This is the true path for me. Thus ends the 23rd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Kausalya insists on Rama to take her along with him to the forest. Rama tells her that service to one's husband as the supreme virtue. Kusle allows Rama to proceed. Having perceived that Rama was determined to carry out his father's command, Kausalya, with her throat choked with tears, said these words of piety. How will this righteous Rama, born to me through Dasharatha, who speaks pleasantly to all, and who has not experienced any sorrow before, live on the grains gleaned? How will Rama live on roots and fruits in the forest hereafter when his servants and attendants enjoy delicious food here? Who will believe that the virtuous and affectionate scion of the Raghus is exiled this way by the king? Who will not tremble in fear to hear this? O Rama, if you, being the delight of the world, are ordered to go to the forest, it has to be said certainly that destiny which rules everything is all-powerful. After your departure, O son, an incomparably huge fire of grief with sighs of exhaustion will burst from my body, fanned by the wind of your absence and fueled by lamentation and affliction. My wailing tears will be the oblations. My anxiety will be the great smoke rising vapor. This fire of grief will leave me very much emaciated and burn me like fire burns a forest of dead trees or a bunch of dry grass in summer. I shall follow you wherever you go, my son, like a cow following its calf. How is it possible for a cow not to follow its wandering calf? At these words of his mother, who was deeply afflicted, Rama, best among men, replied, the king was deceived by Kaikeyi. If you also desert him after I have gone to the forest, surely he will not live. For a woman to desert her husband is a cruel act. You must not do that which is contemptible even to think. As long as the king, My father, the Lord of the earth, a descendant of Kakushtha lives. You shall serve him. This is eternal virtue in a woman. At these words of Rama, unshakable in action, auspicious-looking Kausalya, exceedingly pleased, said, "Be it so." Thus addressed, Rama, the foremost among upholders of righteousness, said to his mother, who was in deep grief, "You and I should obey father's words. He is the king, supporter, preceptor, the best among men, and lord and master of all of us. Roaming the wild forest for 14 years, I shall abide by your words with supreme pleasure." Thus addressed by Rama, the affectionate Kausalya, deeply distressed, her eyes filled with tears, said to her beloved son, "O Rama, I am not able to live in the midst of these co-wives. O descendant of Kakustha, if you have resolved to go to the forest as per the wishes of your father, take my wild deer along with you into the forest." Adding his tears to his mother's, who was wailing, Rama said, "As long as a woman lives, her husband is her God and also her Lord, Master. The powerful king has authority over you as well as over me. As long as he is the sagacious Lord of the entire world, how can we be without a master?" Bharat, who is virtuous and speaks pleasantly to all beings and who is always attached to righteousness, will surely remain obedient to you. After my departure, you must see that the king is not overpowered by grief for his son and struggles as little as possible. See that the old king does not succumb to this terrible grief. Serve him with a composed mind. A woman may be highly pious, engaged in vows and fastings, but if she does not follow her husband, she will be condemned to hell. A woman who serves her husband will attain the highest heaven even if she pays no homage to gods and abstains from worshipping them. A wife who serves her husband and who is engaged in doing good to him is righteous. This dharma exists in this world since ancient times, declared in the Vedas and the Smritis. For my sake, O Devi, worship the fire god with offerings of oblations and flowers. And Brahmins who are true to religious vows, looking forward to my return, spend your time this way with moderate intake, a mind under control and a life devoted to the service of your husband. If my father, who is the best among the upholders of righteousness, survives till I come back, you will have your highest desires fulfilled." To these words of Rama, Kausalya, distressed with grief for her son, replied with her eyes filled with tears, "I am unable to dissuade you, O my brave son, from your firm resolve to go to the forest. It is surely difficult for me to bide time. Go with a steadfast mind. O my son, may God be gracious. Only with your return, I shall be relieved of my suffering. O reverend one, when you come back after having accomplished your purpose, performed your vows and acquitted yourself of the debt you owe your father, I shall attain supreme happiness. O Rama, inconceivable is the course of destiny which is inciting you to go to the forest, disregarding my words. Go now, O my mighty armed son, and come back safe. And on your return, delight me with your sweet, gentle utterances. O my dear child, how pleasing would it be if today were to be the day of your return from the forest, when I can see you wearing matted hair and robes of bark." Seeing Rama full of auspicious qualities, resolved to go to the forest, and having spoken to him with the fullness of her heart, Devi Kausalya now braced herself up to perform ceremonies in the interest of Rama's well-being. Thus ends the 24th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Kausalya performs benedictory rites for Rama and offers prayers to all gods to protect him. Rama departs for the palace of Sita. High-minded Mother Kausalya, her anguish subdued, performed the sipping rite, Achamana, and herself rendered pure, performed auspicious ceremonies for Rama. I am unable to dissuade you, O the best among the descendants of Raghus, from going into the forest. Go now and return soon. Follow in the footsteps of the virtuous, the duty which you are carrying out with courage and self-discipline. O tiger among the descendants of Raghu will alone protect you. O my son, may the gods in the temples and in other sacred places and the Maharshis you bow to protect you in the forest. May the weapons endowed with mantrak qualities, which were bestowed on you by sagacious Vishwamitra, always protect you. O my mighty armed son, protected by the service to your father, mother and to truth, live long. O best of men, may sacrificial fuel, kusa grass and sacred rings made of kusha grass, sacrificial altars, temples, various leveled sacrificial grounds, mountains, trees, plants, lakes, birds, serpents and lions protect you. May all gods known as Sadhyas, Vishwadevats, Maruts, great ascetics, the sustainer, Virat Purusha, the preserver of creation, Lord Brahma, Sun, Bhaga, Aryama, and all other important guardians of the world headed by Indra bestow their blessings on you. May the 6 seasons, years, months, fortnights, nights, days and moments bring good to you. O my son, may Smriti, Dhriti and Dharma always guard you. May divine personages and gods, Skanda, Soma, Brihaspati, the 7 rishis and Narada protect you at all times. May Siddhas, guardians of the quarters invoked by me, protect you from all directions in that forest at all times. O my son, when you dwell in the forest, may all the mountains, seas, Lord Varuna, heaven, space, and earth, and also all rivers, all stars and planets with their presiding deities, day, night, dawn and dusk protect you. May all the 6 pious seasons, months, years, Kala and Kasta contribute to your well-being. May gods and demons always give you happiness when you wander in that great forest clad in ascetic garb. Let there be no fear from Rakshasas who are fearful to look at and commit cruel acts, from Pisachas, evil spirits, and from flesh-eating animals. O my child, may monkeys, scorpions, wild gnats, mosquitoes, reptiles and insects in that inaccessible forest not trouble you. May the mighty elephants, lions with pointed incisors, tigers, bears and fierce, wild, horned buffaloes, do you no harm. O my dear son, may the ferocious breed of carnivores I worship not harm you. O my child, O Rama, may your path be auspicious, may your valor be fruitful, go safal and achieve success in everything. May gods from the sky, the earth and all other gods protect you, and let there be no harm to you from your foes. Propitiated by my worship, O Rama, may Brihaspati, moon, sun, Kubera and Yama protect you when you are in Dandaka forest. May fire, wind, smoke and mantras emanated from the mouths of rishis protect you when you take your ablutions. O son of the Raghu race, O joy of the Raghus, may Shiva, Lord of all the worlds, Vishnu, supporter of living beings, Brahma, rishis and all the rest of the gods protect you while you dwell in the forest. Thus illustrious, large-eyed Kausalya worshipped hosts of gods by offering them garlands and fragrant substances with appropriate prayers. After collecting the sacred fire through great Brahmins, she duly offered oblations to the gods for the welfare of Rama. Noble Kausalya procured clarified butter, garlands of white flowers, sacred fuel, and grains of white mustard seed for oblations to the gods. The officiating priest performed the ritual of sacrificial offerings strictly in accordance with rules for peace and happiness of Rama. With the remainder of the offerings, he performed whatever ceremonies were to be done externally. Thereafter she made the Brahmins pronounce benedictory prayers, offering honey, curd, rice and clarified butter. Then she got mantras, expiatory rites, recited for averting evil to Rama while in the forest. The illustrious Kausalya, mother of Rama, gave abundant gifts to the best of the Brahmins and thereafter said to him, "May the same blessings bestowed by all the gods on the thousand-eyed Indra at the time of killing Vritra be with you. May you be conferred with the same blessings which Vinata bestowed on Garuda at the time of bringing nectar. May you be bestowed with the same blessings conferred by Aditi on Indra, the wielder of thunder, for the killing of deity As at the time nectar was generated. O Rama, by occupying 3 footsteps of space, highly lustrous Vishnu owned the 3 worlds and obtained glory. May you obtain similar auspiciousness. O mighty-armed Rama, may the auspicious and prosperous seasons, seas, islands, the Vedas, the worlds and the quarters bless you." The large-eyed Kausalya placed the remains of the offerings on his Rama's head and applied sandal cream to his body. She tied an auspicious medicinal herb known as Vishalekarani to his arm for attainment of his objectives, repeatedly muttering prayers. Even though Kausalya was filled with distress, she appeared as if she was very much happy. She uttered mere words in a confusing tone without applying her mind. Illustrious Kausalya embraced Rama, bending his head down and smelt his forehead, and then said, "O Rama, go in peace and come back after accomplishing the objective. O my son, I shall be happy to behold you back in Ayodhya in sound health, successful in your objectives and firmly established in the kingdom. When you return from the forest like the full moon rising, I shall behold you with my anxieties gone and my face sparkling with joy. After you have fulfilled your father's words and returned from your exile, I shall behold you seated on the throne, O Rama, credited with auspicious events on return from the forest. Fulfill my desires and those of my daughter-in-law, Sita, O son of the Raghu race, Lord Shiva and other gods. The great rishis, bhutas, great asuras and serpents and 4 quarters worshipped by me will always promote your welfare when you dwell in the forest." Thus, with her eyes brimming with tears, she duly completed the benedictory rites and circumambulated the scion of the Raghus and embraced him again and again, holding him tight. Circumambulated by Mother Kausalya, the illustrious scion of the Raghu race clasped his mother's feet again and again, and shining in his glory, proceeded to the palace of Sita. Thus ends the 25th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sita inquires why Rama is distressed. Rama informs her about his impending banishment and instructs her to stay back in Ayodhya. After the benedictory rites were performed by his mother Kausalya, Rama paid obeisance to her and, staying on the righteous path, decided to depart to the forest. He entered the highway thronged with people and, illumining it with his luster, and stirred their hearts with remembrances of his excellent virtues. After the benedictory rites were performed by his mother Kausalya, Rama paid obeisance to her and, staying on the righteous path, decided to depart to the forest. He entered the highway thronged with people and, illumining it with his luster, and stirred their hearts with remembrances of his excellent virtues. Sita, her mind preoccupied with thoughts about consecration, was engaged in religious austerities and hence could not hear of all this development. experienced in palace rituals. Sita, grateful to God, after performing worship of the deities, was awaiting in a happy mood the arrival of the prince. His head bent down in embarrassment. Rama entered his well-decorated residence thronged with excited people. Sita got up suddenly, her limbs trembling to see her husband distressed with grief and agitated with anxiety. On seeing her, virtuous Rama could not contain the sorrow in his mind which manifested through his external appearance. On seeing Rama with a pale face, indignant and heavily perspiring, Sita, consumed with grief, said, "My lord, why are you now like this? O scion of the Raghu race, today has been declared by learned Brahmins a suitable and auspicious day for consecration under Pushya star with Brihaspati as presiding deity. Then why are you dejected? How is it that your charming face shines not today under a 100-ribbed umbrella, white, like foam in water? How is it that your face, with its lotus-like eyes, is not being fanned by excellent fans of the color of the moon or the swan? How is it that, O best among men, eloquent panegyrists, charioteers, bards, are not seen singing your praise with auspicious words? How is it that Brahmins versed in the Vedas have not duly sprinkled the mixture of honey and curd on your head prior to your consecration? How is it that well-adorned ministers, citizens from towns and villages, heads of guilds and others do not follow you? How is it that the chief ceremonial chariot, decorated with gold and harnessed by 4 galloping horses, is not preceding you? How is it that the elephant, whose luster resembles that of a mountain or a dark cloud and endowed with auspicious features, is not seen leading your procession? O valiant one, O heroic one, O handsome one, how is it that I do not see your attendants proceeding in front with the throne carved in gold? How is it that when arrangements are underway now for your consecration, the complexion of your countenance does not look like what it was before? There is no joy on your face. O Sita, my venerable father is banishing me to the forest, said Rama, the scion of the Raghus, the joy of the Raghu race. Seeing her thus lamenting, you were born in a noble family. You know and practice dharma. I shall tell you how this banishment has come about. Do listen. My father, King Dasharatha, true to his promise, had earlier granted 2 great boons to my mother Kaikeyi. When the king was preparing for my consecration, she reminded him of the promise, and in the name of righteousness he has been cornered. I am to dwell in the Dandaka forest for 14 years while father has appointed Bharat Prince Regent. I have come to see you before departing for the desolate Dandaka forest. You should never praise me in the presence of Bharat, because intellectuals cannot tolerate others being praised before them. You should never extol my virtues before him. Never expect special treatment from Bharat. You can continue to stay with him here by conducting yourself in a favorable manner. O Sita, the king has conferred the hereditary regency on him. Therefore, O Sita, you must make efforts to win his favor, especially a king's. I am leaving for the forest right away for fulfilling my father's pledge. O high-minded Sita, be steady. O sinless, auspicious one, engage yourself in vrats and fasting after my departure to the forest inhabited by ascetics. You must rise in time and with a household gods duly worshipped. Pay obeisance to my father, King Dasharatha. You should give importance to duty, dharma, and show respect to my aged mother, who is emaciated due to grief. In terms of love, affection and service, the rest of my mothers are all equal. Therefore, you must pay them due respect regularly. What is more important is that you should look on Bharat as your brother and Satrughna as your son. They are dearer to me than my life. Now Bharat is the king of the country and head of the family. Therefore, you should never do anything disagreeable to him. Kings are gratified if they are served with zeal and good conduct. If the contrary happens, they get provoked. Kings abandon, even their own sons if they are harmful and receive capable people even if they are strangers. O auspicious one, live here by being obedient to King Bharat, absorbed in righteousness, follow truth and religious vows. O my beloved Sita, I am going to the wild forest. Stay here and never cause displeasure to anyone in any way. Could you carry out these words of mine? Thus ends the 26th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sita prays Rama to take her along with him to the forest. When the sweet-tinged daughter of Videha, Sita, who deserved affection, heard this, she was very angry out of her love for Rama. She said these words to her husband. In reply, O Rama, why are you speaking so lightly? O Prince, if you hear these very same words spoken to you, you will ridicule me. O son of a noble monarch, father, mother, brother, son or daughter-in-law, everybody experiences the merit of their past deeds, and receives what is due from destiny. A wife alone, O best of men, shares the destiny of her husband. I am also therefore ordered to dwell in the forest. A command to you is a command to me. It is not her father or mother, nor her son or herself, nor her friends, but her husband alone gives a woman the permanent refuge in this or in the next world. O son of the Raghus, if you set out for the impenetrable forest now itself, I shall also go, walking ahead of you and crushing the thorns and spiky grass, rendering the path comfortable for you to walk. Do take me with you, O valiant one, without hesitation. Dismiss all anger and envy from your mind, like the leftover water after drinking. Anger because she disobeys and envy because she, too, like Rama, is willing to brave the hazards of forest life. There is no fault on my part. Every woman, everywhere, be it on the top of mansions or in lovely palaces or flying in the sky, should take shelter at her husband's feet, or follow his footsteps. I have been so instructed by my parents about diverse duties in all stages of life that I need not be told anything about my duties. Now, I will also go to the forest, which is impassable, uninhabited, teeming with various kinds of animals and infested with tigers and wolves. Free from any anxiety about the three worlds. My only concern will be my duties towards my husband. I shall dwell as happily in the forest as I did in my father's abode. I shall wander with you, O heroic Rama, in the honey-scented forest, remaining self-possessed, always doing your service, and observing the vow of celibacy. O respecter of individuals, when you are capable of protecting other people in the forest. What of me? There is no doubt that I shall go with you to the forest today. O distinguished one, I cannot be restrained from this resolve. Do not doubt that I shall not be able to live on fruits and roots, or that I will create difficulty for you while living with you. Living with you sans fear. O my sagacious husband, I wish to see the rivers, mountains, lakes and forests here and there. I wish to enjoy the lotus lakes in full bloom, abounding in swans and ducks in the company of a brave husband like you. Observing such vows and bathing daily in the lotus lakes, I shall be very much happy to sport with you, O large-eyed one, thus living in your company for 1,000 years or even 100,000 years. I shall not feel the passing of time. I shall not desire even heaven. Do not like, O Raghava, tiger among men. If I were given heaven to live in without you, even that I shall not covet. I shall go, along with you, to the highly impenetrable forest infested with animals like monkeys and elephants. I shall live in the forest in full discipline as in my father's abode, taking shelter at your feet. Since I have no thought other than you and my heart is irretrievably attached to you, I have resolved to die if separated from you. Pray, be favorably disposed to take me. I shall not be a burden to you. Although Sita was thus appealing, Rama, devoted to righteousness, was still unwilling to take her. In order to dissuade her, he began to describe to the mournful Sita the many hardships of forest life. Thus ends the 27th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama relates to Sita the hardships of forest life, dissuades her from accompanying him to the forest. Rama, who knew his duties and was devoted to righteousness, reflected on the difficulties of forest life, and did not agree to take Sita even though she was pleading the way she did. Righteous Rama consoled Sita, whose eyes were blurred with tears, and in order to dissuade her from going to the forest, said again, born in a noble race, O Sita, you are always devoted to duty. Follow your duty. Here, it will make me happy. Do as I tell you. O delicate Sita, there are, indeed, many hardships in the forest. I shall tell you all about them. Listen to me. Give up the desire to live in the forest. O Sita, living in the dreary jungle, it is said, has many hardships. I am saying all this in your interest. The forest is a haven of hardships. I know of no happiness in the forest. It is frightening to hear the sounds of waterfalls and the roar of lions living in the mountain caves. Therefore forest life is painful, fearful. Big, wild animals, moving about freely and sporting in the deserted forest, attack on seeing a human. Thus forest is full of danger. The rivers, infested with crocodiles and filled with mud, are difficult to cross even for elephants en route. Hence forest life is always extremely dangerous. The paths full of thorny creepers, echoing with the noise of wild fowls, and with no water to drink, are difficult to tread. So forest is a source of suffering. Exhausted with struggles, one has to sleep at night on a bed of leaves fallen on their own on the ground. Therefore, forest life is extremely painful. With the senses under control night and day, O Sita, one must be satisfied with the fruits fallen from trees. Therefore, forest life is full of suffering. One has to wear robes of bark and matted hair and take to fasting as long as one can. O daughter of Mithila, one has to worship gods and ancestors according to tradition and extend hospitality to guests who arrive unexpectedly. One has to wander about all the while, like an ascetic, as per the customs, and take ablutions 3 times a day at prescribed hours. Hence life in the forest is extremely hard. Flowers collected with one's own hands, O innocent one, should be offered on the altar as per injunction of the Vedas. Therefore, life in the forest is difficult. The wanderers in the jungle, O daughter of Mithila, have to be satisfied daily with whatever little food is available. So forest life is a hard life. There is extreme wind and darkness, hunger and fear. Therefore forest life is difficult. There are various forms of fierce reptiles fearlessly crawling on the ground. So, living in the forest is extremely dangerous. The serpents that live in and move like meandering rivers always obstruct the paths. Therefore, living in the forest is tremendously difficult. Birds, scorpions, insects, gnats and mosquitoes always create trouble. Therefore, life in the forest is all suffering. Oh lovely Sita, there are thorny trees with branches on the top interlaced with one another. There are kusa grass and reeds. So forest life is very hard. Only, there are various physical afflictions and fears for one who lives in the forest. Therefore, forest brings suffering. Anger and greed have to be given up. With the mind preoccupied with ascetic practices, one should not be afraid of fearful situations. Hence forest life, always very hard. Thus forest life is not suitable for you. On reconsideration, I see that there are many dangers in forest life. When the great Rama decided not to take her along with him to the forest, Sita, deeply grieved, said these words. Thus ends the 20th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sita insists on going with Rama. Having heard the words of Rama, thus spoke Sita in a faint voice in sadness, with tears flowing incessantly from her eyes. Understand that the difficulties of forest life described by you will be turned into advantages if they are accompanied by your affection. O scion of the Raghu race, antelopes, lions, elephants, tigers, sarabhas, birds, Shrimaris and other wild beasts wandering in the forest have not seen your beauty before. Now on seeing you, they will flee away. In fact, who will not be afraid of seeing an object of fear? In accordance with the command of the elders, I must accompany you to the forest if I am separated from you. I will give up my life here itself, if I am in your company. O Rama, even the Lord of the gods, Indra with all his might will not be able to hurt me. Your salutary instruction to me, O Rama, is a woman cannot live without her husband. This truth is greatly applicable to me. O highly sagacious Rama, I had also heard in my father's house long ago, from Brahmins prophesying that someday I shall have certainly to dwell in the forest. O mighty hero, ever since I heard the prophecies from the Brahman palmists, I am yearning to dwell in the forest. Therefore, O my beloved, I must certainly obtain such a command to dwell in the forest. I must accompany you to the forest, and it cannot be otherwise. I will go with you. True to the prediction of the Brahman, that time has come, and let his prediction come to pass. I am aware, O valiant one, that there are hardships of every kind in forest life, but they befall those whose senses are not under their control. When I was young in my father's house, a holy female mendicant foretold in the presence of my mother that I would dwell in the forest. In this life, pleased with my long entreaties in the past to dwell with you in the forest, O Lord, you had granted my desire. Since then I have been counting time for this forest life. It pleases me to follow my valiant hero as he lives in the forest. Rama. Prosperity to you, O my pure-hearted one. By following my husband with love I shall become sinless. Because my husband is my God. My union with you, O high-minded one, is auspicious even beyond death. A woman, given away by her parents in accordance with traditional offerings of water, belongs to him even after death and lives with him. This is a statement from the Vedas quoted by famous Brahmins. Why don't you want to take to the forest your own wife who is loyal and devoted, and is of good conduct? O Rama, I am faithful and devoted to you. I have equal disposition to happiness and sorrow. I equally share your prosperity and adversity. Therefore, you should take your wife to the forest in this time of distress. If you do not wish to take your wife in this time of distress to the forest, I shall die by consuming poison or throwing myself into fire or drowning in water." Despite Sita's pleadings with him in various ways, the mighty armed Rama would not consent to take her to the desolate forest. Thus spoken to, prevented, Sita was filled with grief and cried, drenching the ground with warm tears that fell from her eyes. That self-possessed scion of the Kakutstha dynasty consoled the copper-red-lipped Sita in several ways to dissuade her from going to the forest. Thus ends the 29th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama consents to take Sita to the forest, instructs her to distribute their precious possessions on the eve of their departure. In response to Rama's consolation with regard to her stay in the forest, the daughter of Janaka, Mathili, Sita, said, Sita, agitated over a supreme cause, upbraided the broad-chested scion of the Raghu race out of love and injured self-respect. O Rama, while accepting you as son-in-law, did my father, king of Mithila and lord of Videha, ever think that you are a woman in the guise of a man? Alas, that will be a falsehood if people out of ignorance say that there is no supreme splendor in Rama like the shining sun. What may be the cause for your fear and depression behind your desire to desert one who is so exclusively devoted to you? Know, O valiant one, that by remaining subordinate to you, I am as faithful to you as Savitri was to her husband Satyavanta, son of Dumatsena. O sinless son of the Raghus, I am not like other women who bring disgrace to the family. I have not looked at any one except you. Even with my mind's eye, I will go to the forest along with you. I have been living with you for a long time. O Rama, I am young and chaste. Why do you, like an actor, wish to hand me over to others? You, O sinless Rama, may become subservient and obedient to them about whose welfare you are speaking of and on account of whom you are preventing me to go along with you. You should not depart for the forest without taking me, be it for penance or for the forest or for heaven. I wish to be with you. While following you, I will feel no fatigue there on the way, as if I am going on a pleasure stroll or in a comfortable couch. Touch of cotton and the skin of a black antelope, the white reeds, the kusha, the sara and the ishaka grasses and thorny trees on the way will feel as soft as cotton or as the skin of a black antelope. I shall regard, O charming Rama, the harmful dust raised by the stormy wind and settled on me as the most excellent sandal powder. O rover of the forest, I will feel happier when I sleep on the meadows of tender green grass on the outskirts of the forest than when I sleep on the couch spread with carpets. Whatever leaves or roots or fruits you collect with your own hands for me, little or much, they will be nectar to me. Enjoying the seasonal flowers and fruits in the forest, I will not remember my mother or father or home. Therefore, you should not anticipate any problem from me in the forest, neither shall I be burdensome to you, nor shall I make you experience any sorrow on my account. Wherever I be with you is heaven, and without hell. O Rama, recognize this truth, and derive great pleasure in my company. If you do not take me to the forest without the least hesitation, I shall consume poison right now, but not live under the control of enemies. At Ayodhya, if forsaken, O Lord, I shall not live a life of sorrow. Instant death is better than abandoned existence. I cannot bear this grief even for a moment. What to speak of 14, 10 and 3, and 1 years of grieving. Tormented with grief, Sita piteously and profusely lamented, and then exhausted, embraced her husband tightly and cried bitterly. Pierced by so many words of objection from Rama, Sita felt like a cow-elephant penetrated by poison-smeared arrows, and shed her long-suppressed tears like a rani, a fire-kindling stick, kindling fire. Crystal-like tears arising out of distress flowed from her eyes like water trickling from two lotuses. Her face with large eyes assumed the brightness of an immaculate moon enwitted with tears like a lotus plucked out of water. With his arms Rama embraced Sita, who had almost fainted in grief. And in order to create confidence in her, he said these words: "When you are in grief, O Devi, I do not desire even heaven. Like the self-created Brahma, I have no fear for anyone. O Sita of auspicious countenance, even though I am capable of protecting you, I did not like your stay in the forest, as I did not know your intentions. Since you, O daughter of Mithila, were born to go along with me to the forest, I cannot abandon you, just as a self-respecting man cannot forsake his reputation. O one with shapely thighs like the trunk of an elephant, follow only the path of righteousness practiced earlier by the virtuous, as Suvarchala follows the sun. Not that I shall not go to the forest. Go I must. My father's word, nourished by truth, is leading me there. O daughter of Janaka, obedience to parents is a righteous act. Therefore, O one with fair hips, I cannot live and disobey the word of truth. Mother, father and preceptor are present before us. By overstepping them, how can we, in various ways, worship God who is beyond reach, not visible? Where these three, mother, father and preceptor, equal to the three worlds are, O one with lovely side glances, there is none in this world as holy. Therefore, they are to be worshipped. Truth or munificence or homage or distribution of gifts to the revered ones or sacrifices, O Sita, are not considered as efficacious as service to father. By fulfilling father's wish, nothing is difficult to achieve. Whether it is heaven, or wealth, or food grains, or learning, or sons or other comforts. Great men who are devoted to the service of their parents attain the world of the gods, of Gandharvas, of cows, of Vishnu, of Brahma and other worlds. My father who follows the path of truth and dharma, whatever be his commands, I wish to obey. He is, indeed, dharma eternal. O Sita, my discretion fails me in deciding whether to take you to Dandaka forest or not. You are, however, firmly determined to follow me, saying, you can live in the forest. O one with fascinating eyes and exquisite beauty, you were born to live in the forest, O gentle lady. Assist me in carrying out my duties. You, O my lovely beloved Sita, have taken in the right time a highly dignified decision befitting in all ways your family, myself and yourself. O Sita, begin right now all preparations necessary for residing in the forest, O one with beautiful buttocks. Without you even the very heaven does not please me. Give away your jewels to Brahmins who need them and food to religious mendicants. Hurry up, do not delay. Distribute among your attendants highly valuable ornaments and excellent clothing, charming articles meant for court, sport, my couches, chariots and all other things. Offer the rest to Brahmins. Having come to know that her departure to the forest is acceptable to her husband, Sita, highly delighted, quickly got ready to give away things. Having heard her husband, the glorious and broad-minded Sita was delighted with her desires fulfilled. She made preparations to gift away her wealth, including jewels, to the virtuous. Thus ends the 30th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Lakshmana gets ready to accompany Rama, takes leave of his friends and collects divine weapons from preceptor Vasishtha. Rama asks Lakshmana to distribute his wealth among Brahmins. Lakshmana, who had already reached there, heard the conversation between Sita and Rama, his eyes brimming with tears. He was unable to bear the grief. He held the feet of his brother tightly and said to the illustrious Sita and Rama of great resolve, "If you have decided to go to the forest where deer and elephants abound, I shall also accompany you by walking before you, holding the bow. Accompanied by me, you will roam the forests echoing with the cries of birds and sounds of herds of animals. Without you, I do not want victory over the gods or sovereignty over the worlds or even immortality." When Rama tried to dissuade Lakshmana with many words of consolation, Lakshmana, who was determined to go to the forest, said again, "You have granted permission to me earlier. Why are you now preventing me? I wish to know, O sinless one, the reason why you are dissuading me, when I am willing to go with you. This creates a doubt in my mind." Addressing the heroic Lakshmana in front of him, imploring with folded hands to take him to the forest so that he may walk ahead and guard them, the effulgent Rama said, "You are affectionate. You are devoted to Dharma. You are valiant. You always walk the path of virtue. You are dear to me like my own life. You are not only an obedient brother but also a friend. O Lakshmana, if you also accompany me to the forest, who will take care of Mother Kausalya and the illustrious Sumitra?" Dasharatha, the mighty king like Parjanya, the rain god, lord of the earth, used to shower favors on earth. But now he is bound by the noose of passion. Once the daughter of King Aswapati, Kaikeyi, gains control over the kingdom, she will do nothing to help her afflicted co-wives, Kausalya and Sumitra. When Bharat secures the kingdom, his confidence reposed in Kaikeyi, he will not bother about the miserable Kausalya and Sumitra. Either by yourself or by seeking the favor of the king, O son of Sumitra, lend support to venerable Kausalya. This is the objective you must accomplish. If you do this, your devotion to me will be amply demonstrated. Service to the elders, O dutiful one, is a virtue, great and unequaled, O delight of the Raghu race. Do this for my sake. Since deprived of us, there will be no happiness for our mother, O son of Sumitra." Thus addressed by Rama, who was an adept in the use of words, eloquent Lakshmana gently replied, "Aware of your power, O valiant one, Bharat will undoubtedly pay respect to Kausalya and Sumitra with all humility. Noble Kausalya has under her charge 1,000 villagers for her sustenance. She can support 1,000 men like me. Illustrious Kausalya is competent enough to support herself. My mother and men like me. Make me your follower. There is no breach of virtue in this. I will have my purpose accomplished. Your object also will be fulfilled. Holding the bow and arrows and carrying a crowbar and a basket, I shall go in front of you leading the way. I shall daily collect roots, fruits and other forest products fit for ascetics. When you go about for pleasure on mountain slopes along with Sita, I shall do everything for you, whether you are awake or asleep." Pleased with his words, Rama said, "O Lakshmana, go and take leave of all your friends." O Lakshmana, in the great sacrifice performed by the high-souled Janaka, Varuna himself gave him 2 inspiring celestial bows, 2 impenetrable divine armors, 2 quivers with inexhaustible arrows, 2 swords plated with gold and as bright as the sun. All these weapons are deposited in the house of our preceptor, sage Vasishtha, where they are being worshipped. Go and bring them swiftly." Lakshmana, who was resolved to go to the forest, took leave of his friends, and collected from the house of Vasishtha, preceptor of the Ikshvaku race, the powerful weapons deposited with him. Lakshmana, tiger among princes, brought all those divine weapons sanctified and decorated with garlands and showed them to Rama. "O handsome Lakshmana, you have come at the expected time," said the self-possessed Rama affectionately when he saw him arrive. "Let us give away, O tormentor of enemies, Lakshmana, my belongings to the ascetic Brahmins. Here live the best of Brahmins who are deeply devoted to their teachers along with those who are dependent on me for their livelihood. Fetch Suyajna, son of Vasishtha, best among the Brahmins along with all other distinguished Brahmins to whom I will pay my homage, and leave for the forest." Thus ends the 31st Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama honors Suyajna with valuable gifts, distributes his wealth to dependents, Brahmins and to sage Trijata. Lakshmana, having understood the very auspicious and welcome order of Rama, immediately proceeded to the house of Suyajna. Lakshmana paid homage to him who was in the fire sanctuary, and said, "O friend, come and see the palace of Rama who is the accomplisher of all difficult tasks." After performing the twilight prayers, Suyajna along with Lakshmana went straight away and entered the beautiful and prosperous palace of Rama. On the arrival of sage Suyajna, well versed in the Vedas, both Rama and Sita offered obeisance to him as to fire god and circumambulated him. Rama, scion of the Kakutstha dynasty, worshipped Suyajna with a collection of golden ornaments such as earrings, anklets, armlets, bracelets and many other ornaments of precious stones. Then, urged by Sita, Rama said to him, "O handsome friend, now Sita intends to give away to your wife her necklace, her golden chain and girdle. Could you accept them? Sita is departing for the forest and offers your wife her armlets, wonderful and elegant bracelets. Sita also wishes to give away a couch with an exquisite cover, encrusted with a variety of precious stones. I am gifting you, O best among Brahmins, 1,000 elephants including Satrunjay, an elephant my maternal uncle had given me." Thus addressed by Rama, Suyajna accepted the gifts and conferred auspicious blessings on Rama, Lakshmana and Sita. Sweet-tinged Rama calmly said to his brother Lakshmana, like Brahma addressing Indra, "O Lakshmana, invite Agastya and Kausika, the two celebrated Brahmins, and bestow on them with reverence plenty of precious gems like showers of rain on standing crops. Satisfy them, O highly armed Lakshmana, O bestower of honor with 1,000 cows, gold, silver and with the great wealth of gems. O Lakshmana, give away chariots, maidservants, silk clothes to learned Brahmins of Taittiriya branch and well-versed in the Vedas, to agreeable and faithful Brahmins attending on Kausalya with their blessings till they are fully satisfied. Noble counselor of our father and charioteer Chitraratha has been in our service for many years. Gratify him with invaluable jewels, clothes, wealth, with young female calves and 1,000 cows. O Lakshmana, many brahmacharis with a staff, as a mark of religious authority, well versed in Katha and Kalapa portions of the Vedas, engaged daily in the study of the Vedas and nothing else, not active otherwise. They are fond of delicious food and are respected even by great people. Give them 80 carts filled with gems, 1,000 bulls capable of carrying paddy, and 200 oxen capable of ploughing land and 1,000 cows for preparing food with milk products. Give each of the large number of brahmacharis wearing girdles and working under Kausalya 1,000 cows or gold coins. O Lakshmana, you should O Lakshmana, treat all those Brahmins in such a way that my mother shall be pleased on seeing my respectful offerings. Thereupon Lakshmana, a tiger among men, personally distributed like Kubera gifts of riches to all those Indras among Brahmins, best of Brahmins, in accordance with the instructions of Rama. Rama then bestowed abundant wealth on each of the dependents as they stood with their throats choked with tears, saying, "Till I come back, guard each of the palaces of Lakshmana and mine and ensure that they are not left unattended." Having spoken thus to all dependents who were overcome with grief, Rama ordered the treasury officer to bring the entire treasure. When all the dependents fetched the entire wealth of Rama, they were pleased to see the great heap of wealth. Rama, best among men, got the entire wealth distributed among indigent Brahmins, and young and old alike, with the help of Lakshmana, a Brahmin by name Trijata, a descendant of sage Garga and of reddish-brown color, used to live in that region, earning his livelihood in the forest by digging the earth with an iron spade and a plough. His young wife, highly distressed due to poverty, keeping her young sons before her, said to the aged Brahmin, "Listen to me, throw away this iron spade. Go and see the righteous Rama. You may obtain something." At the words of his wife, Trijata took the path to Rama's palace, having wrapped himself with a torn upper garment. No one in the crowd stopped Trijata until he reached the fifth courtyard, as he looked like Bhrigu and Angirasa in brilliance. Trijata approached Rama and said, "O illustrious prince, I am a destitute and have many children. I am living in the forest by collecting leftover grains. Look at me." Rama jokingly replied to him, "I have not yet gifted 1,000 cows. Throw your staff and the cows on the space your staff covers will be yours." Bewildered, Trijata swiftly tightened up his upper garment around his waist, set the direction for his staff and hurled it with all his might. The staff he hurled crossed the bank of the river Sarayu and fell near a bull in the midst of 1,000 cows. The virtuous Rama embraced Trijata and dispatched all the cattle extending up to the bank of Sarayu to his hermitage. Afterwards Rama sought to placate Trijata, that descendant of Ganga, saying, "This was a joke. Do not be angry. Your power is unsurpassable, and to ascertain this, I incited you to do this act. If there is anything else, ask for it. Truly speaking, there is no limit to seeking wealth. My wealth is specifically meant for Brahmins. By distributing all the wealth earned by me, I get pleasure and renown." Thereafter that great sage Trijata, along with his wife, immensely happy to receive multitudes of cows, pronounced blessings on the magnanimous Rama for glory, power, pleasure and prosperity. Prompted by the deserving words of acclaim from his friends, Rama distributed with joy and without delay the entire wealth earned by him through dharma. Thus there was none among those Brahmins, attendants, poor people, and beggars, who was not satisfied with the honor received, or with the charity. Thus ends the 32nd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama along with Sita and Lakshmana goes to the residence of Kaikeyi. Here's comments on the way. After giving away plenty of wealth to Brahmins in charity, Rama and Lakshmana along with Sita set out to see their father, King Dasharatha. The pair of dazzling weapons held by Rama and Lakshmana looked splendid, decorated with flower garlands by Sita. The rich climbed their palaces and mansions, terraces of 7-storied buildings, and watched them sadly. The streets were so thronged with multitudes of citizens that they were impassable. Therefore, people felt miserable and ascended their mansions and gazed at Rama, Seeing Rama walking without the royal umbrella, people were very much shocked. They expressed their reaction in so many words. Whenever Rama went out, powerful army of 4 divisions used to follow him. Today he is walking alone followed by Lakshmana and Sita. Rama, who enjoyed the comforts of affluence, gratifies those who have desires. Out of veneration for righteousness, he does not want to prove his father false to his promise. It was not possible even for the creatures wandering in the sky, birds, to have a glimpse of Sita before. Now passers-by walking the highway can behold her. Sita, who used to apply fragrant unguents and smear the body with red sandal cream, will now be exposed to the rain, the heat and the cold, which will quickly discolor her body. Surely King Dasharatha, possessed of an evil spirit, spoke the way he did today. Otherwise, should a king banish his beloved son? Even a son who is bereft of virtues cannot be banished. What to say about Rama, who by good conduct alone has conquered the world? Harmlessness, compassion, learning, good conduct, restraint of senses and self-control. All these 6 qualities adorn Rama, the greatest among men. Therefore, people are deeply pained to see Rama afflicted. They look like aquatic creatures in summer when the water dries up. Just as severed at the root, an entire tree along with its fruits and flowers is destroyed. Similarly, the whole world gets afflicted when Rama, the ruler of the world, comes to harm. Effulgent Rama personifies the essence of Dharma. He is the root of the tree of humanity. The other people are connected with this tree like flowers, fruit, leaves and branches. Let all of us without delay along with our wives and relations follow Rama. Like Lakshmana, wherever he goes, deserting our gardens, fields and houses and experiencing the same joy and sorrow of the virtuous Rama, we shall follow him. Let Kaikeyi take possession of our deserted and dilapidated homes with ruined courtyards which seem as though struck by calamities. They are drained of wealth and food grains, covered with dust and abandoned by the gods. There is no water or smoke from kitchen. They are infested with rats. They stand unswept. Their food grains lie around rat holes, and broken earthenwares lie scattered. There are no offerings, no sacrifices, no recitation of sacred hymns, no libations and no invocations. Since the scion of the Raghu race is going to the forest, let that forest itself be our city, and let the city deserted by us become the forest. Let all the fanged creatures leave their lairs, birds and animals the mountain slopes, lions and elephants, their haunts due to the fear caused by our presence, and occupy the city left by us. On seeing us deserting, let Kaikeyi along with her son and her relatives acquire that country which will be inhabited by birds and animals living on grass, fruits, and flesh. Withdrawn, we shall happily live in the forest along with Rama. Such were the various words uttered by the people. Even after hearing them, Rama's mind remained unmoved from his resolve. Dutiful Rama, endowed with the prowess of an intoxicated elephant, approached the residence of his father that resembled from a distance the peak of Mount Kailasa in splendor. Rama entered the royal palace guarded by well-trained warriors, and not from very far saw Sumantra, who stood a picture of dejection. Even after observing the people in grief, Rama did not reveal his sorrowful feelings. Bound by duty, he went in as if with a smile to see his father. Seeing Sumantra stricken with grief for the first time, the magnanimous Rama, scion of the Ikshvaku dynasty, on the way to the forest waited there for his father to be informed of his arrival. Rama, lover of righteousness, determined to go to the forest in obedience to his father's command, said to Sumantra, "Inform the king of my arrival." Thus ends the 33rd Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama, Sita and Lakshmana take leave of Dasharatha. Dasharatha falls unconscious. "Let my father be informed of my arrival," said the lotus-eyed, dark-complexioned, venerable, peerless Rama to the charioteer. At the command of Rama, charioteer Sumantra, whose senses were overwhelmed with grief, quickly entered the apartment of the king and found him heaving sighs. He saw the Lord of the world, Dasharatha, dull like the sun in eclipse, like the fire, covered with ashes, like a tank with its water dried up. Seeing the king brooding over Rama, in an extremely agitated state, the sagacious charioteer approached him with folded hands, at first greeting the king with the words, "Victory be yours." The charioteer, trembling with fear, gently said in a feeble voice, "Your son Rama, the best of men, having given away his entire wealth in charity to Brahmins and to all the dependents, is waiting at the entrance. Be blessed audience may be granted to Rama, who possesses proven prowess, and now waits, after taking leave of his friends, to see you. O Lord of the world, behold him embellished with all princely virtues, like the sun encircled with its rays. Now, leaving for the forest, that truthful and virtuous king, Dasharatha, who was deep like the ocean and free from mud, pure like the sky, replied, O Sumantra, bring all my consorts who are here, in the company of all my wives. I desire to give audience to virtuous Rama. O venerable ones, King Dasharatha summons you. Go there without delay, said Sumantra to the king's consorts after crossing the inner apartment. Thus addressed by Sumantra in accordance with the king's order, all the women went to their husband's palace. Thereafter, Kausalya, surrounded by 350 ladies who were faithful to their vows, reached there slowly with their eyes turned coppered. In grief, "Usher in my son, Rama, O Sumantra," said the Lord of the world, King Dasharatha, to the charioteer on seeing his wives arrive. Then the charioteer fetched Rama, Lakshmana and Sita and advanced towards the king without delay. When the king saw from a distance his son coming with folded hands, he, surrounded by the ladies and tormented with grief, stood up. At the sight of Rama, the Lord of men, King Dasharatha, tortured with grief, immediately ran towards him, but before he could reach him, fell unconscious on the floor. Rama and the mighty warrior Lakshmana quickly reached the king, who lay as though he had lost his senses due to grief. All on a sudden there arose from the mouths of 1,000 women of the palace cries of "Alas! Alas!" Rama, mingled with the tinkling sounds of their ornaments. Thereafter Rama and Lakshmana, assisted by Sita, lifted him wailing in their arms and laid him on a couch. After the king regained his consciousness in a moment, Rama with folded hands said to him, who was immersed in a sea of sorrow, "O great king, I am asking leave of you, for you are Lord of all of us. I am set to depart for the Dandaka forest. See me off in a cheerful mood. Allow Lakshmana and Sita to follow me into the forest." I tried to dissuade them with a number of reasons, but they did not agree. Discard your grief and, like Brahma, the Creator, allow Lakshmana, Sita and me, all of us, your subjects, O respecter of men. On seeing Rama, unruffled, waiting for his permission to proceed to the forest, the Lord of the earth, King Dasharatha said, "I have been deluded by Kaikeyi into bestowing boons. Imprison me and be now king of Ayodhya, O scion of the Raghu dynasty." Thus spoken to by the king. Rama, skilled in speech and upholder of righteousness, replied to his father with folded palms, "You will remain the lord of this earth for 1,000 years to come. O king, as for me, I will dwell in the forest. Do not deviate from truth on my account." Having fulfilled the vow on the completion of 14 years of wandering in the forest, I shall come back to touch your feet, O Lord of men. The king, who was bound by the cord of truth and instigated by Kaikeyi, said, wailing in distress, "Go, my dear child. Wish you well. May your path be auspicious, free from obstacles and fear. From any quarters, come back, after fulfillment of the pledge. O my beloved son, O delight of the Raghus, you are devoted to truth and duty. It is difficult to dissuade you from your resolve. O son, by all means, do not go now. Today, tonight give me, at least, one day more to see by with you to my satisfaction. Stay tonight in the company of your mother and me. With all our desire satisfied, you can set out tomorrow at the appropriate time. O my son, O descendant of the Raghus, you are called upon to accomplish, by all means, a very difficult task. For the sake of my pleasure you are forsaking your dear ones and going to the desolate forest. I swear by truth, O my beloved son, that your departure to the forest is in no way a pleasure to me. With a hidden motive, this woman who is like fire concealed by ashes has duped me. Instigated by this Kaikeyi, the destroyer of traditions, of the race, I have been deceived, for which you wish to pay. It is not a great surprise that you, O my son, being the eldest, want to make your father free from a false promise. Rama and Lakshmana were sad to hear the words of their anguished father. Rama replies, "Who will give me the merit of propriety I earned today? Therefore, I want to depart today, discarding all my desires. May be given the kingdom abdicated by me with all its people. Its wealth and food grains may be bestowed on Bharat. My decision to go to the forest remains unchanged. O bestower of boons, O king, honor to the last word the boons you had granted Kaikeyi, and adhere to truth. As already said, I shall dwell in the forest for 14 years with forest rangers, in obedience to your commands. Do not brood. Bestow the kingdom on Bharat. I do not have any desire for the kingdom or pleasure. Nothing is dearer to me than compliance with your order. O delight of the Raghu race, let your grief go. Do not shed tears. The indomitable ocean, Lord of rivers, is never perturbed. I desire no kingdom, no comfort, not this earth, nor any pleasure, nor heaven, nor even life. I wish you, O best of men, to uphold truth and not falsehood. I swear this in your presence in the name of truth and on my merits acquired. It is not possible for me, O father, to stay here for a moment any longer. Restrain your grief. There can be no change in my resolve. O king, O Rama, go to the forest. Kaikeyi had said, and I have given her word I would go. I must fulfill my promise. Do not worry, O Lord, we will enjoy our stay in the peaceful forest full of deer and resounding with the chirpings of various birds. Father is divine even for the gods is cited in scriptures. Therefore, looking upon Father as my God, I will carry out his words. O Father, I shall return after 14 years have passed. O best among men, you will see me back. Give up this grief. When you, O tiger among men, are required, as king, to pacify those whose throats are choked with tears. Why this change in you? I am renouncing this city, kingdom and this entire earth, and let all this be conferred on Bharat. In obedience to your order, I shall go and live in the forest for a long time. I am leaving behind O king, this auspicious land with its well-laid boundaries, mountain ranges, cities and forests, which Bharat alone should rule, let it happen the way you have said. O king, my mind derives no happiness from great enjoyment or personal comfort as it does from carrying out your order. This is corroborated by the wise. Your grief, relating to fulfillment of the vow on Mount account will be dispelled. O sinless one, O sinless one, by associating you with falsehood I will neither seek this eternal kingdom nor objects of desires nor objects of happiness nor Mathili nor even my life. I only wish that your vow comes true. Entering the forest full of various kinds of trees I shall be happy to view the mountains, rivers and the lakes and to eat fruits and roots. Hence, do not grieve. The king, immersed in anguish and distressed with tears of grief, embraced his son and then fell down unconscious on the floor and lay motionless. Thereupon all the queens except Kaikeyi wailed loudly. Sumantra, too, cried and fell unconscious. The entire palace cried, Alas! Alas! Thus ends the 34th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra pleads with Kaikeyi to change her mind. Kaikeyi refuses. Overcome with anger, charioteer Sumantra started shaking his head and sighing off and on, crushing his palms and grinding his teeth. His eyes turned red due to anger. Overcome with a sudden, ominous grief, the complexion of his face turned red. Sumantra understood the mind of Dasharatha, with sharp arrows of words as if piercing the heart of Kaikeyi. He denounced her in exceptionally harsh words which, like thunderbolt, cut her to the quick. Overcome with anger, charioteer Sumantra started shaking his head and sighing off and on, crushing his palms and grinding his teeth. His eyes turned red due to anger. Overcome with a sudden, ominous grief, the complexion of his face turned red. Sumantra understood the mind of Dasharatha, with sharp arrows of words as if piercing the heart of Kaikeyi. He denounced her in exceptionally harsh words which, like thunderbolt, cut her to the quick. O Kaikeyi, you have forsaken King Dasharatha, your husband and the lord of this entire world consisting of the movable and the immovable. A movable and movable world. There is nothing in this world which you are not capable of doing. King Dasharatha is invincible like Indra, unshakable like a mountain and imperturbable like the ocean. By causing grief to him through your action I feel you are killing your husband. Inch by inch, I think you are ultimately destroying your own race. Do not have contempt for Dasharatha, who is your husband, nourisher and bestower of boons. For a wife, the desire of her husband is considered worthier than 10 million sons. After the death of the king, the princes will obtain the kingdom according to seniority. Why do you want to break this tradition in the case of Rama, the lord of the Ikshvaku dynasty? Let your son Bharat be king and rule the earth. All of us will go wherever Rama goes. Now by your act, you intend to transgress the bounds of tradition, code of conduct. No Brahmin shall ever dwell in your country. All of us certainly will follow the path pursued by Rama, abandoned by relatives, Brahmins and virtuous men for all times. What pleasure will you derive by your lust for this kingdom? O Kaikeyi, why do you intend to transgress the limits of honor? It is a wonder that the earth does not split right away when you are perpetrating such an abominable act. Words of shame, na hinsanti, are not destroying. It is a wonder that while bent upon banishing Rama, you are not destroyed by frightening fire created by great Brahmasis, crying, shame, shame, by axing a mango tree and growing a nimba in its place and sprinkling it with milk. One does not get sweet fruit. Your nature corresponds to your mother's. So I think, honey will not flow from a nimba tree is a well-known saying in this world. We have heard in the past about the evil, stubborn nature of your mother. Once a bestower of boons conferred an extraordinary boon on your father by virtue of which he could tell the sounds of all living beings. He also understood the language of all crookedly moving creatures. Then one day near his bed your highly brilliant father laughed repeatedly over what an ant or a bird said, for he knew the meaning from its sound. This incensed your mother, who, seeking the noose of death, asked him, "O handsome king, I intend to know the cause of your laughter. O queen, if I disclose it, then I will undoubtedly die that very movement," replied the king to his wife. Then your mother said to your father, "Whether you live or die, tell me the cause. You are laughing at me." Hearing the words of his beloved, King of Kekaya related the entire matter, as it happened, concerning the conferrer of boons. That holy man who had granted the boon to the king had said, "Let her die or destroy herself, but do not disclose the cause of your laughter." Happy to hear these words, your father sent away your mother and moved about like Kubera. O evil-minded one, you, too, are following the path of wickedness, forcing the king infatuated with you to act unrighteously. The generally accepted saying in this world that sons resemble the father and daughters the mother appears true to me today. Do not be like your mother. Accept what the king says. Abide by his wishes. Be his savior. Instigated by the wicked, do not attribute unrighteousness to your husband, who is equal to Indra in brilliance and is the sustainer of this world, the lotus-eyed, sinless and prosperous King Dasharatha. O Devi will not render false the promise given you. He will fulfill it in another form. Let his eldest son Rama, valiant, generous, skillful, dutiful and protector of this world, be consecrated. O Devi, if Rama goes to the forest leaving his father, the king, you will be squarely blamed by the people of the world. Therefore, let Rama protect this kingdom. Be relieved of mental afflictions. There is no other person in this excellent city more competent than Rama to rule this kingdom. If Rama is installed as heir apparent, King Dasharatha, the great archer, will retire to the forest for carrying out austerities following ancient customs. Sumantra tried with words both gentle and sharp to make Kaikeyi regret, and then stood with folded palms in the presence of the king. Despite the exhortations by Sumantra, Kaikeyi remained unperturbed. She did not feel sorry. There was no change in the expression of her face. Thus ends the 35th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. King Dasharatha orders 4 divisions of the army and a lot of wealth to be sent with Rama Kaikeyi. Objects: Siddhartha appeases Kaikeyi. The king expresses his desire to accompany Rama to the forest, afflicted on account of the promise he had made. Dasharatha, descendant of the Ikshvakus, heaved deep sighs again and with his eyes full of tears, uttered these words to Sumantra. O Sumantra, arrange immediately 4 divisions of the army, well equipped with precious stones, to escort Rama in his journey to the forest. Let the sweet-tinged courtesans, opulent merchants with well spread out merchandise, make the army of my son graceful. Bestow immense wealth on those who depended on Rama for their living and on the gallant youths with whom he used to sport. Send them along with the entourage, main weapons, citizens, bodyguards, carts, wanderers in the forest, and fowlers well acquainted with the forest shall follow Rama, hunting the elephants and antelopes, drinking forest honey, beholding several rivers on the way. Rama will not recollect the kingdom. Let the entire contents of my granary and treasury follow Rama wherever he lives in the desolate forest, performing sacrifices in the holy places and liberally giving appropriate gifts. Rama will live happily in the forest in the company of sages, while mighty armed Bharat will rule Ayodhya. Rama be furnished with all objects of enjoyment. While Dasharatha was saying these words, Kaikeyi was gripped by fear and her face looked pale. Even her voice got choked. The dejected and frightened Kaikeyi, with a dry countenance, looked at the king and said, "O virtuous king, Bharat will not take charge of the kingdom abandoned by men, drained of wealth and incapable of being enjoyed, like wine with its essence evaporated." King Dasharatha heard the terribly cruel and shameless words of that large-eyed Kaikeyi, and said, "O brutal Kaikeyi, you fastened me to the yoke, and when I am drawing forward, why do you beat me? O vile woman, why did you not prevent me in the beginning itself?" At these wrathful words of Dasharatha, Kaikeyi with redoubled fury replied to the king, "In your own dynasty King Sagara prevented his well-known eldest son Asamanjasa from enjoying the kingdom. Rama also should depart in the same manner." Hearing the words of Kaikeyi, Dasharatha could say only, "Shame." All the people felt ashamed. But Kaikeyi could not understand this. An aged minister named Siddhartha, who justified his name, highly respected by the king, said this to Kaikeyi: that wicked-minded Asamanjasa used to seize the children playing on the street and amuse himself by hurling them in the waters of river Sarayu. Watching it, all the enraged citizens said to the king, "O enhancer of the prosperity of the kingdom, either you choose Asamanjasa or us." The king then asked them, "Why this fear?" Single quote. And the citizens responded, "That insane Asamanjasa, while throwing our children who were playing around into Sarayu river in his insanity, derived incomparable pleasure." That king, Sagara, heard the words of the citizens and, with the intention of doing good to them, banished that malevolent son. Then the father made him and his wife climb a carriage with the clothes they had at the time on them, and at once ordered his servants to banish him for life. Like an evildoer wandering about in different directions, holding a spade and a basket in his hand, he went about digging the impenetrable mountains. Highly righteous King Sagara thus banished his son. What sin has Rama committed to secure a similar banishment? We see no fault in Rama. Unlike the stain in the moon, it is difficult to find any blemish in him. O Kaikeyi, speak truly if you find any fault in this scion of the Raghu race. Rama, then he will be exiled. The act of banishment of an innocent one walking the righteous path is like destroying the brilliance of Indra by restraining his righteousness. O Devi, there is no use obstructing Rama's prosperity. O one with an auspicious countenance, save yourself from the censure of the world." Having heard Siddhartha, the king, stricken with grief, said to Kaikeyi in a gradually feeble voice, "O Kaikeyi of vicious behavior, you do not accept even the words of Siddhartha. You woman of wicked acts, having adopted vile ways, and abjured the right path, cannot know what is good either for you or for me. Abandoning this kingdom, these comforts and this wealth, I shall follow Rama, enjoy the kingdom for a long time happily along with King Bharat." Thus ends the 36th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama puts on bark, Vasishtha blames Kaikeyi, says Sita was not ordained to wear bark. On hearing the minister, Rama, who knew how to be polite, spoke these words to Dasharatha humbly: O king, giving up pleasures and attachments altogether, I am going to live on whatever is available. In the forest, what is the use of followers? Having given away the best of elephants, will anyone be interested in the rope tied to its girth? Why should one have any attachment for the rope after he has given up the elephant? O best among the virtuous, O Lord of the world, I do not have any use for this army. I am giving away everything. To Bharat, bring the bark only. I am going to the forest to live there for 14 years. Bring me 2 things, a basket and a crowbar. Thereupon, in the assembly of people, without any sense of shame, Kaikeyi herself brought the bark robes and said to the son of the Raghus, Rama, wear it. The tiger among men, Rama, received the bark robes from Kaikeyi and, putting off the fine apparel, wore the robes of an ascetic. Lakshmana also removed his auspicious raiment in front, presence of his father, and accepted, put on, the robes of an ascetic. Then Sita in silk clothes glanced at the bark robes meant for her to wear and was frightened like a doe seeing a fowler's snare. Sita, of auspicious nature, who knew her duties and understood righteousness, took the garments made of kusa grass from Kaikeyi. With a sense of abashment, her eyes suffused with tears, she said to her husband, who was the very image of the king of Gandharvas. Sita, unacquainted with wearing bark robes, asked Rama, perplexed, how do the sages who live in the forest wear bark garment? Single quote. The daughter of Janaka placed one end of the garment round her neck and held the other in her hand, and stood ashamed as she did not know what to do next. Rama, foremost among protectors of righteousness, came forward quickly and fastened the bark himself over her silk garment. Beholding Rama fastening the bark garment on Sita, the women of the inner apartment shed tears from their eyes. Profoundly distressed, they said to Rama, glowing with burning luster, O dear, no one has ordered this high-minded Sita to dwell in the forest. In obedience to the words of your father, O Lord, you are going to the forest till you return. Please allow us to have her, Sita's, audience. Go, O son, to the forest with Lakshmana as your companion. But this auspicious Sita will not be able to live in the jungle like a hermit. Do accede to our prayer. Let lovely Sita stay with us as you, O son, faithful to your duty, will not like to remain here. While Rama was listening to such words uttered by them, he got the bark robes fastened round Sita, who was of similar nature. When Sita wore the bark garments, Vasishtha, the king's preceptor who was watching this, restrained her, Sita, and said to Kaikeyi, you are exceeding all limits of decency, O Kaikeyi, your motive is evil. You are a disgrace to the race, you have deceived the king, and your behavior does not conform to the standards of righteousness. You are devoid of good conduct. O Kaikeyi, divine Sita need not go to the forest. Remaining here, she should occupy the royal throne of Rama. For every householder, his wife is the soul. Since Sita is the soul of Rama, she can rule this earth. Otherwise, if Sita goes with Rama to the forest, all of us along with the entire city will follow. The guardians of the harem, its patron King Dasharatha with his retinue, and the people of this city will go wherever Rama lives with his wife. Wandering in the forest and wearing bark, Satrughna and Bharat will live in the company of their elder brother Rama. In the jungle, intent upon doing harm to the people with your vile behavior, you alone rule this kingdom full of trees and deserted by men. That is not a kingdom where Rama does not rule. If Rama lives in the forest, that shall be the kingdom. If Bharat is truly born to the king, he will not rule the kingdom which has not been bestowed on him. wholeheartedly by his father, nor will he live like a son to you. Even if you were to fly from earth to sky, Bharat, who knows the traditions of his father's dynasty, will not act otherwise. Therefore, by greedily guarding your son's interest you are doing him harm. There is none in this world who will not follow Rama. Today you shall see, O Kaikeyi, flocks of cattle, elephants, deer and birds following Rama, even the trees bending towards him. O Kaikeyi, remove those bark robes and bestow on your daughter-in-law precious ornaments. She was not ordained to wear the bark. Vasishtha, saying so, prevented Sita from wearing that garment. O Kaikeyi, you asked that Rama only should dwell in the forest, wearing bark robes. Therefore let Sita adorn her body daily, while she lives in the forest with Rama, equipped with excellent chariots, attendants, garments, and all other needs. Let the princess Sita go. While seeking boons, you did not include Sita. Though Vasishtha, endowed with matchless power, the preceptor of the king and foremost among the Brahmins, thus expressed himself. Sita was not willing to swerve from her resolve in order to serve her beloved husband. Thus ends the 37th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama prays his father to look after his mother with compassion and regard. Beholding Sita, who was wearing a bark garment, like one without a support, though having a husband, all the people cried bitterly, exclaiming, O Dasharatha, fie on you! Hearing that tumult, the distressed Dasharatha lost faith in his own life and in his righteousness. The descendant of the Ikshvakus, Dasharatha, heaving hot sighs, said to his wife, O Kaikeyi, Sita does not deserve to go to the forest in garment of kusa grass. Sita, a delicate, young princess accustomed to comforts, is not fit to dwell in the forest. This is what my preceptor has truly spoken. Sita, daughter of Janaka, the greatest among kings, stands amidst people wearing bark garment like an ascetic with her senses switched off. To whom and what harm has she done? Let the daughter of Janaka take off her bark garments. This is not the promise I had made to you earlier. Let the princess happily go to the forest adorned with all jewels and with all other necessities. By giving this cruel promise through importunity, I have rendered myself unfit to live. This promise was made as a child's play, and it now destroys me like a bamboo destroyed by its own flowers. O sinful woman, O wretch, Rama might have done something unbecoming to you. But what offense has Sita committed? What wrong has the daughter of Janaka, large-eyed like a doe, so gentle and worthy of compassion, done to you? Rama's exile, O wicked woman, is enough for you. What are you committing further heinous crimes for? I have heard you, O Devi, speaking to Rama when he came here in connection with the coronation. I promised you to that extent only. Having exceeded all that, you want to behold Sita in bark garment and thereby wish for hell. The king could not see any end to his lamentation. Immersed in the grief of separation from his son and deeply tormented, he fell down on the ground. Rama, who was about to leave for the forest, addressed his father, who sat with his head bent once again. O righteous father, O king, my aged and illustrious mother, Kausalya possesses neither a mean character nor does she blame you. O bestower of boons, separated from me and unaccustomed to suffering, she will be plunged into an unforeseen ocean of sorrow. You should pay her greater attention. Let her not grieve on account of her son. O venerable father, if she, who deserves compassion, is honored by you, she will live. You are powerful like Indra. You should act accordingly so that my mother, who has a possessive feeling towards her son should not, due to emaciation, go to the abode of Yama after my departure for the forest. Thus ends the 30th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Lamentations of Dasharatha. Sumantra fetches the chariot at the command of the king treasury officer. Gives valuable ornaments and garments to Sita. Kausalya instructs Sita on the obligations of a wife towards her husband. Rama seeks leave of his other mothers. After hearing Rama and beholding him in the robes of an ascetic, Dasharatha and his wives fell unconscious, with his body and mind afflicted with grief. Dasharatha could not look Rama in the face, nor could he make a reply. After hearing Rama and beholding him in the robes of an ascetic, Dasharatha and his wives fell unconscious, with his body and mind afflicted with grief. Dasharatha could not look Rama in the face, nor could he make a reply. The mighty armed king lost consciousness for a moment and in grief lamented, brooding only over Rama. In the past I must have separated many from their children or harmed many living beings. That is why I think this calamity has befallen me. Unless the destined hour arrives, life does not leave the body. Therefore, even though I am tormented by Kaikeyi, and even after seeing my son standing before me, bright like fire, taking off his fine clothes and wearing the robes of an ascetic, my end does not come. Only because of Kaikeyi, who resorted to this deception in pursuit of selfish ends, so many people are made to suffer. Having uttered these words and muttering, "O Rama," only once, his vision blurred by tears, he could speak no more. Regaining his senses in a moment, the king, with eyes filled with tears, said to Sumantra, "Harness the finest horses to the chariot suitable for the journey. Drive this magnanimous Rama to a place outside the city, and come back, that the pious and heroic son is banished by his parents to the forest is, I think, the reward to the virtuous for his virtues." In obedience to the words of the king, Sumantra promptly harnessed the horses to a well-decorated chariot and brought it there. With folded palms, Sumantra informed the prince that a chariot, decked in gold and harnessed with excellent horses, is ready. The king, who was aware of the right place and time, summoned hurriedly the treasury officer, who was firm and honest, and said to him, "Assist needs for number of years the princess of Videha, Sita, is going to be in the forest, and fetch her quickly highly valuable garments and excellent ornaments." Ordered thus by the king, the officer went to the treasury, collected all the things and presented them to Sita. That princess of noble birth from Videha adorned her beautiful limbs with the sparkling ornaments, and got ready to depart for the forest. Well-adorned Sita illumined the palace like the rising sun lighting up the sky at dawn. Kausalya, Sita's mother-in-law, took her in her arms, embraced her, kissed her on the forehead, and said to her, who conducted herself without evoking any pity, "Those women who, although always gratified, do not follow their husband when they fall into misfortune, are regarded as unfaithful, though they have enjoyed all pleasures with their husbands earlier. They censure them in the wake of the slightest trouble or even abandon them. This is the nature of women. Evil-minded young ladies are infidels. They are of perverted nature. They are inscrutable. In an instant they lose their love for their husbands. Neither family traditions nor benefits received, nor education nor affection nor gifts nor even accumulated wealth attract women's hearts. Their minds are unstable indeed. But for those virtuous women whose minds are fixed in chastity, truth, scriptures and stability, The husband occupies a distinguished place and is considered supremely holy. You must not underestimate my son in his exile. You must treat him as your God whether he is wealthy or not. Sita, who understood the import of these words which were in conformity with dharma and artha, replied to her mother-in-law facing her with folded palms. I shall do exactly all that the venerable mother-in-law instructs me. I have heard it earlier and have fully understood as to how I should conduct myself towards my husband. My worshipful mother-in-law should not equate me with wicked people. Women, I cannot swerve from the path of virtue like radiance which never leaves the moon. A veena, lute, sand strings cannot be played. A chariot without wheels cannot move. Similarly, a woman without her husband finds no happiness even though she has 100 sons. While the happiness that the father, mother and son give is limited, a husband gives unlimited happiness. Which wife will not worship such a husband? Instructed about my obligations by an eminent lady, her mother, imbued with these ideals, how can I, O exalted one, underestimate him, my husband? For a woman the husband is a god indeed. Listening to the heart-stirring words of Sita, Kausalya with her heart so pure burst instantaneously into tears of joy and grief. Most virtuous Rama approached his mother, that highly revered lady among all his mothers, and with folded hands said, O mother, do not grieve, look after my father, my stay in the forest will soon come to an end. 14 years will pass off like a night's sleep. You will see me come home safe and sound, surrounded by my friends. Speaking thus to his mother with highly polished words, he then turned his gaze at his other 350 mothers. To all the mothers who stood deeply distressed with grief, the son of Dasharatha spoke with folded hands these words suffused with virtue. If I have been harsh towards you, on account of our living together or through ignorance, may you forgive me. I, now, seek leave of you all. All the women with their senses afflicted by grief heard the virtuous and well-balanced words of the scion of the Raghu race. While Rama said so, there arose a loud cry of the wives of the king like the cry of the female herons. Dasharatha's palace, which reverberated, like the rumblings of the cloud, with the sounds of drums and other musical instruments earlier, now immensely grief-stricken and trapped in calamity, is filled with wailings and lamentations. Thus ends the 13th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama, Lakshmana and Sita set out for the forest, wailing of citizens, queens and the king. Thereafter, Sita, Rama and Lakshmana with folded palms in a solemn state touched the feet of the king and circumambulated him. Taking leave of Dasharatha, the righteous descendant of the Raghus, Rama, along with Sita paid obeisance to his mother Kausalya, who was afflicted with deep grief. Immediately following Rama, his brother, Lakshmana also paid obeisance to Kausalya and, thereafter, held the feet of his own mother Sumitra. While the mighty-armed Lakshmana paid her homage, Sumitra wailed, kissed him on his forehead, wished him well and said, although deeply attached to your beloved ones, O son, you are born to dwell in the forest, never be inattentive towards your brother Rama who is on his way to the forest. Rama is your refuge in times of adversity or prosperity. O sinless one, to be obedient to the eldest brother is the duty of virtuous men in this world. Charity, initiation at sacrifices and yielding life in battles are the befitting ancient traditions prevailing in your race. Having said this to Lakshmana, Sumitra again and again said to her beloved Rama, who was fully prepared, go, Go. To Lakshmana she said, regard Rama as Dasharatha, Sita as me, and the forest as Ayodhya. My child, go in peace. Then Sumantra, who knows the ways of politeness and humility, spoke to Rama with folded hands as Matali did to Indra. O illustrious prince, wish you well, mount the chariot. I shall convey you speedily wherever you want. You have been directed by Kaikeyi to live in the forest for 14 years. Accordingly you must now commence counting those years as directed. Sita, of lovely limbs, decorated herself and with a cheerful mind boarded the chariot, which was shining like the sun. Thereafter, Rama and Lakshmana also boarded that chariot decorated with gold and shining like blazing fire. Father-in-law Dasharatha gave clothes and ornaments on the assessment of the number of years Sita was going to spend in the forest with her husband. So also Dasharatha secured a multitude of weapons, shields and protective leather coverings for hands, and placed them at the center of the chariot for use by the brothers. When Sumantra ensured that Sita, Rama and Lakshmana boarded the chariot, he briskly hastened the horses, which were as speedy as the wind. Having seen Rama set out for the great forest for a long period, the city was stilled and men were enervated. The city was distressed and flurried by the intoxicated elephants, provoked by the mighty sound of the tinkling of bells and the neighing of the horses. Thereafter the extremely afflicted people of the city, including young and old alike, ran towards Rama like men oppressed with heat running for water, all the people hanging from the chariot from behind and by the sides, heaving deeply, their faces covered with tears. Thus addressed to Sumantra, O charioteer, control the reins of the horses and go slow, so that we may look at the face of Rama. For soon we will not be able to see him. Alas, the heart of Kausalya, whose son, Rama, resembles the offspring of the gods, does not break even though he is going to the forest. Undoubtedly it must be made of iron. Sita, deeply attached to her duty, and with her desire fulfilled, is following her husband like a shadow, just as the sunlight which never leaves Mount Meru. With your desires fulfilled, O Lakshmana, you will attend to your godlike brother who always speaks pleasant words. The very fact that you are following Rama is a great achievement and a great fortune for you. This, in fact, is the way to heaven. Speaking thus, the people following their beloved Rama, the delight of the Ikshvaku dynasty, were not able to restrain the tears flowing from their eyes. I wish to see my beloved son, said the king with a sense of desolation, and emerged, surrounded by forlorn women, from the palace. He heard the women crying loudly in front like wailings of cow elephants when their bull elephant is captured. The king, born in the race of Kakutstha, though bright, looked dull then like the full moon eclipsed by Rahu. The son of Dasharatha, glorious Rama of inconceivable courage, exhorted the charioteer to drive the chariot fast, urged by Rama to drive fast on the one hand and by the citizens to stay on the other. The charioteer could do neither on the way. As the mighty armed Rama was going away, the dust raised from the earth subsided with the tears falling from the citizens' eyes. At the time of Rama's departure, the insensate city was drenched with tears of the deeply afflicted people crying, Alas! Alas! Tears born of anguish fell from the eyes of women just as water drops fall from lotuses shaken by the movements of fishes. Having seen the city, people, absorbed in one single thought, the prosperous king, grief-stricken, fell down on the ground like a tree severed at its root. When the people saw the king enfeebled by deep grief, they raised an uproar behind Rama's chariot, Some among them wailed, "O Rama," while some others cried, "O mother of Rama," by crying loudly. They made the women in the inner apartment cry too. When Rama glanced back, he saw his mother and father trailing behind him on the highway. With an agitated and dejected mind, like a fastened foal cannot see its mother, Rama, restrained by bonds of duty, could not see his parents clearly. Seeing his parents, who were worthy of riding a chariot, now going on foot, who were accustomed to comforts and did not deserve any suffering, Rama urged his charioteer to drive fast. Rama, the best among men, could not, like an elephant tormented by the goad, endure that pitiful sight of his father and mother. Rama's mother ran after the chariot, like an affectionate cow running towards the shed to join its fastened calf, while Kausalya was weeping and running after the chariot, crying, "O Rama, O Sita, O Lakshmana," shedding tears for them. Rama repeatedly glanced at her, who was twisting and bending as if in a dancing pose. The king cried, "Stay, stay," while Rama said, "Go on, go on." Sumantra's mind was caught as if in between two wheels. When the king reproaches you for not stopping the chariot, you can say, "I could not hear." Prolonging agony is sinful, said Rama to Sumantra. Obeying the command of Rama and after taking leave of the people, Sumantra hastened the horses although they were galloping. The king's men returned, with Rama circumambulated, on the plane of their minds. But from their minds they could not hold back their tears. Grief. We should not follow over a long distance those we wish to return, said the ministers to King Dasharatha. Dasharatha and his wives, overcome with grief, heard their words steeped in virtue, wisdom. The king stood there with his perspiring body and melancholic appearance, fixing his gaze on his son. Thus ends the 40th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. On the departure of Rama to the forest, citizens of Ayodhya and women from the inner apartment lament. When Rama, the foremost man, was departing with folded palms, there arose a huge cry of distress from the inner apartment of ladies. Rama was a refuge and a protector to all the people who were defenseless, weak and miserable. "Where is such a protector going now?" said the people. "Where is he who, even if reviled, never gets angry, never does acts that provoke anger, pacifies those who are enraged and shares the sorrows of others going now? Where is he, that effulgent, magnanimous one who treated us with the same respect as he treated his mother Kausalya, going now, tormented by Kaikeyi?" The king ordered him to go to the forest. "Where is he who happened to be the protector of the people of this world, going now?" Alas, the king must be devoid of any sense as he is sending away Rama, who is dear to the world, is righteous and truthful, to dwell in the forest. So wept aloud the anguished wives of the king like cows separated from their calves. Upon hearing the dreadful wailing from the inner apartments of the palace, the king, already devastated at the separation from his son, grew even more distressed. The sacred fire in Agnihotra sacrifices was not invoked, householders did not cook their food, people did not attend to their daily chores, and the sun set, elephants dropped their morsel of food, cows did not suckle their calves, even the mothers were not pleased with their firstborn sons. The constellation Trishanku, the planets Mars, Jupiter, Mercury and other fierce planets took their position near the moon. The stars were shorn of their radiance. The brilliance of the planets diminished. Shrouded in smoke, the Vishakha constellation appeared in the sky. After Rama left for the forest, dark clouds appeared in the sky, like Waves of the great ocean uplifted by the speed of the wind which shook the city. As if covered with darkness, all the cardinal points became agitated. No planet, no star, nor was anything, any heavenly body, shining in the sky. All of a sudden the people of the city became miserable. No one was interested in eating and enjoying life. All the citizens of Ayodhya, afflicted with a series of grief and heaving deep sighs, ceaselessly bewailed at the sight of the Lord of the world, Dasharatha. The faces of the people on the highway were turbid with tears. None looked happy. All were plunged in sorrow. The breeze did not blow cool. No more did the moon look pleasant. The sun did not give warmth to the world. All the world was agitated. Mothers stopped thinking of their sons and husbands of their wives. Brothers were no longer interested in each other. Everyone deserted everyone and thought only of Rama. All the friends of Rama were stupefied. Afflicted with the burden of sorrow, they did not leave their bed. Without magnanimous Rama, Ayodhya thereafter looked like the earth along with its mountains bereft of Indra. Afflicted with fear and sorrow, it started shaking dreadfully with the sounds of horses, elephants and warriors. Thus ends the 41st Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Grief-stricken Dasharatha falls down, denounces Kaikeyi, reaches the chamber of Kausalya. As long as the dust raised by the wheels of the chariot of Rama, who was departing to the forest, was visible, Dasharatha, the best of the Ikshvakus, could not withdraw his eyes from Rama. So long as King Dasharatha was able to see his exceedingly virtuous and beloved son, Rama, it appeared that his body kept rising from the earth to have a sight of his son. When the king could no longer see even the dust, he fell on the ground, despondent and grief-stricken. Kausalya reached for the right hand of Dasharatha to raise him up, and Kaikeyi, the beloved mother of Bharat, reached for his left. The king, endowed with rectitude, virtue and also humility, stared at and said to Kaikeyi with pain, "O Kaikeyi, you are a woman of evil conduct. Do not touch my body. I do not wish to see you. You are not my wife or my relation. Your dependents have nothing to do with me nor I with them. I denounce you since you are a self-seeker without any sense of righteousness. I renounce the relationship established with you through marriage by taking your hand and circumambulating the fire, both in this world and in the next. If Bharat feels pleased to secure this imperishable kingdom, then may his obsequial offerings at my funeral not reach me." Then Kausalya, emaciated due to sorrow, lifted the king, who was thoroughly coated with dust, and returned to the palace. That virtuous Dasharatha, recalling the sight of his son with the robes of an ascetic, burned with remorse as if he had intentionally slain a Brahmana, placed his hand in fire. Turning back again and again at the trail of Rama's chariot, the grieving king appeared lustreless like the sun in eclipse. The grief-stricken king began to lament, thinking of his beloved son, and, suddenly, realizing that his son had crossed the limits of the city, said, "I can see the marks of the hooves of the splendid horses carrying my son on the highway, but not that magnanimous Rama. Rama, the best of all my sons, who, smeared with sandal paste and fanned by graceful women, used to sleep with his head on comfortable cushions, will surely, from now on, lie down somewhere at the foot of a tree, his head pillowed upon a piece of wood or stone. That unfortunate Rama, having been covered with dust, will get up from the ground sighing like a bull elephant rising from Mount Prasravana. Surely the forest rovers will be gazing upon the long-armed Rama, protector of the world, as he rises from the ground and wanders in the jungle unprotected. Sita, beloved daughter of Janaka, who is accustomed to comforts, will now wander in the forest troubled by piercing thorns. Sita, who knows not the forest, will now live in terror, listening to the hair-raising, horrible roars of wild animals. O Kaikeyi, your desire is fulfilled. Rule the kingdom as a widow. Without Rama, the best of men, I don't desire to live. Thus the king, who looked like one after the inauspicious funeral bath, surrounded by streams of people, entered the most beautiful city, Ayodhya, which portended misfortune. There the mansions and squares on the highways were all deserted. The temples and marketplaces were closed. The people were weak, fatigued and tormented with grief. The highways were not much crowded. Having seen such a sight of the city on all sides, lamenting and brooding over Rama, Dasharatha entered his palace like the sun plunging into a cloud. The palace without Rama, Lakshmana and Sita stood like a vast, unperturbed lake with serpents snatched away by Suparna, Garuda. Thereupon Dasharatha, lamenting with his throat choked, addressed his attendants in a low, feeble, melancholic, gentle voice, "Take me quickly to the apartment of Rama's mother, Kausalya. There is no other place where my heart can find solace." Having heard the king, the doorkeepers took him to the apartment of Kausalya and there respectfully made him rest. His mind tossed restlessly although he entered Kausalya's palace and climbed into the couch. To the king, the palace, deserted by his two sons and his daughter-in-law, seemed like the sky without the moon. The valiant Maharaja looked around that palace, lifted up his arms and shouted in a loud voice, "O scion of the Raghus! Rama, you have forsaken me. What a pity! Oh, how fortunate are those best of men who will live until that time to see Rama return and embrace him." In the middle of the night, which, for him, felt like the night of death, Dasharatha said to Kausalya thus, "O Kausalya, my sight that had followed Rama has not yet returned. I cannot see you clearly. Please touch me with your hand." Having seen the king in bed brooding over Rama, the queen, Kausalya, sitting by his side, sighed and lamented, deeply anguished. Thus ends the 42nd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Lamentations of Kausalya. Struck by the grief of her son's departure, Kausalya looked at the king who lay on the couch completely exhausted and said to him, moving crookedly like a snake, "Kaikeyi has released her venom on Rama, the best among men. Now she will move about freely like a she-serpent that has cast off its slough. Having banished Rama, she is now happy with her desires fulfilled, and like a vicious serpent living in the house she will again frighten me. It would have been better had I offered her my son as a slave. He would have lived on in the house by doing his duties and begging his food in the city. You have thrown away Rama from his place as per the whim of Kaikeyi. Like the share of offering meant for gods given away to Rakshasas by the sacrifices on the new moon days, my mighty armed son, a great archer and a hero, Rama, whose gait is like that of the king of elephants, must be entering the forest along with his consort Sita and Lakshmana. You have banished them as per the desire of Kaikeyi. What will be their plight in the forest? For they have never experienced any hardship earlier. Deprived of all costly things, they have been banished at the tender age of youth, a time for enjoying their lives. How will they lead a miserable life subsisting on fruits and roots? Will there ever be that auspicious moment to end my sorrow, when I can see Rama here along with his wife and brother? When will the city of Ayodhya attain that glory? When, having heard that both the brave brothers have come back, the people will rejoice and fill it with uplifted banners? When will, like the swelling sea on a full moon day, the city hail the return of Rama and Lakshmana, the best among men? When will the mighty armed hero, Rama, enter the city of Ayodhya with Sita in front in the chariot, like a bull following the cow? When will the people in their thousands shower the parched grain on the highway? When my sons, Rama and Lakshmana, subduers of enemies, enter the city? When shall I see both of them wearing auspicious earrings and holding powerful weapons, bows, and swords high, like two mountain peaks? When will I see them delightfully moving round the city with young Brahman girls offering them flowers and fruits? When will Rama, the knower of righteousness, possessing the luster of gods, and fully mature in age and wisdom, come back to me playfully like a 3-year-old boy? O valiant one, in my previous birth I must have undoubtedly hacked off the udders of cows when the calves were thirsting for milk from their mothers. O best of men, I have been forcibly separated from my affectionate son by Kaikeyi, just like a cow from its calf by a lion. I cannot live without my only son, who is adept in all scriptures and endowed with all virtues. Without seeing my beloved son, long-armed and mighty, I have but little strength to live in this world. I am consumed by this blazing fire of grief caused by separation from my son, like the earth scorched in summer by the sun god with his oppressive rays. Thus ends the 43rd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumitra consoles Kausalya, while Kausalya, the best of women, was thus lamenting. Virtuous Sumitra spoke to her these righteous words: My venerable lady, your son Rama is the greatest among men and is endowed with every virtue. Why do you lament in this way? Why do you weep bitterly? In order to vindicate the words of his great and truthful father. O noble lady, your mighty son has renounced the kingdom and has gone to the forest. He has stuck to the path so scrupulously followed by the wise, the everlasting results of which can be fully realized in the world to come. Such a peerless son is never to be grieved over. Blameless Lakshmana, compassionate to all beings, has acted most nobly in this matter for the benefit of his great soul. The daughter of Videha, Sita, who was used to comforts, has knowingly followed your virtuous son into the hardships of forest life. Your all-competent son, who considers righteousness and truth as wealth, is waving the flag of fame in this world. What is that which your son did not gain? Knowing Rama's sterling purity and greatness, the sun evidently dare not scorch his body with its rays. A pleasant yet moderately hot and cold breeze blowing through the woodlands will serve Rama at all seasons. While that sinless Rama sleeps at night, the moon will comfort him by touching him with cool beams, like a father embracing his son. To the mighty, heroic Rama, that best of men, Brahma-like Vishwamitra has bequeathed many divine weapons. Seeing him slay Timadvaja's son, Sabahu, lord of demons, in the battle, he will stay fearless in the forest, relying on the strength of his own arms as though he were living in the palace. When enemies who are targets of his arrows are destroyed, how can this earth not stay under the command of Rama? On return from his sojourn in the forest, Rama, endowed with splendor, valor and a strength that brings well-being, will quickly regain his kingdom. O Devi, Rama is the sun, light of the sun, fire, splendor of the fire, master, command of masters, prosperity of the prosperous, the fame of the famous, forbearance of the forbearing, God of the gods and supreme among all beings. Whether he dwells in the forest or in the city, he has no demerit whatsoever. Rama, the best among men, will soon be coronated with these three, namely the earth, the goddess of fortune, and Sita. Difficult? When the people of Ayodhya saw the godlike Rama departing, clad in robes of kushar and bark, they were moved to tears of grief. What is impossible for him who is unconquerable and whom Sita, like the goddess of fortune, follows? What is impossible for Rama, ahead of whom moves Lakshmana, the best of archers, wielding swords, arrows and other weapons? I tell you the truth, Kausalya, that you will see Rama's return when the period of exile is complete. Hence give up your sorrow and delusion. O irreproachable and auspicious one, you will see your son, like the rising moon, touching your feet with his head. Soon you will see him enthroned, shining in full glory on his return from exile, while tears of joy will flow from your eyes. Desist from grief or tear for Rama. O Devi, nothing inauspicious will happen to him. You will soon see your son along with Sita and Lakshmana. O sinless lady, O queen, when you are overcome by fear, how can you console others? O Kausalya, with a son like Rama, you should not grieve. There is none in this world superior to Rama, who stands steady in the path of virtue. Like a flake of cloud in monsoon, you are going to shed tears of joy soon, seeing your son along with his friends bowing to you in reverence. Your son, bestower of boons, will soon return to Ayodhya and press your feet with his soft, tender hands. While paying obeisance to you, you will drench your brave son, surrounded by friends, with tears of joy like a mass of clouds drenching the mountain. Irreproachable and skillful in the use of words, Queen Sumitra, of cheerful disposition, fell silent after thus consoling Rama's mother in various ways. On hearing the words of Lakshmana's mother, the grief in the heart of the queen, Kausalya, mother of Rama, instantly disappeared like the autumnal cloud that holds but little rain. Thus ends the 44th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama reaches the banks of Tamasa river. When the high-souled Rama, whose strength was his sense of truth, set out for the forest, the faithful people followed him. The king and the hosts of friends were forcibly sent back, but they did not return. They continued to follow the chariot of Rama. The illustrious and virtuous Rama was as dear to the inhabitants of Ayodhya as the full moon. Although entreated by his subjects not to go, Rama proceeded to the forest to make his father's vow come true. Looking at the people with love as if they were his own children and as though drinking them with his glances, Rama appealed to them. O citizens of Ayodhya, may the love and respect you have shown to please me be bestowed specially on Bharat. Bharat, enhancer of the delight of Kaikeyi, possesses an auspicious character. He will do for you everything appropriate, agreeable and beneficial. Though tender in age, Bharat is mature in intellect, gentle, valiant and virtuous. He will dispel all your fears and act as a true protector. Endowed with kingly qualities, he is recognized as heir apparent. Therefore, as I did, all of you should obey the order of the king. If you desire to please me, act in such a way that the king does not grieve after I have gone to the forest. The more the son of Dasharatha, Rama, committed to righteousness, the more the subjects desired that he should be their king. Rama along with Lakshmana attracted the city dwellers who, choked with tears, were looking miserable. It appeared they were bound with his virtues. Those Brahmins who were senior to him, on 3 counts like age, Wisdom and spirituality spoke to him from a distance with their heads shaking with age. O horses of noble breed! Turn back, do not carry your master swiftly any farther. Do good to him. All animals, especially horses, have a keen sense of hearing. Therefore, having listened to our entreaty, turn back. Your master has a purity of heart. He is righteous, virtuous, brave and firm in resolve. Carry him backward and not forward from the city into the forest. Having seen the aged Brahmins muttering pitiful lamentations in this manner, Rama immediately alighted from the chariot. Then Rama along with Sita and Lakshmana began walking on foot with slow steps towards the forest. Rama, a man of probity and compassion, could not ride off in his chariot while those Brahmins were trudging far behind. Having seen Rama thus going towards the forest, those Brahmins, highly agitated and distressed, said to him, "This entire order of Brahmins with the sacrificial fires on their shoulders is following you. Their well-wisher, see, these umbrellas acquired by us while performing Vajpaya sacrifice are following you like clouds at the end of the rainy season. You do not have a royal umbrella and you are scorched by the rays of the sun. We will offer you shade with the umbrellas acquired during Vajpaya sacrifice." O dear child, our minds always pursue the study of Vedic hymns. For your sake now they are made to follow the life in the forest. The Vedas are our greatest wealth and they reside in our hearts. Our wives, protected by their fidelity, shall stay at home. We are not going to revoke our decision. We have made up our minds to follow you into the forest. If you have no regard for this decision, then who will adhere to the path of righteousness? O Rama, you are firm in your duty. We beseech you, our heads bowed with swan white hair and soiled with dust, to return to Ayodhya. Many of those Brahmins who arrived here have commenced their sacrifices. O dear child, their consummation depends on your return. O Rama, all these living beings, movable and immovable, are devoted to you and are entreating you with devotion to return. Show consideration to those supplicants. Although the trees uplifted by the speed of the wind intend to follow you, their movement is stalled by their roots. Unable, they appear to be weeping. Even the birds, instead of foraging for food, are sitting motionless on the trees at one place. They are imploring you, you who are compassionate to all creatures, to return to Ayodhya. While those Brahmins were thus crying out, river Tamasa came into view as if seeking Rama to turn back to Ayodhya. Then Sumantra also unyoked the fatigued horses from the chariot and quickly allowed them to roll and relax on the ground. Having made the horses drink and deep in water, he released them for grazing not far from Tamasa river. Thus ends the 45th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama, Sita and Lakshmana stay on the bank of Tamasa river. At dawn they proceed, leaving behind the citizens of Ayodhya. The scion of the Raghus, Rama, having taken shelter on the lovely bank of Tamasa, glanced at Sita and said to Lakshmana thus, O Lakshmana, this happens to be the first night of our exile. You should not have any longing in your mind. Wish you well. Look at the deserted forest. The wild animals and birds have returned to their hideouts. They fill the air with their cries. There is no doubt that now the men and women of Ayodhya, Father's capital city, must be bewailing our departure. O best of men, because of our many virtues, the people of Ayodhya are indeed loyal to the king, to you, to me and to Satrughna and Bharat too. What distresses me is the thought that both father and illustrious mother may become blind by repeated weeping over us. Righteous Bharat will indeed console parents with words in conformity with Dharma, Artha and Kama. As I reflect again and again on the benevolent nature of Bharat, there is no concern in me about my parents. O Lakshmana, you, O Lakshmana, the best among men, have done a good job by accompanying me. Otherwise assistance for Sita's protection would have been sought. Necessary. O Lakshmana, I shall live this night on water alone. I prefer it, though various kinds of forest products are available. Having said so to Lakshmana, he turned to Sumantra to say, O gentle friend, tend the horses with care. As the sun was setting, Sumantra tethered the horses, fed them with abundant fodder and sat close to them. Then the charioteer, worshipping the auspicious Sandhya, twilight, and seeing the night approach, made bed for Rama and Lakshmana. Having seen the bed of leaves made ready on the bank of Tamasa, Rama lay down there along with Sita and Lakshmana. Having seen that his brother along with his wife had fallen asleep, Lakshmana narrated the many virtues of Rama to Sumantra. Lakshmana continued to describe Rama's virtues to the charioteer, keeping awake that entire night on the bank of Tamasa until the sun rose. Rama spent the night with his subjects not very far from the bank of Tamasa, which was crowded with herds of cattle. On getting up, the brilliant Rama looked at his subjects and said to his brother Lakshmana, full of noble qualities, O Lakshmana, son of Sumitra, look at these people, fast as sheep under the trees. Out of affection for us, they are even indifferent to their home. On seeing the people's resolve to take us back, it appears they are prepared to give up their lives rather than abandon their determination. While they are asleep, we shall quickly mount the chariot and fearlessly proceed on the way. These loyal inhabitants of Ayodhya, the city of the Ikshvakus, will no more sleep again sheltered under the trees. The prince should deliver the citizens from the sufferings caused by themselves, but should not make them suffer on their account. Lakshmana said to Rama, who was the very image of like righteousness, O wise one, I like this proposal. Let us quickly mount the chariot. Then glorious Rama, addressing Sumantra, said, O master charioteer, harness the chariot. I shall. Let us quickly leave for the forest. Thereupon the charioteer hurriedly harnessed the splendid horses to the chariot and informed Rama with folded hands, O best among riders, the chariot has been harnessed. O mighty armed one, board it along with Sita and Lakshmana. All the best. Rama, along with others, mounted the chariot with his belongings, crossed the rapidly flowing Tamasa agitated with whirlpools. Having crossed the river, the mighty armed and gracious Rama proceeded on the auspicious and thornless highway, arousing confidence even in the timid. With the intention of confusing the citizens, Rama said to the charioteer, O Sumantra, having seated in the chariot, proceed speedily for a while in northerly direction and again turn back. The chariot accomplished this feat in such a manner that the citizens will not know where we have gone. The charioteer did as instructed by Rama, returned to him with the chariot and informed of its readiness. When Rama and Lakshmana, perpetuators of the Raghu race, along with Sita, were seated on the well-yoked chariot, Sumantra urged the horses to move. As it augurs well to travel north, Sumantra placed the chariot in that direction. Thereafter that great charioteer, Rama, Sita and Lakshmana boarded the chariot and departed. Thus ends the 46th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Disappointed citizens returned to Ayodhya. When the night advanced towards dawn, the citizens were stunned not to see the scion of the Raghus, Rama. Overwhelmed with sorrow, they lost their senses. Anguished and drenched with tears of grief, they looked hither and thither but could not find even a trace of Rama. Those high-minded people with sorrowful faces due to separation from sagacious Rama expressed themselves in piteous words. Fie on this sleep which robbed us of our senses. We are unable to see now that broad-chested and mighty-armed Rama. How is it that the mighty-armed Rama, who never renders services done to him fruitless, has deserted his devoted people and gone into exile? How could he, the best among the kings of Raghu dynasty, who used to protect us as a father protects his own children, go to the forest, abandoning us? We all will die here. We will go on the everlasting journey to death. Of what use is this life to us without Rama? There are plenty of dry logs of wood. We will prepare a pyre with them, set fire to it, and we all will enter it. What shall we say to the people? How can we say, we have conducted him to the forest, that scion of the Raghus, that mighty armed Rama, who is of gentle speech and free from malice? Seeing us return without Rama, the women, children and the aged of the city, Ayodhya, will certainly feel miserable and cheerless. Having left that city with the valiant and self-restrained Rama, how can we now return without him? All of them with grief distressed, and with their arms thrown up lamented like cows deprived of their calves. For a short while they followed the tracks of the chariot, and after having gone a little distance, they missed the way. They were again submerged in deep sorrow. When they could not find the tracks of the chariot, those high-minded people turned back and said to themselves, "What is this? We have been deceived by fate. What are we to do now?" Single quote. Thereafter, all of them, the virtuous people grieving, their minds fatigued, returned to Ayodhya the same way they had come. On seeing the city, the minds of the people were agitated due to the loss of their prince. Tears streamed down their eyes. Oppressed with sorrow, this city without Rama, just as a river with serpents lifted away by Garuda from its depths, looks no longer beautiful. Plunged in grief, they saw the city deprived of all joy, looking like a sky without the moon and an ocean without water. Those people devoid of delight entered their rich mansions with great difficulty. Even though they, stricken with sorrow, looked at men and their own kinsmen, they could not recognize them. Thus ends the 47th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Lamentations of women in Ayodhya. The people afflicted with sorrow followed Rama and returned to the city deeply distressed, eyes overflowing with tears. They longed for death. Smitten with grief, they lost their high-mindedness and looked as if their life had been drained out. The people afflicted with sorrow followed Rama and returned to the city deeply distressed, eyes overflowing with tears. They longed for death. Smitten with grief, they lost their high-mindedness and looked as if their life had been drained out. The subjects reached their respective homes and, surrounded by their sons and wives, broke down, their faces flooded with tears. The people had no joy in life, nor did they find cheer in anything. The merchants did not offer their wares for sale. The marketplace looked graceless, lifeless. The stocks were empty. The householders did not cook their food. Neither loss nor acquisition of wealth mattered to the people. No mother rejoiced over getting her firstborn son. In every house, women wept and in anguish heaped abuses on their husbands on their arrival at home with words sharp, like goads on elephants. For those who do not see Rama, of what use are the houses or spouses or sons or fortunes or delight? Lakshmana is the only fortunate person in the world who has followed Rama of the Kakutstha race, along with Sita to serve them. The rivers and the lotus pools have done some meritorious acts in the past, as a result of which Rama, having plunged into their holy waters, will make his ablution. Forests with beautiful groves, rivers with vast expanse of waters, mountains with their slopes will enhance the luster of the scion of the Kakutisthas. Rama, whichever hill or forest Rama visits, people will receive him there like a welcome guest and will not fail to render hospitality to him. Trees with bunches of colorful flowers and clusters of blossoms hovering over with black bees will present themselves to the son of the Raghus, Rama, themselves. The hills will exhibit their excellent flowers and fruits of season out of compassion in order to welcome Rama. The mountains, displaying various wonderful streams here and there, will flow with pellucid waters. For Rama, the trees on the mountain summits will enchant Rama. Where Rama goes, there will be no room for fear or dishonor. Before that valiant, strong-armed son of Dasharatha goes too far away from us, we should follow him. The shadow of the feet of this magnanimous Lord will give us happiness. He alone is the goal and protector of all these people. He is the supreme refuge. We will serve Sita. You will serve Rama. Such were the words of the distressed women of the city to their husbands. They continued, in the forest, Rama will look after your well-being and Sita will ensure our women folk's security. The people here are choked with grief. Who will like to stay here where life is disagreeable, cheerless, full of despondency and distress? If Kaikeyi rules this kingdom unethically, we do not want to live here like orphans. What is the use of our progeny or property in such a place? Can Kaikeyi, who has brought disgrace to the race by abandoning her husband and son for the sake of wealth, spare others? We swear on our sons that as long as Kaikeyi lives, or we live, we will never stay in her kingdom as servants. Who can live with pleasure under the rule of Kaikeyi of unrighteous character and wicked behavior? One who without compassion banished Rama, son of Dasharatha, king of kings? The entire kingdom, for the sake of Kaikeyi, is under a great calamity. With no support or leader, it will definitely go to ruin. Now that Rama has been banished, the king will not live long. After his death there will be evidently only lamentations. Where you are in deep trouble with merits exhausted, it is better to take poison, or follow Rama or walk into the unknown. Rama along with Sita and Lakshmana has been deceitfully exiled and all of us delivered to Bharat, like beasts to a butcher. For protection, Rama, elder brother to Lakshmana, is a tiger among men, a subduer of enemies, powerful like an intoxicated elephant, and a great charioteer, blue in complexion. He has a face like the full moon. He has lotus-like eyes, knee-long arms and fleshy clavicles. Endowed with a sweet nature, he always speaks the truth and the first to speak to others. When he roams the forest, charming like the moon and pleasing to the whole world, he will surely make it look graceful. Such was the lamentation of the women of the city. Overcome with grief as if frightened at the approach of death, they wept bitterly, as the women of the city were thus lamenting over the scion of the Raghus. Rama, sitting at home, the sun set, night fell, with sacrificial fires extinguished and the reading of holy scriptures and sacred recitations stopped. Ayodhya looked as if besmeared with darkness. With markets closed, the city of Ayodhya cheerless and shelterless looked like the sky without stars. The women grieved over Rama as if a son or a brother had been exiled. Depressed and distressed, They wept and sobbed. For them, Rama was indeed more than their sons. With the cessation of singing, celebrations, dance and music, there was no rejoicing in the city. The markets displaying merchandise were shut down. The city of Ayodhya looked like the ocean with its waters diminished. Thus ends the 48th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama crosses the frontiers of the kingdom of Koshala, crosses rivers Vedashruti and Gomati, speaks to Sumantra, recollecting his father's command. Rama, the foremost among men, covered a long distance during the remaining part of the night. While Rama was thus traveling, the auspicious night ended. With the Sandhya, morning twilight, worship over, he reached the frontiers of the country. Watching the villagers furrowed at the outskirts, forests in blossom, hearing the gossips of the people living in the midst of villages, Rama felt he was moving very slowly, whereas he had actually covered a long distance with those excellent, swift horses. The villagers were speaking among themselves. Fie on the king who is overtaken by passion, alas! The heartless, sinful Kaikeyi, indulging in evil, has banished into the forest this prince who is righteous and sagacious, compassionate and self-restrained. How could this cruel Kaikeyi, by breaking all limits of decorum, resort to such atrocious action? How will Sita, highly fortunate daughter of Janaka and used to comforts, endure these sufferings? Alas! The loveless King Dasharatha now intends to abandon his own sinless son Rama, who is dear to the subjects. Such were the words of people living in villages and hamlets that Rama, the valiant lord of Koshala, happened to hear as he was crossing the boundaries of Koshala. He then crossed the river Vedashruti flowing with sacred waters and went in the southern direction, where sage Agastya resided, traveling for a long time along the river Gomati full of cool waters on whose marshy bank cows grazed. Rama crossed it at the point where it flows into the sea. Gomati gone, Rama with the swift-moving horses crossed the river Syandika, echoing with the cries of peacocks and swans. Rama showed Sita vast tracts of land encircled by kingdoms which were formerly bestowed upon Ikshvaku by Emperor Manu. Graceful Rama, best among men, with a voice resembling that of an intoxicated swan, called the charioteer again and again and said, "When shall I return and reunite with my father and mother and go hunting in the blooming forest on the bank of the river Saryu?" In this world, hunting is a unique pleasure. It is regarded as a delightful sport for royal sages. But I do not have a great longing for hunting in the forest on the bank of river Saryu. In this world, hunting in the woods is a pleasure for royal sages and is greatly sought after by bowmen. This was later resorted to by others. The descendant of Ikshvaku related to the charioteer in a sweet voice the thoughts that came to him, and went on the way, continued his journey. Thus ends the 14th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama reaches Srng Aberapura on the bank of the Ganga. Goa, chief of the Nishadas, welcomes Rama. Having crossed the vast, beautiful kingdom of Koshala, the sagacious elder brother of Lakshmana stood facing Ayodhya with folded palms and said, "O Ayodhya, the best of cities ruled by those born in the Kakutstha race, I take leave of you and of all those gods inhabiting and guarding you. On completion of exile and my filial obligations to King Dasharatha, Lord of the world, discharged, I shall, reunited with my parents, see you again." He looked miserable, his coppered eyes filled with tears. He raised his right hand and said to the villagers who had come to see him, You have aptly shown your kindness and compassion to me. It is not proper to prolong one's grief. So do go and all tend to your duties. All of them paid their homage by circumambulating the high-souled Rama. Crying bitterly, they stood here and there. Not yet satisfied. They wanted to linger longer. They stood weeping, while Rama went out of sight just as the sun disappears at nightfall. Rama, the best of men, crossed the auspicious land of Koshala, which was worth seeing by kings. It looked charming with sacrificial posts and altars, pleasure gardens and mango groves and tanks filled with water. It was rich with herds of cattle, wealth and food grains. It was inhabited by charitable, contented and well-nourished people free from fear from any quarter. And it reverberated with the sounds of Vedic recitations. Rama, the greatest among those endowed with fortitude, traveled through the middle of the kingdom, which was pleasing, prosperous and full of ravishing gardens fit to be enjoyed by kings. There Rama saw the holy Ganga flowing in 3 worlds, with her sacred waters, free from moss, and worshipped by sages. The holy Ganga, adorned with graceful hermitages situated not far away, is visited at times by delightful nymphs who sport in her lakes. The Ganga is graced by Devatas, Danavas, Gandharvas and Kinnaras. Wives of several Gandharvas always visit this auspicious river. Since this river flows through heavens for the gods, it is well known as Devapadmini, where celestial lotuses grow. The river embraces hundreds of hills serving as sporting places and pleasure gardens for gods. The sound of dashing waters of the Ganga is like her laughter and the foam like her sparkling smile. Here she flows straight like the braid of a maiden and there in whirlpools. Here the Ganga runs deep but quiet. There she looks perturbed due to fast-flowing waters. Here she flows with a deep groan and there with a dreadful roar. Here hosts of celestials take their ablutions and there she shines with lilies of pure blue. Here her banks are curved and there her bed is dotted with patches of white sand. The river reverberates with the cries of swans, cranes and chakravakas, ruddy goose. It rings intermittently with the chirpings of birds charged with endless persistence. Here on her banks stand trees adorned as though with garlands, and there in her waters abound full-blown lilies and a forest of lotuses. Here she is decked with hosts of water lilies and half-blown flowers, while elsewhere she looks intoxicated with the pollen fallen from various flowers. The river, cleansed of heaps of impurities, appears like a transparent gem. The interiors of forests on her banks always resounds with the trumpeting of mighty, intoxicated, wild elephants guarding the quarters, fit to be the vehicles of gods. Just like a lady, Ganga is decorated with the best of ornaments. Her banks are filled with fruits, flowers, tender leaves or shoots and flowering shrubs. It is inhabited by birds and Brahmins and infested with sishmaris, small whales, crocodiles and serpents. Mighty-armed Rama reached Srn Gabapura on the bank of this consort of the ocean. This Ganga loud with the cries of cronchers and herons. This sinless, divine Ganga, destroyer of sins, who flows from the feet of Lord Vishnu and by the effulgence, penance, of Sagara's son, Bhagirath, emerged from the matted locks of Lord Shiva. Beholding river Ganga full of waves and whirlpools, the great chariot warrior, Rama, said to Sumantra, "We shall spend the night here. O charioteer, there is a very large ingudi, almond, tree not far from the river, luxuriant with flowers and budding leaves. We shall stay there tonight. We shall watch Ganga, the best among rivers, whose holy waters are respected by gods, demons, Gandharvas, beasts, serpents, men and birds alike, approached. Lakshmana and Sumitra agreed with Rama, saying, "Be it so," and turned the horses towards that Ingudi tree. Rama, delight of the Ikshvakus, along with his consort and Lakshmana reached that beautiful tree and alighted from the chariot. Sumitra also got off the chariot, unyoked the horses and with folded palms stood near Rama, who had already reached the foot of the tree. There lived the mighty king Guar, who was born in the race of Nishadas, hunters, and became famous as their lord. He was a friend to Rama who was like his own self. Having come to know that Rama, the best among men, had arrived in his region, Guar, accompanied by senior ministers and people of his clan, came to greet him. When Rama and Lakshmana saw from a distance that Guar, king of the Nishadas, was approaching them, they went forward to receive him. Overwhelmed with grief to see Rama embark, Guar embraced Rama and said, "This is just like Ayodhya to you. What can I do for you? O mighty armed Rama, who can have the good fortune of receiving such a beloved guest like you?" Thereafter he quickly brought rice and various kinds of tasty food and drink as welcome offerings, and said to him, "O mighty armed prince, welcome to you. This entire land belongs to you. You are our master and we, your servants, rule this kingdom happily. All kinds of food to be taken by biting, chewing, drinking and licking are here for you. There is an excellent bed ready. There are also enough fodder for the horses." Hearing the words of Guar, Rama replied, "By coming on foot to meet us and by displaying your friendliness, you have amply honored us and pleased us." Rama, embracing him tightly with his strong arms, said, "O Guar, it is fortunate that I am able to see you and your relations in good health. Hope all is well with your friends, kingdom and collection of revenue. I must give you back whatever you have offered me so affectionately. I am not in a position to accept anything. You must know me as an ascetic devoted to righteousness, and as a wanderer in the forest wearing garments made of bark, kusa grass and antelope skin, subsisting on fruits and roots. What I now need is fodder for the horses. Nothing more. If you can do this much, I'll deem it a great honor. If these horses, which are the favorites of my father, King Dasharatha, are whelped, I shall consider myself honored." Guar ordered the men standing there give these horses liquids like water and forage. Rama, wearing the upper garment, then offered oblations to Sandhya and partook of only water as refreshment. Brought by Lakshmana, Lakshmana washed the feet of Rama, who along with his consort lay upon the ground, and returned to take rest under the tree. Guar, bow in hand, conversing with Sumitra and Saumitri, son of Sumitra. Lakshmana then kept vigil over Rama by remaining awake all night, as the wise, illustrious, magnanimous son of Dasharatha, Rama, who was used to pleasures and not discomfort, lay on the ground. The long night slipped away. Thus ends the 50th Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Guar arranges a boat to help Rama, Lakshmana and Sita cross Ganga. Rama asks Sumitra to return to Ayodhya and serve the king. Sita worships Ganga for the safe return from exile. As the night advanced towards dawn, broad-chested Rama of great renown said to Lakshmana, son of Sumitra, who had auspicious marks on his body, "O dear Lakshmana, the holy night is over and it is time for sunrise. The deep dark bird, the cuckoo, is singing. Listen to the screams of the peacocks in the forest. The Ganga is flowing fast to merge in the sea. We need to cross it." In response to Rama's desire, Lakshmana son of Sumitra, one who brings joy to his friends, called Guar and the charioteer, Sumantra, and stood before his brother. Having heard and accepted Rama's proposal, the king of the Nisidas called his ministers at once and said, "Get quickly to the sacred bank of Ganga, a strong, auspicious boat equipped with rowing rods and helmsmen who can help cross the river with ease." The ministers heard the orders, soon brought a beautiful boat and informed Guar that his orders have been carried out. Then Guar with folded palms said to Rama, "O king, the boat ready, tell me what else can I do for you? O best among men, renowned like a god's son and constantly engaged in vows, here is the boat for you to cross the Ganga flowing into the sea. Do board it." Thereafter the radiant Rama said to Guar, "You have fulfilled my desire. Keep all our belongings in the boat." Rama and Lakshmana then put on their quivers, fastened their swords and holding their bows went towards Ganga along with Sita. The charioteer, Sumantra, approached the righteous Rama and asked him with folded hands, "What can I do?" Rama then caressed Sumantra with his right hand and said, "Sumantra, go back immediately and never be inattentive in serving the king. You have done enough. I shall now leave the chariot and walk into the great forest." Having been permitted to go, Sumantra, the distressed charioteer, said to Rama, "The best among men, and a descendant of the Ikshvaku race, none else in this world would be able to live in the forest as you have resolved to. Like a common man, along with your brother and spouse. If your celibacy and your grief are the consequences of your study of the Vedic law, your compassionate nature and simplicity of character, I think there is no use of all these virtues. Valiant scion of the Raghu's dwelling in the forest along with Vaidehi, Sita, and brother Lakshmana, you will attain the status as if you have won the three worlds. Deprived of you, O Rama, we will come under the control of that sinful Kaikeyi. We will suffer and die." Rama was like his, Sumantra's, own self. When Sumantra, the charioteer, saw that Rama was preparing to go afar for a long time, he started weeping aloud in deep distress. After the flow of tears ceased, Sumantra took a sip of water and became sanctified. Then Rama addressed him with sweet words over and over again. "I find none else like you as friendly as you are to the Ikshvaku race. So do whatever you like to see that King Dasharatha does not brood over me. I tell you this because the Lord of the earth, Dasharatha, is in deep distress. He is old, and he is under the control of his passion. To make Kaikeyi happy, do whatever little the great King Dasharatha orders you to do. The minds of kings create no hurdles in all that they want to do. That is why they rule kingdoms. Sumantra, do things exactly in the manner the great king desires so that he does not feel sad or disappointed. After offering your salutations, tell these words, on my behalf, to the king who is respectable, bent with age and who has conquered his senses and never experienced any sorrow before. I do not regret my banishment from Ayodhya to live in the forest, neither Lakshmana nor Sita does. Very quickly these 14 years will come to an end and we will return to Ayodhya. Then you will see me, Lakshmana and Sita off and on." Having said this to the king, "O Sumantra, tell my mother, the other queens including Kaikeyi again and again about my well-being and the well-being of Lakshmana and Sita. Convey our respectful salutations at the feet of Mother Kausalya. Tell the king to send for Bharat quickly, and on his arrival, he be placed in the position of the king as per his own desire. On embracing Bharat and making him the crown prince, the sorrow due to our departure will not affect you. You should tell Bharat that just as he treats the king, so should he treat all the mothers without differentiating between them. Just as you treat Kaikeyi and Sumitra in a special manner, so should you treat Devi Kausalya. My mother, princely regency is awaiting you because of our father's loving desire. See that through your actions, he is able to attain happiness in both the worlds. When Sumitra was asked by Rama to go back, he grew grief-stricken, having heard all that was said by the scion of the Kakutistha's. He replied, I beg your pardon for what I have told you out of love. Accept it as the words of a devotee expressed without fear or formality. Without you, how can I go back to the city of Ayodhya, which, separated from you, is grieving like a lady who has lost her son? The people who had seen Rama board the chariot will be broken-hearted to see it without him. Seeing the empty chariot, the people of the city will look pitiable, just like an army left only with the charioteer after its hero is killed in the war. Although living at a distance, the subjects feel in their minds that you are just ahead of them. Today they will certainly go without food, brooding over you. At the time of your departure, O Rama, you have seen all that happened. The hearts of the people exhausted with grief. You have witnessed the cry of agony raised by the citizens at the time of your banishment. Now when they see the empty chariot, they will make it raise their cry 100-fold. What shall I say to Kausalya? Shall I say, O venerable queen, I have left your son at his maternal uncle's. Hence don't grieve. How can I lie to her? How can I tell her the unpleasant truth? How can these excellent horses who used to carry you and your friends till now draw this chariot without you, even though they are at my command? That is why, O sinless one, I cannot go back to Ayodhya without you. Allow me to accompany you into your exile. I will enter. If you forsake me in spite of my request, I shall immediately enter fire along with my chariot. With my chariot I shall retaliate and prevent all those animals in the forest causing obstacles to your austerities. O Rama, by your grace I experience the pleasure of driving your chariot. And by your grace, too, I am looking forward to deriving the pleasure of dwelling in the forest. Be pleased. I wish to stay with you in the forest. I long to hear from you these favorable words. Stay with me, O valiant one. If these horses too could render services to you while you dwell in the forest, they would attain the supreme state. As I dwell in the forest, I shall serve you with my head bowed. For this I may altogether relinquish Ayodhya or even heaven. Just as a sinner cannot enter the capital of Indra, heaven, it is impossible for me to enter Ayodhya without you. It is my cherished desire to take you after the completion of your exile back to the city, Ayodhya, in this chariot alone. If I accompany you into the forest, 14 years will pass like a moment, otherwise it will seem like 100 years. O Rama, you are affectionate towards your servants. I abide in the path followed by you. My master's son, I am your devoted servant. It does not behove you to forsake me who is faithful. Repeatedly implored in various ways by the miserable Sumitra, Rama, who is compassionate to his servants, replied, O Sumitra, listen, I know your deep devotion to me. I also know you are loyal to your master, Dasharatha. So I am sending you to the city, Ayodhya. From here, when my younger mother Kaikeyi sees that you have returned to Ayodhya, she will believe that Rama has really gone to the forest. If Queen Kaikeyi is fully satisfied that I have gone to dwell in the forest, she will no longer have any doubt and will believe that righteous King Dasharatha is not a liar. My prime resolve is that my younger mother should enjoy this prosperous and vast kingdom ruled by her son Bharat. Sumantra, return to the city with the chariot for my pleasure and also for the pleasure of the king, and convey to each of the persons concerned the message exactly as instructed. Having spoken to the charioteer and consoling him again and again, indefatigable Rama spoke to Gua words full of reasoning. Gua, this forest where people live is not suitable for my stay. It is necessary that I live in a hermitage. So please do the needful. Seeking the welfare of my father, Sita and Lakshmana, I shall enter the forest with matted hair and practice the prescribed austerities which are the adornments of ascetics. Do fetch me the sap of a banyan tree. Gua fetched the latex quickly and gave it to the prince, Rama, and with that Rama matted his own hair and Lakshmana's. The long-armed Rama, the best of men, put on locks of matted hair. As the two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, stood dressed in bark wearing crowns of matted hair, they resembled two resplendent ascetics. Having adopted the path of ascetics along with Lakshmana, Rama said to his friend Gua, O Gua, you must be vigilant about your army, treasury, forts and provinces. A kingdom, it is rightly said, is protected with great difficulty. Rama, delight of the Ikshvakas, then permitted Gua to take leave, and departed quickly with his consort and Lakshmana in peace. Seeing the boat on the river bank and intending to cross the swiftly flowing Ganga, Rama, descendant of the Ikshvakas, said to Lakshmana, O Lakshmana, the best of men, the boat stands ready. Get into it slowly, carefully, and then help the noble Sita board it by holding the beam which balances the boat. Having heard his brother's command, the self-controlled Lakshmana did as he was told. He first helped Sita get into the boat and thereafter boarded it himself. With the boat boarded by the glorious Rama, Lakshmana's elder brother, Gua, king of the Nishadas, urged his kinsman to row the boat. Resplendent Rama boarded the boat and muttered for his own safety mantras befitting Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Rama of undimmed radiance sipped the waters of the Ganga, in accordance with the scriptures, and with great pleasure, and paid obeisance to the river with Sita and Lakshmana. Having permitted Sumantra and Gua with his army to leave, Rama, seated on the boat, urged the boatmen to proceed. The well-ruddered boat, rowed by the helmsman and propelled by strong oars, swiftly crossed the waters of the river. When the boat reached the midstream, that unblemished Sita with palms folded invoked the river thus: O Ganga, protected by you, this son, Rama, of Dasharatha, the sagacious Maharaja, will carry out his father's command. He along with his brother will return after living in the forest for full 14 years. O fortunate Devi, he will worship you in delight for fulfilling all his desires after his safe return. O Devi, you are Tripathaga, flowing in 3 directions, worlds. You behold the region of Brahma and happen to be the spouse of the king of the ocean in this world of mortals. O Devi, O lovely Ganga, I offer you my obeisance and my adorations. After the safe return of Rama, the tiger, best among men, from the forest, and after he regains the kingdom, I shall give 100,000 cows, clothing and delicious food to Brahmins as a mark of regard, which will please you, O Devi. After my return to Ayodhya, purified by my austerities, I shall worship you by offering 1,000 pots of nectar and food in the form of meat. I shall worship all those deities inhabiting your banks and all sacred spots and temples. O Sacred One, may the blemishless, mighty armed Rama, accompanied by me and his brother, re-enter Ayodhya after the exile. While the unblemished, auspicious Sita was thus addressing the river, the boat swiftly reached the south bank. Rama, the best of men and tormentor of enemies, after reaching the other side of the river, left the boat and proceeded with Sita and his brother. The long-armed Rama then said to Lakshmana, enhancer of the joy of Sumitra, whether in populated areas or in solitary places, exercise alacrity in the matter of protection. In this desolate forest which we had never seen before, we must certainly be concerned about our protection. O Lakshmana, let Sita follow you. O best of men, I will follow you and Sita and keep watch. We must ensure mutual protection. We have not yet confronted any hardship. From now on Sita will come to know the difficulties of forest life. Now she will enter the forest which is devoid of concourse of people, farms and pleasure groves, and which is uneven and inaccessible and full of deep ditches. Having heard the words of Rama, Lakshmana went ahead and Rama, delight of the Raghus, walked behind Sita. The wretched Sumitra kept gazing at Rama, who swiftly reached the other side of the Ganga, and only when he could not see him because of long distance, he turned away his gaze and, overcome with grief, shed tears. Having crossed that mighty river, the high-souled Rama, bestower of boons and equal in splendor to the protector of the world, reached Vatsa by and by, a highly prosperous country inhabited by happy people. Famished, they, Rama and Lakshmana, killed a boar, a rishya, white-footed male antelope, a spotted deer and a great deer with black stripes. They partook the meat and reached a tree by evening, where they rested for the night. Thus ends the 52nd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama's mind goes back to Kaikeyi and to Kausalya, and Sumitra asks Lakshmana to go back. Lakshmana declines. On reaching the foot of the tree, Rama offered oblations to Sandhya of the west, and then he who is the best in keeping people in good humor said to Lakshmana, we will have to spend this first night without Sumitra and away from human habitation. Yet, you need not worry, O Lakshmana. From now on we must be sleeplessly vigilant at night. The welfare and safety of Sita depend on us both. O Lakshmana, we will have to somehow pass this night, sleeping on the ground spread with whatever we have procured. Rama, who deserved a luxurious bed, lay down on the ground and uttered these beneficial words to Lakshmana. O Lakshmana, the Maharaja must be having a painful sleep tonight, but Kaikeyi, with her desires fulfilled, ought to feel satisfied. After the arrival of Bharat, I hope Queen Kaikeyi does not deprive the king of his life for the sake of the kingdom. That lustful king, having come under the hold of Kaikeyi, has been deprived of my presence. What can that forlorn and aged king do? Reflecting on the calamity and mental aberration of the king, I think passion is stronger than wealth and righteousness. O Lakshmana, will even an illiterate man for the sake of a woman ever abandon his son like me, who is faithful and obedient, as did my father? Bharat, son of Kaikeyi, with his wife will alone enjoy like an emperor this kingdom of Koshala full of happy people. The king is advanced in age and I have to dwell in the forest, therefore Bharat alone will be the chief of this entire kingdom. Any king who abandons dharma and artha and adopts a life of pleasure will very soon reach this status Dasharatha has attained. O handsome Lakshmana, I think Kaikeyi has come to our house for the destruction of Dasharatha, for my banishment and enthronement of Bharat in the kingdom. Intoxicated with her good fortune, will not Kaikeyi torment Kausalya and Sumitra for my sake? O Lakshmana, because of me Mother Sumitra should not live in sorrow. Therefore, tomorrow morning go back to Ayodhya from here itself. I shall go with Sita into the Dandaka forest, and you be the protector of the helpless. Kausalya, Kaikeyi, who is a woman of heinous deeds, may follow, out of hostility, an unjust way in respect of my mother. In that case my mother may be entrusted to the care of Bharat, who is righteous. O Lakshmana, surely in one of her previous births did my mother separate women from their sons. That is why this calamity has befallen her. Kausalya nurtured me for a long time and reared me with great difficulty. When she was going to enjoy the fruits of her labor, I have been separated from her. Fie upon me, O Lakshmana, I am causing endless sorrow to my mother. May no mother give birth to a son like me. On hearing my banishment, her miner would say to her parrot, O parrot, bite the foot of the enemy. Kaikeyi, single quote, I think that bird is a greater source of joy to my mother than I. O Lakshmana, my mother has less fortune and more grief like a woman without a son. O Lakshmana, subduer of enemies for her. What is the use of a son like me who cannot render any service to her? My mother is unlucky as she has been separated from me. Extremely distressed, she must have plunged into an ocean of grief. Without reason, once enraged, O Lakshmana, I can overpower Ayodhya, even the whole world all by myself with my arrows. But exhibition of prowess without any reason is not desirable. O sinless one, I did not get myself coronated owing to fear of unrighteous conduct and fear of the other world. Like this and in many other ways Rama lamented pitifully in that desolate forest when his face was filled with tears. He sat silently in the night. Lakshmana consoled Rama, who ceased to lament like fire with extinguished flames or like a motionless sea. O Rama, foremost of warriors, it is certain that since your departure, the city of Ayodhya must be lustreless like night without the moon. This is not the way you should lament, O Rama, O foremost of men. By doing so you are disheartening me and Sita as well. Without you Sita or I will not survive even for a moment, like a fish taken out of water, O Rama. Without you, O Rama, tormentor of enemies, I wish to see neither father nor Satrughna nor Sumitra nor even heaven itself. Thereafter Rama and Sita, the duo, nurturers of righteousness, from their comfortable seats moved to the bed well made under the banyan tree not far from there where they were sitting, and lay down to sleep. Rama, the tormentor of enemies, listened, out of love, to the excellent and copious words of Lakshmana and permitted him to live in the forest for the entire period of 14 years by observing the prescribed code of conduct as enjoined on life in the forest. Then the two mighty perpetuators of the Raghu race, who were like two lions dwelling on the slopes of mountains, lived in that lonely forest without fear or hesitation. Thus ends the 53rd Sarga of AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama, Sita and Lakshmana depart for Dandaka forest, reach the hermitage of sage Bharadwaja, seek advice for a dwelling place. Bharadwaja suggests Chitrakoot at the confluence of rivers Ganga and Yamuna. They set out after a night's stay. They, Rama, Sita and Lakshmana, spent that auspicious night under that great tree and set out from there after the bright sun rose. Illustrious Rama, Sita and Lakshmana entered the deep forest and saw the different regions of the land and other enchanting places which they had never seen before, and proceeded towards the region where the river Yamuna merged with Bhagirathi Ganga. Walking on the safe path and observing various kinds of trees, Rama said to Lakshmana at the end of the day, O son of Sumitra, look at the column of smoke rising like the banner of the venerable fire god near Prayaga. I think an ascetic dwells nearby. We have surely reached the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, which can be ascertained from the sounds of clashing water. Here are logs of wood cut into pieces by forest dwellers, living on forest products. You can see various trees near the hermitage of sage Bharadwaja. The two archers, Rama and Lakshmana, reached comfortably, walking at an easy pace. By evening, the hermitage of sage Bharadwaja near the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna. Seeing Rama approaching the hermitage, the deer and the birds were frightened. Proceeding on the path, for a while Rama reached the place of Bharadwaja. Thereafter the two heroes, followed by Sita, arrived at the hermitage and, wishing to see the sage, waited at a distance. Rama entered the hermitage and saw that high-souled Bharadwaja surrounded by his disciples. He was a distinguished sage who, himself, kindled sacrificial fires and acquired spiritual insight by practicing rigid austerities with concentration of mind and ascetic powers. Rama, Lakshmana and Sita paid their obeisance to that great sage. Lakshmana's elder brother, Rama, introduced himself to Bharadwaja. O Venerable One, we are both sons of Dasharatha, Rama and Lakshmana. This blessed one is my consort, Sita, daughter of Janaka. Irreproachable, she has followed me to the desolate grove of penance, hermitage. This is the son of Sumitra, my beloved younger brother, a man of firm resolve. He has accompanied me when I was sent on exile to the forest by my father. O Venerable One, on my father's command we entered the desolate forest of penance, subsisting on roots and fruits. I shall practice the righteous way of life. Sage Bharadwaja heard the words of sagacious Rama and offered a bull water for washing feet, and arghya, offering to a guest. The ascetic who practiced severe penance offered them different kinds of food and drink made from roots and fruits available in the forest. He also provided them a place to rest in. There the sage sat, surrounded by hermits, animals and birds. After having welcomed Rama with due honor, Rama accepted the hospitality of Bharadwaja and took a seat in front of the sage, who spoke to him these words in conformity with righteousness. O descendant of the Kakutstha dynasty, I am able to see you on your arrival here after a long time. I have also heard about your unwarranted banishment. This sacred and solitary region near the confluence of two great rivers, Ganga and Yamuna, is a pleasant place. You may stay here comfortably. Rama, ever devoted to the well-being of everyone, heard Bharadwaja and replied to him with these auspicious words. O Venerable Sage, I feel the people living in nearby villages and towns, perceiving that we can be easily seen here, will frequent this ashram. This is the reason I don't wish to stay here. O revered one, Janaka's daughter, Sita, deserves comfort. Suggest a solitary and agreeable place for our hermitage where she can enjoy herself. On hearing the auspicious words of Rama conveying his intention, the great sage Bharadwaja replied to him thus. O my son, 10 crores, about 20 miles from here is a mountain well known as Chitrakoot, resembling Gandhamadana. That mountain frequented by Maharshis is sacred. It looks pleasant from all sides. Monkeys, apes and bears wander there, and it is an appropriate place for you to live in. As long as one beholds the peaks of Mount Chitrakoot, he will be inspired to do good deeds and will not employ his mind in sinful thoughts. On the Chitrakoot mountain many ascetics wandered about, lived for hundreds of years carrying on penance. In the process they became so much emaciated that they looked as if they were left only with the skulls on their heads. In the end, they ascended heaven. O Rama, I think you will enjoy your stay there in a solitary place. Or else, you may live with me here during the period of banishment. Bharadwaja, who knows his duty, honored Rama, his beloved guest, with his consort and brother by extending all kinds of hospitality. At Prayaga, while the great sage Bharadwaja was narrating to Rama sitting near him several interesting anecdotes, the holy night set in. The exhausted scion of the Kakutistha's, used to comforts, stayed in the lovely hermitage of Bharadwaja for the night with Sita. As the third member of the group, when the night passed into dawn, Rama, the best of men, approached the resplendent Bharadwaja and said, "O venerable sage devoted to truth, we have spent the night in your hermitage. Please permit us to depart for the dwelling place suggested by you." When the night came to a close, Bharadwaja said to Rama, "You may proceed to Chitrakoot, which abounds in roots, fruits and honey. O mighty Rama, I think Mount Chitrakoot is the right place for you to stay. Go there. That mountain is full of trees of every kind, is inhabited by kinnaras and uragas, serpents. It echoes with the cries of peacocks, is frequented by mighty tuskers, filled with fruits and roots. It is sacred and pleasant. You will see, O Rama, herds of elephants and deer ranging in the forest. Your heart will be filled with joy while you wander with Sita, beholding rivers, waterfalls, plateaus, caverns and mountain torrents. The auspicious mountain, Chitrakuta, resounds with the note of cheerful lapwings and cuckoos. Intoxicated elephants and deer move about in the enchanting mountain. There you may settle down in a hermitage." Thus ends the 54th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. The trio cross Yamuna, decide to reside on the river bank. Sita rejoices getting her favorite flowers and fruits. After spending the night, the princes, destroyers of enemies, offered obeisance to that great sage, Bharadwaja, and went towards that Mount Chitrakuta. Seeing them setting forth, the great sage blessed them for a safe journey and followed them like a father following his children. Then that great effulgent sage Bharadwaja began to speak to Rama, whose strength was truth. Reaching the confluence of rivers Ganga and Yamuna, O Rama and Lakshmana, best among men, proceed along the Kalindi, Yamuna, river flowing westward. On reaching that swift-flowing river Yamuna, O Rama and Lakshmana, O scions of the Raghu race, you will find an ancient spot on the river bank. There make a raft and cross Kalindi, daughter of the sun. There you will find a large banyan tree with its lush green leaves, looking dark with its densely grown trees. It is inhabited by siddhas. Sita should offer with folded palms invocations for her well-being. Reaching that tree, you may tarry or proceed further. A crossar from there, you will see a beautiful forest filled with dark trees mixed with palasas and badaris and bamboos. On the Yamuna, that path leads to Chitrakoot. I had travelled through it several times. It is beautiful, smooth and safe from forest fires. The great sage returned after instructing Rama about the path. So be it, said Rama, and offering obeisance requested Bharadwaja to go back. With the sage gone, Rama said, O Sumitri, son of Sumitra, we are lucky, for the sage has been so kind. Thus talking with one another, the two noble-minded tigers, best among men, advanced towards river Kalindi, Yamuna, with Sita walking in front. Thereafter, they all reached the rapidly flowing river Kalindi and began pondering how to cross it. Then they both made a big wooden float by joining logs of wood, spreading bamboos on it and covering it with hay, fragrant roots of ushira bushes. The valiant Lakshmana cut the stems of reeds and branches of the jambu tree to prepare a comfortable seat for Sita. On that float, Rama, son of Dasharatha, helped his beloved Sita, who was looking inconceivably like Lakshmi, goddess of wealth, and was feeling a little bashful while stepping onto the float. Rama placed robes and ornaments on the float by the side of Sita and a spade and a basket along with weapons. Those valiant sons of Dasharatha held the float firmly to help Sita step onto it. Then they crossed the river carefully. On reaching the middle of the river Yamuna, Sita made reverential salutations to her, saying, "O goddess, I am crossing you. May safety be ours, and may my husband fulfill his vow after Rama's safe return to the city of Ayodhya, ruled by the Ikshvaku kings. I shall worship you with 1,000 cows and 100 pots of wine." While Sita with her fair complexion was thus invoking river Yamuna, with folded hands they reached the southern bank. They crossed the swift-flowing river Yamuna, daughter of the sun god, full of waves and with trees growing thick on her banks. Having crossed the river, they left the float and proceeded from the adjoining forest of Yamuna and reached the dark, cool banyan tree covered with lush green leaves. Having reached the banyan tree, Sita invoked it, saying, "O great tree, I offer you my salutations. May my husband fulfill his vow. May I behold Kausalya and the illustrious Sumitra on my return." Saying so, she went round the tree offering reverential salutations with folded hands. Beholding the obedient, blemishless, beloved Sita invoking blessings, Rama said to Lakshmana, "O Lakshmana, best among bipeds, men, and brother of Bharat, walk ahead with Sita and I shall follow with weapons. Whatever fruit or flower the daughter of Janaka asks for, get it. Whatever pleases her mind, give it." The daughter of Janaka walked between them like a she-elephant between two males. That gentle lady inquired of Rama about a tree or a shrub or a creeper in full bloom which she did not see before. Cheered by Sita's indents, Lakshmana brought her various beautiful plants and stalks of flowers. Beholding the river Yamuna with its wonderful water and sand echoing with the cackle of swans and cranes, Sita went ecstatic. After walking across into the forest on the bank of Yamuna, the two brothers killed many deer suitable for sacrifice and ate them. They reached the tableland on the bank of that river and moved in high spirit in the lovely forest, resounding with cries of flocks of peacocks and teeming with monkeys and elephants. Finally they selected a spot for their stay. Thus ends the 55th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Chitrakoot described, Rama meets sage Valmiki, Lakshmana builds a leaf-thatched cottage, Rama enters the cottage at an auspicious time after due worship of respective deities. When the night was over, Rama, delight of the Raghus, gently awakened Lakshmana who was asleep. Listen to the songs of the forest birds. O son of Sumitra, O tormentor of foes, it is time we set out. Awakened by his brother in time, Lakshmana shook off his sleep, his drowsiness and his fatigue due to journey. Then they all rose, touched the river's auspicious waters and went the way the sage had directed towards Mount Chitrakoot. Early in the morning Rama set out with Lakshmana and said this to Sita with eyes like lotus petals. O daughter of Videha, behold these Kinsukha trees in full bloom everywhere. With the passing of winter, they appear bright as though they are garlanded by their own flowers. Behold these Bhalatika trees in full bloom, though there are none to enjoy them. They are bent with fruits and leaves. Surely, we can live here. This place is fit for our habitation. O Lakshmana, see the honeycombs of the size of wooden vessels crowded by the honeybees hanging down from every tree. In this delightful forest region strewn with fallen flowers, the peacock is responding to the screaming of Natua bird. See these flocks of singing birds followed by herds of elephants. See this Mount Chitrakoot with its towering peaks. Oh dear, this sacred forest of Chitrakoot standing on a level land is full of various trees. Let us enjoy it. Then they both along with Sita walked to that lovely, delightful Chitrakoot mountain. Rama arrived at that enchanting mountain full of various kinds of birds, fruits and roots, and sweet water, and said to Lakshmana, O gentle one, this enchanting mountain with different kinds of trees and creepers and many roots and fruits appears to be a happy place to live in. Great sages reside on this high mountain. Let it be our habitation and let us enjoy our life here. O handsome one! Thus Rama, Sita and Lakshmana approached the hermitage of sage Valmiki and paid obeisance to him with folded hands. The great sage Valmiki, conversant with righteousness, was delighted. He honored them by extending welcome and said, Be seated. The mighty armed elder brother of Lakshmana revealed his identity to the sage by duly introducing himself, and said then to Lakshmana, O handsome Lakshmana, make a hut with strong, sound logs of wood. My mind impels me to stay here. Having heard Rama, Sumitri, the subduer of enemies, fetched different kinds of logs of wood, and with them made a hut and thatched it with leaves. Rama saw the good-looking leaf hut with mats tied around its walls, and said to Lakshmana, who was awaiting further command with rapt attention, O Lakshmana, those who intend to live for long in this hut should pacify the deity presiding over here. Therefore, we shall bring the venison of a black antelope and make necessary offerings. Slay an antelope and bring it here quickly. O Lakshmana, the rites as prescribed by the scriptures will have to be carried out. You may recollect that tradition. Lakshmana, slayer of heroes on the enemy's side, understood and implemented what he was told. Rama again said to him, Cook this venison. O handsome one, we will offer it to the presiding deity of this hut. Hasten, the day and time are fixed for the rites. Then the powerful son of Sumitra killed a black antelope fit for offering, and offered it to the well-kindled fire. With the blood drained out of the venison, Lakshmana roasted it and cooked it well, and then said to Rama, The tiger, best among men. This black antelope with all its limbs is well cooked. O divine sire, you may make the offering to Vastudevata in which you are proficient. Virtuous Rama, who was an expert in the recitation of mantras, took his bath and his mind controlled, intoned briefly all the mantras appropriate to the completion of the ritual. Sanctified with the worship of all the gods, Rama of immeasurable luster felt a great happiness on entering the hut. Rama offered oblations to Viswadevas, Rudra and Vishnu, performed the auspices for the appeasement of the household deity, and having muttered japa silently in conformity with tradition, he took his ablution in the river as enjoined by the Sastras, and offered his final oblations for the expiation of his sins. Rama, son of the Raghus, made altars in all the quarters, places of worship and sacred spots for fire befitting a hermitage, bestowed with auspicious qualities. Rama and Lakshmana along with Sita propitiated those celestial beings with garlands of forest, flowers, fruits and roots, well-cooked venison, water, muttering of prayers as expounded in the Vedas, faggots and kusa grass, and entered that auspicious hermitage. Just like the gods entered the court of Sudharma, They all stepped into the hut to dwell there. The hut was charming, well built on a suitable site and protected against storm. Then they, with their senses conquered, enjoyed perfect happiness in that splendid forest teeming with many varieties of animals and birds, with trees full of brilliant clusters of flowers and echoing with the sounds of wild animals. Having reached the marvelous Mount Chitrakoot and river Malyavati with excellent holy places and full of animals and birds, Rama shed the sorrow of his banishment from the city of Ayodhya and rejoiced with a gladdened heart. Thus ends the 56th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra returns to Ayodhya and reports to King Dasharatha. Dasharatha and Kausalya fall into a swoon on hearing about Rama in exile. Until Rama reached the southern bank, Gua kept talking with Sumantra for long and returned home with great sorrow. Positioned there, they could mark their arrival at Bharadwajas at Prayaga, their stay, night halt, and their onward journey to Chitrakoot mountain. Permitted by Rama to leave, Sumantra harnessed the best of horses and set out for the city of Ayodhya with a heavy heart. Beholding the fragrance-filled forests, rivers, lakes, villages and towns on the way, Sumantra quickly crossed them. The charioteer reached Ayodhya on the third day at dusk and found the city cheerless. Beholding the silent city, almost empty, the deeply depressed Sumantra, afflicted with gushing tears, reflected, has the city along with its elephants, horses, people and its king perished in the fire of grief for Rama? Absorbed in these thoughts, the charioteer came to the city gate, carried by the swift-footed horses, and quickly entered the city. Meanwhile, as the charioteer was moving towards the city, hundreds and thousands of men came pouring towards him inquiring, "Where is Rama?" Single quote, "I took leave of the great, righteous Rama on the bank of the Ganga and have returned with his permission," replied Sumantra. Hearing that they had, the trio, crossed the river Ganga, the people, with their faces filled with tears, sighed and saying, "Fie upon us, alas!" Rama cried out aloud. He saw them gathering in groups, saying, "Henceforth we will not be able to see Rama, and without him we are lost indeed. No longer will we see Rama at sacrifices, weddings, great assemblies and at places of charitable activity." Rama looked after his people like a father, always thinking what was good for them, dear to them and comfortable to them. He heard wailings of women looking through the window and of the people in marketplaces burning with sorrow over Rama's exile. Sumantra, with his face muffled, drove along the highway straight to the palace of King Dasharatha. Quickly alighting from the chariot, he entered the king's palace and crossed the 7 courtyards overcrowded with people. Women from mansions, 7-storied buildings and from royal palaces, sighted him and pained at not seeing Rama cried out, "Alas! Alas!" The women in great anguish stood silently looking at one another, their large eyes flooded with overflowing tears. From different spots in the palace, Sumantra heard the sobs and whispers of Dasharatha's wives who were tormented with the sorrow of Rama's exile. The charioteer left with Rama and returned without him. What can he say to the wailing Kausalya? I think it is indeed difficult for Kausalya to live wherever and whichever way she tries, as she has been separated from her son. The queen said, listening to the correct words of the king's wives. He immediately entered the palace as if in flames of grief. On entering the 8th courtyard, he saw in a pale white chamber King Dasharatha desolate, anguished and withered with the sorrow of separation from his son. Sumantra approached the king, who was seated paid obeisance to him and conveyed Rama's words verbatim. The king silently listened to Rama's message. Bewildered and tormented by the grief of Rama's absence, he fell down on the ground in a swoon. The moment the Lord of the earth fell down on the ground unconscious, the women in the inner apartment burst into tears, raising their arms. Having seen her husband collapsed on the ground, Kausalya, assisted by Sumitra, lifted him up and said to him thus, "O distinguished king, why are you not inquiring from the messenger about him, Rama, who is capable of performing arduous tasks? O descendant of the Raghus, are you ashamed of having done an injustice? Arise, you may be a blessed one, for fulfilling your promise. If you grieve, none will help you, Kaikeyi, for fear of whom you dare not ask the charioteer about Rama. O king is not here. You may speak to him without fear." Absorbed in grief, Kausalya spoke to the Maharaja in a voice choked with tears and then collapsed on the floor. All those women saw weeping Kausalya as well as their husband fallen on the ground and wailed loudly in a chorus. Having heard the sound emanating from the inner apartment, people, old, young and women, of the city lamented. The city was crowded again. Thus ends the 57th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumitra conveys the message of Rama to the wailing king and Kausalya. When the king regained his consciousness and was consoled, he summoned the charioteer to hear news about Rama. Then the charioteer with folded palms approached the king who, deeply afflicted with grief and pain, was brooding over Rama alone. Aged Dasharatha was heaving deep sighs like a newly captured, indisposed elephant, seeing the dejected charioteer standing before him. The desolate king, covered all over with dust and his face bathed in tears, said to him in extreme grief, "O charioteer, Rama is righteous and he is accustomed to all sorts of comfort. Taking refuge at the foot of a tree, how shall he live and what shall he eat? How can the son of the guardian of the earth, who is accustomed to a comfortable bed and not to undeserved suffering, lie down on the ground like an orphan? O Sumitra, wherever Rama went, elephants, chariots and foot soldiers followed him. How can he, now, live in the desolate forest where he has taken refuge? How can the two young men along with Vaidehi live in the forest infested with black cobras and wicked, wild animals? O Sumitra, how did those two princes along with pitiable, delicate Sita, alight from the chariot, and enter the forest on foot? You are blessed indeed, O charioteer, to have seen my sons entering the outskirts of the forest like Ashwinis stepping into the region of the Mandara mountain. Upon reaching the forest, O Sumitra, what did Rama, Lakshmana and Sita say? Tell me, O charioteer, where Rama sat, where he slept, what food he ate. Only your words will enable me to live like Yayati among saints." Thus questioned by the king, the charioteer, his voice choked with tears and words faltering in grief, addressed the king, with palms folded and head bowed. "O great King, Rama offered his salutations to you in conformity with righteousness and said to me, 'Convey on my behalf, O charioteer, to my illustrious father, who is known for his self-knowledge and is worthy of homage, that I am saluting his feet with my head bowed. On my behalf convey, O charioteer, without any distinction, my salutations to all the women befitting their status, and tell them I was inquiring about their well-being. Convey my mother carefully my salutations and my well-being, and tell her, O mother, adhering to the righteous path and performing in time the rituals in the chamber of sacrificial fire, offer your services at the feet of King Dasharatha as if he were a god. O mother, Conduct yourself with other mothers without pride and egoism. Ensure that Venerable Kaikeyi remains well disposed towards the king. Behave towards young Bharat as to a king. Irrespective of age, a king is a king. Hence should be honored. You should keep this Rajadharma, royal prerogative, in mind. Tell Bharat of my welfare and tell him on my behalf that he should honor all our mothers equally. The king is advanced in age. Do not restrict him in any manner. Carry out his orders as Prince Regent, and live happily. Shedding profuse tears, Rama continued, look after my mother who is covetous of her son as your own mother. While saying this, the red lotus-like eyes of illustrious Rama streamed with tears. O Maharaja! But Lakshmana, seething with anger and sighing, said, for what offense has this king's son been banished? The king, too, submitting to the rash command of Kaikeyi, has perpetrated an act, just or unjust, he knows better, for which we are made to suffer so much. Whether it was out of greed for the kingdom, or for the execution of the boon bestowed, this act of banishment is by all means wicked. Or he might have thought he is the overlord and can do as he likes. Or he might have done this for fear of God. Otherwise, I do not see any reason for the abandonment of Rama. Unjustly, foolishly and without proper consideration Rama has been banished. This will definitely cause sorrow. I do not regard the great king as my father. Rama alone is my brother, protector, friend and father. How can anyone in this world be pleased with you for deserting Rama, the beloved of all, and ever devoted to their welfare? Having banished the righteous Rama, the delight of all subjects, and thereby antagonizing the entire world, how can you claim to be their king? Single quote. O great king, as for that sensitive Janaki, she stood sighing, stupefied and oblivious of the past, yet smiling as though her mind was possessed by an evil spirit. That glorious Princess Sita, who had never experienced any adversity earlier, weeping with sorrow, could not even speak to me anything. When she saw me leaving, she looked at her husband with a dry, pale face and suddenly burst into tears. Supported by Lakshmana's arms, Rama stood, his face streaming with tears and palms folded, while the wretched Sita, glaring at me and the royal chariot, weeping. Thus ends the 58th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra describes the shadow of sorrow over Ayodhya, withering plants and flowers, dried up ponds, immobile animals. Dasharatha pines for Rama. Listening to the charioteer, the best of ministers, Sumantra, the king asked him to tell the rest. Having heard him, Sumantra, overcome with tears, related further details of Rama's message. O king, the heroes in bark robes and with matted hair crossed the Ganga and proceeded towards Prayaga. Lakshmana walked ahead guarding Rama, the delight of the Raghus, while I returned helplessly seeing them go. When Rama set out for the forest, and I turned back, my horses shedding hot tears were reluctant to walk the path. Thereafter, controlling my grief and paying obeisance to both the princes with folded palms, I ascended the chariot and returned. There along with Gaur I waited for 3 days that Rama might call me back. O great king, even trees with their flowers, buds and shoots throughout your empire have withered because of the calamity on Rama. Water in rivers, ponds and lakes has heated up, while all the foliage in the forests and gardens have shriveled. No living being move about, and even wild animals roam no more. Overwhelmed with grief on account of Rama, a great silence pervades the forest. The water in the lotus lakes, O king, has become turbid. The blue lotuses have withered and their shriveled petals are submerged in water. The fishes and aquatic birds are hidden under waters. Bunches of flowers grown in water and on land, as well as fruits with their scant fragrance, do not shine as before. Pleasure gardens are all deserted as the birds have vanished. O best of men, as such they do not look beautiful. None greeted me when I entered Ayodhya. People heaved sighs repeatedly when they did not see Rama. Beholding the royal chariot arrive without Rama, all were on the highway shedding tears of anguish. When the women from mansions, 7-storied buildings and from royal palaces saw the chariot without Rama, they, overwhelmed with sorrow, cried, "Alas! Alas!" The women, with their large, bright eyes flooded with gushing tears, looked in silence at one another in deep anguish. I did not see any difference in the degree of anguish among friends, those who are not friends, and in those who are indifferent. The degree of agony was same in all. O Maharaja, Ayodhya is filled with cheerless people with deep sighs, agonized voices and pale faces, depressed and distressed due to Rama's exile. Even elephants and horses look spiritless. For me the city, resembles dejected Kausalya deprived of her son. At these words of the charioteer, the king in deep distress replied with a voice choked with tears, incited by Kaikeyi of sinful relations and sinful motive, I did not consult expert, elderly counselors, for the sake of a woman. This act was committed in great haste, without consulting friends or ministers or men of prudence. Surely it is destiny, and this calamity has befallen for the willful destruction of the entire race. O charioteer, if ever I have rendered you any favor, quickly take me to Rama. My life is hastening me, fast running out. If my command prevails today, Rama may be brought back. Without Rama I cannot live for a moment even. Otherwise, if you think the mighty armed Rama has gone too far, then quickly put me in the chariot and show me Rama. Carry me to him. Where is that Rama, elder brother to Lakshmana, who has well-shaped teeth and wields a mighty bow? If I can see him along with Sita, I will survive. If I cannot see Rama of red-colored eyes, the mighty armed one, and wearing earrings bedecked with precious stones, I shall surely go to the abode of Yama, the god of death. What else can be of greater sorrow to me, who, having reached this state, am still unable to see Rama? Ah Rama! Ah Lakshmana! Ah unfortunate Vaidehi! You do not know that I am dying like an orphan because of my grief. The king, whose mind was extremely enfeebled due to grief and who was immersed in a sea of tears which he was unable to cross, continued, O Queen Kausalya, I am completely immersed in this ocean of sorrow. The misfortune due to Rama's separation is its breadth. Sita's separation is the other end of the shore. Sighs are its turbulent waves and whirlpools. Tears are its foam and turbid waters. Waving of arms is its fishes. Cries of agony are its roars. My dishevelled hair is its moss. Kaikeyi is the mouth of Badaba. My copious tears are its source. Words of the hunchback, Manthara, are the monstrous crocodiles. The cruel boons to Kaikeyi are its shows. Without Rama I cannot cross this sea of sorrow alive. Ah, what a pity! Though I wish I cannot see Rama together with Lakshmana. Indeed this is very unfortunate. Lamenting thus, King Dasharatha of great renown fell on the bed, unconscious. Wailing, Dasharatha fell unconscious. He was doubly grieved due to his yearning for Rama. Rama's mother was seized with fear hearing those lamentations. Thus ends the 59th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra consoles Kausalya. Thereafter Kausalya, trembling as if possessed by an evil spirit and rolling on the floor like one who her senses now and again, said to the charioteer, Sumantra, take me where Rama, Sita and Lakshmana are. I do not wish to live even for a moment without them. Turn back your chariot immediately and take me to the Dandaka forest. If I do not follow them, I shall enter the world of Yama. With folded hands and faltering words choked by his fast-flowing tears, the charioteer tried to console Kausalya. Abandon your tears. Delusion and despair arising out of sorrow. Rama is going to live in the forest. Brushing aside all agony, self-controlled Lakshmana, aware of his duty, serves Rama in the forest. By this he is securing his next world. Sita, with her mind fixed on Rama, is living confidently in that desolate forest without any fear, as if it were her home. I could not see even the slightest depression in Sita, as if she was accustomed to staying away from home earlier, just as Sita used to revel in the gardens of the city. So does she now in those desolate forests. Charming Sita, whose face resembles the full moon, with her mind fixed on Rama, is enjoying even the desolate forest like a child. Her heart is ever united with Rama, and her life is under his control. Without Rama, even Ayodhya would become a forest for her. Seeing villages, cities, trees of different kinds and courses of rivers, Sita is inquiring from Rama or Lakshmana about them. She feels as though she is sporting in the pleasure garden just across from Ayodhya. Sita did say something about Kaikeyi, but now I do not remember what. Diverting the context of what he uttered inadvertently relating to Kaikeyi, the charioteer said pleasing words of consolation to Kausalya. Just like the beams of the moon, Sita's glow is not affected by the fatigue of the journey or by the speed of the wind or by the scorching heat. The countenance of Sita with her gentle eloquence resembles 100-petaled lotus. She has the luminance of the full moon that has not wilted. Her feet, now devoid of lac dye, still look red like lac and shine like the lotus bud. Casting off her ornaments, the damsel, Sita, is gracefully walking as if dalliant with her tinkling anklets for her love for him. Rama, though in the forest, Sita, under the protection of Rama's arms, is afraid of neither elephants nor lions nor tigers. You need not lament for them or for yourself or for the king. This story of Rama will endure permanently in the world. They are upholding the sacred promise of their father with cheerful hearts. Grief given the Gobi, steadfastly pursuing the path established by Maharshis, subsisting on forest fruits and enjoying the forest life. Though Sumantra was speaking with befitting words to prevent Kausalya from weeping over her son, which had enfeebled her, she did not stop crying. O my beloved! O my son! O Rama! Thus ends the 60th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Kausalya condemns Dasharatha's action. Dasharatha loses his senses out of intense grief. When Rama, the greatest among those who please the people, he who was conscious of his duty, left for the forest, Kausalya, sobbing in bitter anguish, said to her husband, "Your great fame has spread all over the three worlds. People know you as compassionate, generous and sweet-speaking scion of the Raghus. O Dasharatha, the best among kings, how will your two sons and Sita, brought up in great comfort, now tolerate the hardships of forest life? How can the daughter of Mithila, Sita, who in the prime of her life, accustomed to comforts, endure heat and cold indeed? How can the large-eyed Sita, having enjoyed delicious food mixed with condiments in soup, now partake the food prepared with wild grains? How can the blameless Sita, used to the soft sound of songs and musical instruments, hear the frightful roars of lions and other carnivorous animals? Is he sleeping? Where will that mighty armed and powerful Rama, as lofty as Indra's banner, sleep using his iron bar-like arm as pillow? When shall I see Rama with his lotus-hued face, his beautiful locks of hair, breath of lotus fragrance and eyes like blue lotus? No doubt my heart must be made of thunderbolt, since unable to see Rama it does not split into 1,000 pieces. O King, it is because of your heartless action, my Rama and my relatives who deserve to enjoy pleasures at this age have been banished and are miserably wandering in wilderness. Even if Rama returns in the 15th year, it is unlikely that Bharat will give up the kingdom and royal treasury in favor of Rama. Some first feed their own relatives in Shraddha ceremony and thereafter look for the best of Brahmins to feed. The godlike Brahmins who are virtuous and learned will not accept the food after others have partaken, even if it is ambrosia. The bulls, best among the wise Brahmins, would not like to accept the food after it is tasted by other Brahmins, just as bulls dislike their horns being shorn. O Lord of the world, why not the eldest and the most distinguished among the brothers likewise disdain the kingdom enjoyed by the younger brother? Just as a tiger will not eat the food acquired by another beast, Rama, the tiger, best among men, will not accept the kingdom enjoyed by others. Havis, sacrificial offerings like ghee, cakes, kusha grass, and sacrificial posts made from khadira wood, once used in the sacrifice, cannot be used again. In the same way, Rama will not accept this kingdom enjoyed by others like liqueur or soma juice, drained of its essence. Rama, highly determined, will not suffer this indignity. If enraged, he can split open even Mount Mandara with his sharp arrows. Out of respect for his father, magnanimous Rama is not inclined to kill you. He has not defied the anger. The sun, the moon and the sky, looking wonderful with stars, can be pulled down. He will not even shake or break the earth surrounded by hundreds of mountains. A powerful tiger will not allow its tail to be twisted. In the same way, Rama also will not tolerate an insult of this sort. Even if all the worlds were to unite and fight against him, he will not fear. This righteous Rama will re-establish justice in this unrighteous world. Valiant and mighty armed Rama, with his golden shafts, can annihilate all living beings in oceans like at the time of deluge. Everything is consumed in fire. Such Rama, the best among men, powerful like a lion, with eyes fierce like that of a bull, has been destroyed by his own father, just as the big fish destroys its own offsprings. You have banished your son who is devoted to righteousness. Is it in accordance with the scriptures and the eternal tradition followed by the twice-born? O King, for a woman the first refuge is the husband, the second her son, the third her relatives, and there is no fourth alternative in this world. You are non-existent for my purpose. Rama has taken refuge in the forest and I do not like to go there. You have destroyed me in all possible ways. You have destroyed this kingdom and the state along with its inhabitants. You have ruined yourself along with your ministers. You have brought disaster to me and to my son. Your son, Bharat, and your wife, Kaikeyi, are the only persons who are happy. Hearing the words uttered in harrowing accents, the king, overcome with deep distress, became senseless. Recollecting his folly thereafter, he fell into a sad state. Thus ends the 61st Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sudden flash of a thought in the mind of Dasharatha about an evil act done by him in the past. Dasharatha attributes present misfortune to the past action, seeks forgiveness of Kausalya. Forced to hear the harsh words of angry Kausalya, the king, deeply distressed, was absorbed in sad thought. The king, Dasharatha, tormentor of enemies, for a while, lost his consciousness, his senses bewildered. After a long time he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, the king heaved deep, hot sighs. Seeing Kausalya by his side, he relapsed into a state of anxiety. While he was thus reflecting on a sinful act he had inadvertently committed long ago. The act of discharging an arrow that could hit its target following the sound flashed in his mind. The great king, the Lord with a broken heart, started regretting deeply about both the grievous acts he had committed previously. One is shooting at the son of a sage and the other banishing Rama. Consumed by the double sorrow, the king, trembling, with head down and folding his hands, said to Kausalya in order to appease her, "O Kausalya, I entreat you with folded palms, be merciful, forever affectionate. You are not cruel even towards your enemies. O Devi, for women who have regard for righteousness, a husband, whether virtuous or not, is a god incarnate. Behold you. You always adhere to righteousness. You have seen both the extremes, good and bad, of this world. Although you yourself are in grief, it does not behove you to speak unpleasant words to one who is suffering from a greater grief." Kausalya heard the pitiable words uttered by the king, who was in a wretched condition. She shed tears like a water channel discharging fresh rainwater. Frightened Kausalya, weeping and raising her palms folded like lotus onto her head, and charged with emotions, said with stumbling syllables, "O Lord, by falling on the ground at your feet, bowing my head, I beg of you to be pleased. By your act of beseeching me, I have been badly hurt. I do deserve to be pardoned. O heroic one, a woman who is entreated by her sagacious and praiseworthy husband, loses both the worlds. O righteous one, I know the path of dharma. I also know that you are a truthful, afflicted with grief on account of my son. I spoke somewhat harshly. Grief destroys fortitude. Grief destroys knowledge of the scriptures. Grief destroys everything. There is no enemy equal to grief. One can endure an unexpected blow from the enemy's hand, but to endure unexpected grief, however slight it may be, is impossible. O heroic one, even learned ascetics who are well versed in ethics and scriptures and who are free from doubts with regard to dharma and artha, are deluded by grief. This is the 5th night of Rama's exile. But it is like 5 years to me, whose joy has been destroyed by sorrow. As I think of Rama, my heart swells with sorrow just as the ocean rises with rushing rivers." While Kausalya was speaking these heart-touching words, the rays of the sun began to fade and the night fell. Thus consoled by Kausalya, the king, overcome with grief, came under the spell of sleep. Thus ends the 62nd Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha recalls the past. He had shot an arrow at a hermit boy while he was filling a pot with water. Mistaking the sound to be that of an elephant, Dasharatha realizes the unintentional mistake in killing the boy. Waking up in a moment tormented with grief, the king began to ponder once again. Indra, like Dasharatha, due to banishment of Rama and Lakshmana, was besieged by a great calamity like the sun enveloped by demonic dark at the time of eclipse. After Rama had left along with his wife the king of Koshala, Dasharatha recollected his former evil deed and wanted to narrate it to the dark-eyed Kausalya. After the banishment of Rama, the king spent the sixth night recalling the evil deed done by him in the past. King Dasharatha, distressed by the separation from his son, pondered over his past misdeed, and said to helpless Kausalya, who was equally grieving over the separation from Rama, "O gentle auspicious lady, a man has to reap the fruit of his action. Good or evil, he who, at the commencement of any action, does not foresee the good or evil consequences of his action is considered a child. If someone cuts down mango trees and plants palasa trees and waters them, will repent when he sees only flowers while he expects fruit, without foreseeing the fruits of his action. He who runs after action only will regret at the time of fruition, like the one who waters the palasa tree. So I have cut the mango trees and watered palasa trees. In utter foolishness, I have banished Rama at the time of fruition and regretting later. O Kausalya, in my youth I was a great archer who could hit the target by its sound. As such I committed this sin, just as a boy consumes poison out of delusion. O Devi, this sorrow has befallen me as a result of my own action. Like someone who is deluded by palasa trees, I too did not realize the consequences of shooting the target following the direction of the sound. O Kausalya, you were not married then. I was Prince Regent. The rainy season that enflames passion and pride had just set in. Having sucked the waters of the earth and scorching the world with its rays, the sun had entered the frightful southern quarter ranged by departed souls. At that time the heat subsided. Glistening clouds appeared. The frogs, geese and peacocks began to rejoice. The birds with their plumage moistened as if they had dipped in water reached with great difficulty the tops of the trees, which were shaken by the wind and rain, engulfed by torrents of rain that continued to fall ceaselessly. The mountain visited by intoxicated antelopes looked like a mass of water. Although pure, the rapidly flowing water from the mountains mixed with the minerals in the soil turned white and red in color and flowed like a serpent. The streams that were pure, mixed with red soil, flowed red, deviating from their natural course. In that highly delightful season, wishing to go hunting, I, armed with bow and arrows, rode my chariot towards river Sarayu. And there, with no control over my senses, I hid in a lonely place with my bow in readiness, intending to shoot a buffalo or an elephant or any other wild animal that might come to the spot for drinking water in the night. Hiding and waiting there, following the sounds of animals, I killed 2 animals that had reached the bank of the river. Then at a place that was out of the range of my sight in darkness, I heard the sound of a pitcher being filled with water, which resembled the sound of an elephant. Wishing to kill the elephant, I seized my arrow glowing like a venomous snake and aimed it towards the sound. Then I discharged a sharp shaft like a venomous serpent. In the morning twilight I saw that the shaft had hit the vital part of the body of a forest dweller, and his cry of "Alas!" was clearly heard as he fell in the water. When the arrow hit him, a man's voice was heard saying, "How can an arrow be discharged at a person like me who is an ascetic?" Single quote. I have come to this lonely spot of the river to take water. Who has hit me with this arrow? What harm have I done to anyone? Single quote. Renouncing violence, I live the life of an ascetic on forest produce. Why should anyone kill me with a weapon? Who wants to kill me who lives like an ascetic with matted hair and wearing bark or the skin of an antelope? What harm have I done to him? Whoever it is, He has committed only a mischievous and senseless act. This sin, like a disciple sleeping on the bed of his preceptor, none will approve of. I do not regret so much about the loss of my own life as about my mother and father after I am dead. So long I have been supporting this aged couple. After I am dead, how will they live? My aged parents along with me are killed by a single arrow. Who is that malicious knave who has slain us? On hearing the piteous voice, the bow and arrow dropped from my trembling hands, since I was keen on following the righteous path. Having heard his pathetic lamentations at night, I was extremely frightened by the force of grief and stood bewildered. With dissipated energy and intensely troubled mind, I reached the bank of river Sarayu, and there I saw the ascetic lying struck by the arrow and with scattered locks of hair. The water pitcher was thrown away and his body smeared with blood and dust as he lay on the ground. I was mentally stricken and frightened. He looked up as if burying me with the energy of his eyes. Then he uttered the words, "A cruel act. O king, you have struck me when I was trying to carry water to my parents. I am a forest dweller. What harm have I done to you? By striking at the vital part of my body with one arrow, you have killed both my aged and blind mother and father too. How will the two who are frail, thirsty and blind wait for me for long, controlling their thirst with great difficulty with a expectation that I would fetch them water? My father does not know that I am lying on the ground. It is true that there is no reward either for asceticism or for scriptural knowledge. What can my weak father who has no strength to walk do? Even if he knows about it, like a tree which cannot protect another which is being severed, he is helpless. O scion of the Raghus, Dasharatha, go at once and inform my father, lest in anger he should burn you like ignited fire consuming the forest. O king, this footpath leads to my father's hermitage. Go and beg his forgiveness so that he may not curse you out of anger. Gently remove the arrow from my body. O king, the sharp arrow is piercing deep into my vital, just like the current of the river hits its elevated bank. The thought of removing the arrow kept me pondering. If not removed, it will be painful, and if removed, he will die. The son of the ascetic noticed my anguish, and seeing me thus distressed, wretched and afflicted with sorrow, said, suffering from excruciating pain, sinking with his limbs twisting and writhing and plunging into death and destruction. With intense agony he uttered the following words with great difficulty: I am now calm. I bear my pain with patience. Remove the fear from your mind that you have committed a sin by slaying a Brahman. O King Dasharatha, Lord of the land, I am not a Brahman. Feel no sense of guilt in your mind. I was born of a Sudra mother and a Vashya father, while that ascetic struck by the arrow in the vital part of the body. Trembling, turning, and rolling on the ground, writhing in pain, spoke these words to me. I bent down and pulled out the arrow from his body. I was frightened when he looked up at me and gave up his life. O gentle Kausalya, having seen him crying due to the pain caused by the wound in the vital part, sighing ceaselessly, drenched in water and lying on the bank of river Sarayu, I was greatly shaken. Thus ends the 63rd Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana. The first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha relates to Kausalya the event of the noble ascetic's curse on him, death of Dasharatha. Grieving for having unfairly killed the great sage, the righteous descendant of the Raghus, Dasharatha continued to tell Kausalya about it. Having committed the sin unwittingly, I was greatly agitated. I reflected in my mind as to how to atone for this great sin. Holding the pot filled with clean water, I reached the hermitage following the path as directed. There I found his weak, blind, old parents, with no supporter. They looked like birds with clipped wings. They sat there helplessly like orphans and passively talking about their son. Their only hope that I have deprived them of. Smitten with grief and my heart throbbing with fear, I reached the hermitage and my sorrow became manifold. Hearing the sound of my footsteps, the sage said, "O son, why have you delayed? Bring me some water quickly. O dear child, whatever be the reason, you have been sporting in the water so long. Come at once to the hermitage. Your mother is anxious. O child, O son, if your mother or I have done anything disagreeable, do not take it to heart, for you are an ascetic. You are a support to the supportless, eyes to the blind. You are our very vital life. Why don't you speak to us?" As I saw him, my heart was filled with terror and I stammered as I spoke in garbled sentences. After a lot of effort, with great fear controlling my thoughts and the power of speech, I related to him the calamity that had befallen his son. Action, dukham sorrowful, praptam has befallen. O magnanimous sage, I am a Kshatriya known as Dasharatha. I am not your son. A pathetic incident has been caused by my own action, condemnable by the virtuous. Wishing to hunt a wild elephant coming down to the water hole for drinking, I went to the bank of Sarayu, bow in hand. O revered sage, there I heard the sound of a pot being filled with water and mistaking it to be an elephant's, shot an arrow. Thereafter I reached the river bank and beheld an ascetic with an arrow pierced in his chest. He was lying on the ground, his life ebbing away. O venerable one, I released an arrow towards the water, aiming at the sound, intending to kill an elephant, but it hit your son. Then I approached him. He was suffering from excruciating pain. I pulled out at his word the arrow from his chest. Grieving for both of you and crying, "You are blind," he died as soon as the arrow was pulled out. Your son has been killed by me due to my ignorance. Since this has happened, may the ascetic be pleased to command me on the next course of action. The venerable sage heard my cruel words about the sinful act and was not able to seriously react. He was stunned. The grief-stricken, glorious ascetic, with his face filled with tears, heaving deep sighs, broke down with grief and spoke to me as I was standing with folded palms. "O king, hadn't you yourself broken this inauspicious news, your head would have split into 100,000 pieces right now. If a Kshatriya kills anyone knowingly, particularly when in Vanaprastha, third stage, this sin can displace even Indra, wielder of the thunderbolt, from his position. O king, if anyone deliberately discharges a weapon upon an ascetic observing austerities, or on him who expounds the Vedas, his head will split into 7 pieces. Since you have done this unwittingly, you are still alive. If it had been otherwise, your Ikshvaku race itself would have been exterminated. What to speak of you? O king, take us to that place. We wish to have the last look at him, at his garment of antelope skin in disarray, his body spattered with blood, lying on the ground unconscious under the sway of the Lord of Death." Thus the sage said to me. Thereupon, I took both of them all by myself to that spot and made the grieving ascetics touch the body of their son. Both the ascetics stroking their son's body and collapsed upon it. And the father said, "O child, why are you not greeting us today nor speaking? Why are you lying on the ground? Are you angry with us? O righteous son, if I am no longer dear to you, at least, look at your mother. O tender child, why are you not embracing me? Speak. From whom shall I hear the sweet recitation of scriptures or other texts? delightful to my heart in the last watch of the night? O son, I am tortured with sorrow and fear. Who will serve me from now on after the ablution and the morning worship of Sandhya, followed by oblations to the sacrificial fire? I am incapable of doing any work. I am unable to procure anything to meet my needs. Now, I have no guide to help me walk my way. Who will feed me like a welcome guest with tubers and fruits? O son, how can I support your wretched and pitiable mother, who is blind, old and yearning for her son? My dear son, stay with me. Do not go now to the abode of Yama, Lord of Death. Tomorrow, accompanied by me and your mother, you may, deserted by you and without any support in the forest, afflicted with grief and feeling miserable. Both of us also will assuredly go to Yama's abode. Quickly, there seeing Yama, Lord of Death, I shall say, O Lord of Justice, forgive me. Let this boy continue to maintain his parents. That Lord of Justice, who is highly renowned, righteous and the guardian of the worlds, will grant me one unfailing boon of protection from fear. O sinless son, you are killed by a person of sinful deeds. On this truth, quickly go to those worlds which are attained by those valiant heroes. You will attain, my son, the same supreme state achieved by Sagara, Sabya, Dilipa, Janameje, Nahusha and Dandamara. You, my son, shall attain that supreme state obtained by those who are virtuous, who study the Vedas and practice asceticism. You shall attain the state merited by those bestowers of land as charity, who kindle the sacred fires, who are monogamists, who offer 1,000 cows in charity, who nurture the venerable and who willingly lay down their bodies. He who has killed you will alone attain that undesirable state. A member of our family will not. In this way the ascetic piteously wailed again and again. Thereafter, he with his wife set about to perform the funeral obsequies of their son. The virtuous son of that ascetic assumed a celestial form through the merit of his good deeds and ascended heaven at once with Indra. The ascetic, in the company of Indra, consoling the aged couple for a brief moment, said, I have attained this supreme state by virtue of the service rendered to you. You will also attain my state soon. The sage's son, with his senses under control, said this while ascending heaven on a beautiful, celestial, aerial chariot. The radiant ascetic along with his wife hurriedly completed the funeral libations and said to me, standing with folded palms, Kill me, O king, with the same arrow by which you rendered me childless. Death holds no pain for me. Though you have killed my pure-hearted son unintentionally, I will pronounce a disastrous and dreadful curse on you. Just as I am now suffering from grief caused by my son's death, you, O king, shall die from the sorrow on account of separation from your son. Since you, O Lord of men, you have killed an ascetic unaware, as Kshatriya, the sin of slaying a Brahman will not accrue to you immediately. Just like the merits of alms come to the giver, you are going to face very soon a dreadful situation causing the end of your life. Having thus cursed me, the couple, piteously lamenting for a long time, laid themselves down on the funeral pyre and went to heaven. While reflecting about it now, O Devi, Kausalya, I recollect this sin committed by me unintentionally, with childish pranks while practicing the art of hitting a target by its sound. Just as a man eating forbidden food and drink falls sick, so have I fallen prey to grief. Because of my sin, O Devi, O gentle lady, the words of that noble ascetic have come true today. Hence I am now going to give up my life. O Kausalya, I cannot see you with my eyes. Touch me gently, said the frightened Dasharatha. Lord of the earth, to his wife weeping, whatever I have done to the scion of the Raghu family, Rama, is befitting me, O Devi, and whatever he has done in respect of me is also worthy of him. Which clear-sighted man in this world will abandon his son even if he is of evil conduct? Which son will not get angry with his father when he is banished? Before I die, will Rama touch me once or will he come to me? After reaching the abode of Yama, men cannot see their relations. O Kausalya, I am unable to see you. My memory is failing and the messengers of Yama are hastening me. Can there be a greater sorrow than that at the last moment of my life I am unable to see my righteous and truthful son, Rama? My grief in the absence of Rama of peerless deeds is drying up my life as heat dries up small pools of water. Those who will behold Rama's countenance adorned with auspicious earrings on his return in the 15th year are gods, not men. Blessed are they who will behold Rama's countenance resembling the moon, Lord of the stars, with eyes like lotus petals, graceful eyebrows, even teeth and a nose. Fortunate indeed are the men who will behold my son's fragrant countenance comparable to the Omnal moon and the full-blown lotus. Lucky men will behold Rama return to Ayodhya after the completion of his exile, like the planet Venus moving forward on its orbit. O Kausalya, my heart, it appears, is sinking, and on account of delusion I am not able to feel the sense objects like sound, touch and taste together. With the loss of my mental faculty, all the sense organs are giving way, like the rays of the lamp giving way together when the oil is exhausted. This self-created grief is rapidly destroying me like the bank of a river eroded by its swift current, leaving me helpless and insensible. Ah, mighty armed Rama, destroyer of my agonies! Ah, the delight of your father! Ah, my protector! Ah, my son, where have you gone? Ah, Kausalya! Ah, pitiable Sumitra! Ah, cruel Kaikeyi, my enemy and defiler of my race! I am going to die. King Dasharatha, thus crying in distress in the presence of Rama's mother and Sumitra, reached the end of his life. King Dasharatha, a man of noble vision and lord of men, anguished by the exile of his son, kept pitiably muttering till past midnight, until tormented by an intense agony he breathed his last. Thus ends the 64th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha's death, heartbroken Kausalya and Sumitra palace echoes with the lamentations of Dasharatha's wives. Then on the following day, unaware of Dasharatha's death, panegyrists uttering benedictions, highly accomplished bards and genealogists proficient in reciting auspicious words, singers versed in musical science reached the palace one after another, eulogizing the king's glory. Then on the following day, unaware of Dasharatha's death, panegyrists uttering benedictions, highly accomplished bards and genealogists proficient in reciting auspicious words, singers versed in musical science reached the palace one after another, eulogizing the king's glory. The songs of those who were eulogizing the king and uttering benedictions at high pitch pervaded the entire palace, while the bards sang the praise of the king. Those who praised, clapping their palms, clapped, citing the wonderful deeds of Dasharatha. The birds perched on the branches and some in cages awoke and began to twitter all over the palace. The sacred songs of bards and panegyrists, notes of veena, chantings of metrical hymns and benedictory verses filled the palace. Thereafter, as usual, men observing purificatory practices and skilled in royal service assembled along with women and eunuchs. The bath attendants brought water mixed with yellow sandal paste in golden vessels at appropriate times in accordance with tradition. Also, a group of women, mostly young maidens, brought auspicious ingredients, articles gratifying the senses and those necessary accessories for completion of bathing process. All the articles brought for the king, for his bath, were presentable and as per tradition. In quality they were excellent and auspicious. All the highly enthusiastic attendants waited for the king till sunrise. Unable to see the king, they doubted about what had happened. The women who usually attend to the bed, maids who do the bed in the morning, of Dasharatha, king of Koshala, without any restrictions, approached the king and began waking him up, conducting themselves agreeably with restraint and obedience. The women touched the bed of Dasharatha but did not perceive any sign of life. Those women knowledgeable in ascertaining the nature of sleep based on the actions, movements, etc., were apprehensive whether the king was alive or not. Trembling severely, they seemed like the tips of reeds that stand against the current. Having seen the king more closely, those women who were apprehensive till then became certain of the inevitable. Overpowered by grief on account of separation from their sons, Sumitra and Kausalya were fast asleep and did not wake up, as if they were possessed by death. Kausalya, with her face dull and pallid, sank down, her limbs contracted. She looked lustreless like stars enveloped in darkness. There lay Sumitra next to Kausalya by the side of the king. Queen Kausalya's face was dull, drooping down on account of shedding tears of sorrow. Having seen the two auspicious queens asleep, the women in the inner apartment thought the king died in his sleep. Then those women bewailed bitterly and loudly in distress like female elephants in the forest when their leader has fallen out of the herd. Hearing the lamentations of the women, suddenly Kausalya and Sumitra woke up from sleep. Their senses recovered. Kausalya and Sumitra looked at the king, touched his body, cried aloud, "Ah, Lord," and collapsed on the floor. Kausalya, daughter of the Lord of Koshala, lay on the ground writhing in pain, coated with dust, and devoid of brightness like a star without radiance fallen from the sky. Dasharatha with his body lying still. All the women looked at Kausalya fallen down on the floor like a slain female elephant. Then all the wives of the king, led by Kaikeyi, burning with grief and weeping, lost their senses and fell down. The wailings of the women grew louder and louder until the whole palace reverberated with their lamentations. On the demise of Dasharatha, joy instantly vanished. The palace was thronged with anxious people who were exceedingly bewildered and frightened. The royal family was anguished with distress. The palace was filled all over with the tumult of cries of agony, and it looked miserable with grief. Realizing that the great and illustrious king, Dasharatha, had passed away, his wives gathered around him, weeping piteously and bitterly and holding one another's hands bewailed like orphans. Thus ends the 65th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Preservation of the king's body awaiting funeral rites. Ayodhya plunges into darkness with the demise of the king. On seeing the king who ascended the heaven just as a blazing fire suddenly extinguishes, or like the ocean emptied of water or the sun bereft of splendor, Kausalya raised the head of the king onto her lap. Her eyes filled with tears and body shrunk in sorrow, looked at Kaikeyi and said, on seeing the king who ascended the heaven just as a blazing fire suddenly extinguishes, or like the ocean emptied of water or the sun bereft of splendor, Kausalya raised the head of the king onto her lap. Her eyes filled with tears and body shrunk in sorrow. Looked at Kaikeyi and said, "O cruel one, O perverse wretch! O Kaikeyi, your wishes have been fulfilled. You have forsaken the king. That was your only objective. Now, enjoy the kingdom alone without any obstacles on your way. Rama has gone away leaving me. My Lord has ascended the heaven, traversing the wrong road. With my well-wishers gone, I do not want to live. Which woman wishes to live, leaving her godlike husband, except Kaikeyi, who has given up her sense of duty? Like a greedy man who eats the poisonous Kimpaka fruit without realizing the defects of the fruit, Kaikeyi has destroyed the Raghu race on account of the hunchback. Manthara, hearing the unrighteous action ordered by the king in banishing Rama and his wife King Janaka, will suffer great agony like me. That virtuous Rama of Lotus Petal Eyes has left this place for good, and does not know that I am without a protector, being a widow now. In the same way Sita, daughter of the king of Videha, who does not deserve hardships, will be in deep agony. Hearing the ghastly sounds of animals and birds, Sita will surely get frightened and take shelter in Rama. Old and sonless Janaka, constantly thinking of Sita and overpowered with grief, will surely give up his life. As his faithful wife, I shall enter the fire by clasping this Dasharatha's body and go to death today itself." The servants led away that unfortunate Kausalya, who was lamenting in great anguish, embracing the body of Dasharatha. The councillors, instructed by Vasishtha and others, placed the king's body in an oil tub with the understanding that the funeral rites were to be performed hereafter. The councillors, who were acquainted with all such matters relating to the king's funeral, were unwilling to perform the obsequies in the absence of any of the king's sons. Meanwhile, they kept watch over the dead body of the king. On seeing the king's body laid in the oil vat by the councillors, the women cried, "Alas! The king is dead!" with tears flowing down their faces, piteously raising their arms, groaning in their burning grief. The women lamented helplessly, "When we were already deprived of Rama, who was always pleasing and truthful. Alas, O great king, why did you leave us? A woman of evil intentions. Kaikeyi at first separated us from Rama. Now she deprived us of our husband. How can we live with one who is a slayer of her husband? Rama, who was always our and your self-possessed master and protector, has gone to the forest. Indeed, abandoning royal wealth, without your and without the heroic Rama, how can we live overwhelmed with grief and enduring the abuses of Kaikeyi? Why will not Kaikeyi, who has abandoned the king, valiant Rama and Lakshmana along with Sita, cast aside others? The excellent wives of Dasharatha, overwhelmed with profound grief and tears, are lying unconscious on the floor, like night without the moon, like a woman forsaken by her husband. This city of Ayodhya without that magnanimous king has lost its earlier splendor. With the people of Ayodhya shedding tears, the housewives crying in anguish, "Alas, alas!" the courtyards, houses and squares of the roads deserted. The city has lost its earlier brilliance. When King Dasharatha ascended to heaven due to grief over his son, and when his wives were lying on the ground, the sun ceased his journey and the night favorable to creatures of darkness suddenly set in. The well-wishers who assembled, unwilling to ignite the funeral pyre of the king in the absence of any one of his sons, laid the king's dead body in that oil trough in an unexpected manner. The city, bereft of illustrious Dasharatha, was filled with people sobbing in the courtyards in front of their houses and in the squares in between. That city of Ayodhya, bereft of brightness, appeared like the day without the sun and the night without constellations of stars. After the demise of the king, men and women in the city assembled in groups and denounced the mother of Bharat. Extremely distressed, they had no peace of mind. Thus ends the 66th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Ministers and Brahmins speak about the miserable state of a kingdom without king, urge Vasishtha to name the heir apparent for Ayodhya. The night stretched interminably in Ayodhya, which was filled with sobbing people rendered cheerless by their lamentations. When the night finally ended and after the sunrise next day, the Brahmins who performed royal investiture having been called and reached the assembly hall, Markandeya, Maudgalya, Kashyapa, Katyayana, Gautam, Jabali of great renown accompanied by ministers and Brahmins approached Vasishtha, the chief priest of the king, and expressed different opinions on the investiture. While King Dasharatha died on account of grief over separation from his son and rejoined the 5 elements, the sorrowful night seemed like 100 years for us. Commented the assembly of ministers. The great king has attained heaven. Rama has taken refuge in the forest and brilliant Lakshmana has also gone with Rama. Bharat and Satrughna, destroyers of enemies, are at the beautiful city of Rajagrai in the Kekaya kingdom, the palace of their maternal grandfather's palace. Therefore, let someone from the race of Ikshvakus be appointed king right now. Since without a king, the country will be destroyed. In a country without a king, thunderous clouds garlanded by lightning would no longer water the earth with celestial showers. Where there is no king, even a handful of seeds will not be sown, will not sprout. In a kingless kingdom, a son or a wife will not obey the father, head of the family. In a kingdom without a king, wealth cannot be preserved. No wife would like to stay with her husband. There is one more cause for a great peril. That is, there is no place for truth in a country where there is no king. In a country where there is no king, no assemblies are convened by pleasure-seeking people, nor do they build delightful gardens or sacred edifices. In a country without a king, self-controlled Brahmins in charge of sacrificial ceremonies, well-versed in the study of Vedas and strict followers of austerity will not function. In a country without a king, wealthy Brahmins, who have performed great sacrifices, do not offer abundance of gifts to the officiating priests. In a country without a king, celebrations of associations promoting the welfare of the country, actors and dancers in large numbers do not prosper. Where there is no king, those engaged in lawsuits will not succeed, and those who are accustomed to storytelling will not entertain those who love to listen to stories. In a country without a king, young ladies adorned with golden ornaments no longer meet in the evening at the pleasure garden for sporting. In a country without a king, pleasure-seeking men will not drive in the woods on swift-moving chariots with women. In a country without a king, wealthy people who live on farming and raising cattle cannot sleep safely in their homes with doors wide open. In a country without a king, young elephants of 60 years of age, their tusks adorned with bells, no longer wander about on the highways. Covering made of hard skin worn on the left hand to prevent injury. Na shruvate are not heard. In a country without a king, the sounds of the ceaseless discharge of arrows and practice of weapons, the clappings of the cord on the skin shield of shooters throwing the arrows are no longer heard. In a country without a king, merchants traveling long distances with several kinds of saleable goods cannot go safely on their way. In a country where there is no king, an ascetic who normally moves alone, self-controlled and contemplating on the higher self, no longer wanders or rests in the inn. In a country without a king, there is no security of possessions, and the army cannot withstand the enemy in a battle. Will not go. In a country without a king, well-dressed men are no longer enthusiastic to drive on excellent horses and on chariots. In a country with no king, people proficient in scriptures do not withdraw to the forests and recreational gardens for debates on scriptures. In a country where there is no king, people who are disciplined in spiritual practices do not offer garlands of flowers, sweetmeats and alms while worshipping gods. In a country where there is no king, the princes, anointed with sandal paste and agaru, no longer look graceful like blossoming trees in springtime. The kingdom without a king is like rivers without water, forests without vegetation and cows without cowherds. The pennant is an identification for one's chariot. Smoke is a mark of identifying fire. All of us are recognized by the pennant. Magnanimity of the king, and such a king has gone to heaven. In a country where there is no king, no one can own anything, and, like fish, people devour one another ceaselessly. Atheists, who disregard the bounds of morality and live freely dispelling doubts, will tend to follow virtuous path out of fear when subjected to royal punishment. The king is the source for protecting the truth and morality of a country like the eye, which perpetually watches the welfare of the body. The king is the protector of truth and righteousness, of men of good families. He is father and mother. He alone renders welfare of the people. Hence, the king with his excellent conduct surpasses mighty Yama, Vashravana, Indra and Varuna. If the king did not show the distinction between the good and evil actions, this world would have been enveloped by darkness. Nothing could have been seen. How great is the king! Even while the great king was alive, we never defied your word like the ocean which does not overstep its shore. O Vasishtha, the best of Brahmins, considering all that has happened and knowing that a kingdom without a king is like a forest, you may consecrate a generous son from the Ikshvaku race as our king. Thus ends the 67th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Messengers are sent to get Bharat and Satrughna. Messengers reach Rajagra, the maternal home of Bharat. Having listened to the counselors' words, Vasishtha replied to the host of friends and counselors of the king and to all the Brahmins. Bharat, on whom the kingdom has been conferred, is living comfortably in his maternal uncle's house. Let swift messengers go quickly on speeding horses and bring back the valiant brothers, Bharat and Satrughna. What is there to deliberate for us in this matter? Let the messengers go, said all of them to Vasishtha. On hearing this, Vasishtha replied again, calling Siddhartha, Vijaya, Jainta, Asoka and Nandana. Vasishtha said, all of you listen to what is required to be done by you. Go at once from here on swift horses to the city of Rajagra in concealing signs of grief. Convey these words to Bharat as my command. The family priest and all the counselors wish your welfare. You must return in haste. There is an urgent task required to be done by you. All of you go there and do not communicate to Bharat about the exile of Rama or the demise of his father in the disaster that has befallen the Raghus. Take with you silk garments and precious ornaments for the king of Kekaya and Bharat and depart at once. The messengers set to depart to Kekaya kingdom, carrying with them the necessaries for their journey, went to their respective homes mounted on excellent horses. Having completed the rest of the arrangements for the journey and permitted by Vasishtha, The messengers left. The messengers proceeded in westerly direction for some distance and then crossed the southern end of the Aparatala mountain. Thereafter, they travelled northward along the bank of Malini that flows in between Aparatala and Pralamba mountains. The messengers crossed Ganga at Hastinapura and went in the westerly direction through the middle of Kurujangala and reached the country of Panchala, beholding lakes full of water and rivers of pellucid waters there. They travelled fast with a view to fulfilling their mission. The messengers crossed the divine Saradanda of calm waters frequented by fowls of various species and thronged with people, and proceeded speedily. They reached a divine tree of great powers, known as Satyapayachana tree, and having gone round and paid homage they entered the Kulinga city. From there they reached a village known as Abhikala and crossed the sacred Ikshumti flowing from Bodhibhavana mountain. This region was enjoyed by fathers and forefathers of Dasharatha. There they saw the Brahmins versed in the Vedas and drank water with cupped palms. Then they continued their journey through the middle of Balika country and reached Sudama mountain, beholding the footprints of Vishnu on Sudama mountain, and seeing Vipasha and Salmali rivers, trees, streams, deep wells, ponds, pools, large tanks, different kinds of lions, tigers and elephants. They travelled a long distance with the intention of fulfilling the command of their master. After a prolonged journey the messengers with their tired horses soon reached Girivraja, the capital city of Kekaya kingdom, best of cities, to please their master, sage Vashishtha, and to preserve the royal dynasty and also to protect the honor of the race and people. The messengers soon reached their destination by night without any negligence of their duty. Thus ends the 68th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Bharat experiences unhappiness over a distressing and frightening dream. On the very night the messengers were entering the city, Bharat had a distressing dream. The son of the king of kings, Bharat, felt extremely troubled when he had an unpleasant dream at dawn. Observing him grief-stricken, his peers, who always spoke pleasant words, engaged him in a variety of ways in the assembly in order to divert him. In order to provide mental peace to Bharat, some played stringed instruments while some enacted dramatic scenes. Some danced and cracked various kinds of jokes. The magnanimous Bharat, born in the race of Raghus, was not delighted by the conversations and jokes and soothing words of his friends. Addressing Bharat amidst his companions, someone close among them said, "O friend, why are you dejected in spite of being in the company of friends?" Addressing his companion who was speaking thus, Bharat replied, saying, "Listen to the reason this desolation has overtaken me. In my dream I saw my father looking pale, with dishevelled hair, his body filled with filth falling from the peak of a mountain into a pool of cow dung. I saw my father floating in that pool of cow dung, drinking oil with cupped palms and bursting into laughter again and again. Thereafter I beheld him eating rice cooked with sesame seeds, his body besmeared with oil plunging again and again into it, the pool. In that dream I beheld the sea being dried up and the moon fallen onto the ground. I saw the earth as though enveloped by darkness and obscured, the tusk of an elephant worthy of a ride by the monarch broken into pieces. A blazing fire extinguished suddenly. The earth split open, various trees dried up and mountains crumbled and covered with smoke. In the dream, I beheld my father clad in black clothes and resting on a seat made of iron, and the women in dark and brownish complexion laughing at him. Thereafter, I beheld that virtuous monarch bedecked with garlands made of red flowers and his body bedaubed with red sandal paste, hurrying off southward on a chariot yoked with asses. Finally I beheld a demoness attired in red clothes with an ugly appearance, dragging the king away as if mocking at him. I had such a frightful dream last night. Either I, Rama, the king, or Lakshmana might die. If one beholds in a dream a person setting out on a carriage yoked to asses, the wreath of smoke ascending from his funeral pyre will be seen soon. So it is for this reason that I am desolate and cannot respond well to your conversation. It appears as if my throat is getting parched up and my mind is ill disposed. I do not see any reason for apprehension, but I experience only fear. My voice has degenerated. My appearance looks haggard. Without any reason whatsoever I detest myself. On observing the course of this nightmare, with all those images formerly unconceived and having thought of the king's incomprehensible presence, a great fear that has gripped my heart does not leave me. Thus ends the 16th Sarga in AyodhyaKand of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Messengers from Ayodhya arrive as Bharat was describing his nightmare to his friends. The message of Vasishtha is conveyed to Bharat to hurry back to Ayodhya, departure of Bharat and Satrughna to Ayodhya. While Bharat was relating his dream, the mounted messengers from Ayodhya, with their weary horses, entered the lovely city of Rajagrai surrounded by an impassable moat. There they met the king of Kekaya country and his son, Yudhajit, and were received with honor. Touching the feet of the king with reverence, they said to Bharat, while Bharat was relating his dream, the mounted messengers from Ayodhya, with their weary horses, entered the lovely city of Rajagrai surrounded by an impassable moat. There they met the king of Kekaya country and his son, Yudhajit, and were received with honor. Touching the feet of the king with reverence, they said to Bharat, the family priest, Vasishtha, and all the counselors have inquired about your welfare. You must return immediately. There is an urgent matter to be attended by you. O large-eyed one, Bharat, you are asked to take these excellent raiments and precious ornaments and bestow them on your maternal uncle, said the messengers. O prince, these gifts worth 20 crore are intended for the king and the rest of the gifts worth 10 crore for your maternal uncle, affectionate towards his relatives and friends. Bharat received all those gifts and in return honored those messengers with things they liked, asking them, I hope my father, Dasharatha, is doing well and revered Rama and Lakshmana are in good health. I hope Kausalya, mother of the sagacious Rama, the venerable lady devoted to righteousness, one who knows the ways of righteousness and observes the prescribed code of conduct, is keeping sound health. I hope my mother Sumitra, the middle one, who is familiar with the ways of righteousness, the mother of valiant Lakshmana and Satrughna, is enjoying good health. And what about my mother Kaikeyi, ever intent on her own well-being, wrathful, irascible and proud of her intelligence? Is she maintaining sound health? Having listened to the words of that magnanimous Bharat, those messengers addressed him gracefully with these words. O tiger among men, Bharat, those of whose welfare you are inquiring are all doing well. May the goddess of wealth and prosperity await you and let your chariot be yoked. Having thus been addressed, Bharat said to the messengers, let me seek the permission of the great king of Kekaya to leave and say goodbye. Informing him that the messengers are hastening me up. Having addressed the messengers who were pressing him to leave for Ayodhya, Bharat said to his maternal grandfather, O king, urged by these messengers, I wish to go to my father, I shall come back again from Ayodhya, whenever you remember me. Then the king of Kekaya, the maternal grandfather of Bharat, having heard the words of the scion of the Raghu dynasty, Bharat, kissed him on his forehead and spoke these auspicious words. You may go, my child, I permit you to leave. Kaikeyi has a worthy son in you. O slayer of enemies, convey my best wishes to your mother and father. My child, convey my best wishes, too, to your family priest Vashishtha and other illustrious Brahmins, and also to those two great bowmen, Rama and Lakshmana. The king of Kekaya felicitated Bharat out of affection and bestowed on him well-bred elephants, many colored blankets, antelope skins and riches. King of Kekaya generously gave to the son of Kaikeyi, Bharat, in his honor 2,000 gold coins and 1,600 horses. Similarly, his maternal uncle Ashwapati quickly presented him amenable, trustworthy and virtuous counselors as companions on his return journey. His maternal uncle gave him the wealth of good-looking elephants born in Iravata and Indrasira, mountains and swift-moving and well-trained asses which can be yoked easily. He gave riches too. He also gave him a gift of well-raised dogs of the inner apartment, huge-bodied with the strength and courage of tigers who used their fangs as weapons. All the wealth given by the king of Kekaya did not delight Bharat, son of Kaikeyi, who was in a hurry to depart for Ayodhya. Then his heart was filled with extreme anxiety due to the haste of the messengers to depart, and also due to the dream he had. Prosperous Bharat, on leaving his residence, passed through incomparable royal highway thronged with men,